Chapter 1, Whose Child Is This? It was the height of summer in June in Guangzhou. Gu Fei had finished work for the day and was being given a lift by a colleague in their car to the front door of an international kindergarten when he got out. It was just as the children were being let out of school, and a group of them came running out of the kindergarten, chattering away and exuding the joy of being let out of school. Just as Gu Fei thought the children were very noisy, he saw a little baby not far away, wearing a white puffy dress, with her arms spread out like a swallow, rushing towards him as if she were a running cream bun. "Daddy! Dodo has found her daddy!" Before the little baby's high-pitched voice had finished, the baby had already firmly latched onto Gu Fei's legs, and her plump little face rubbed against his. "Hey, I made a mistake, who are you?" Gu Fei gently pushed the baby's head away with his large palm and took a step back. Who would let a stranger on the street think he's their father? Although the baby was pushed away, he was still very happy. He tilted his little face up and looked at Gu Fei with big, watery eyes like grapes. "You're Duoduo's father." The baby was so cute that Gu Fei couldn't bear to leave the child here alone without seeing his parents. So he crouched down and asked softly, "Baby, where are your parents?" Before the baby could answer, a delicate woman came running over in high heels, hastily explaining. "Sorry, handsome, my daughter sees a handsome guy and wants to find her dad." "I'm sorry, really sorry." While she was talking, Gu Fei had already stood up and locked eyes with the woman. At the moment they locked eyes, both of them froze at the same time. Gu Fei? Jiang Shui? The baby stood between the two adults, looking at Jiang Shui and then Gu Fei. The adults' reactions amused her, and she giggled. After her mother and father finished speaking, the baby, with her chubby little hands, opened her fingers and patted her chest again. "Dudu, why is it you?" Jiang Shui's tone was a little surprised, and she couldn't tell if she was happy or not. In the meantime, she had already taken Dudu's little hand and pulled her next to her. "I still want to ask, why is it you? Your child is already in kindergarten? Keep an eye on your little cutie, don't just randomly claim him on the street, or you'll get him snatched by a bad person." Gu Fei's words caused Jiang Shui's face to turn from green to purple. If it weren't for Duoduo, she wouldn't have put up with it. Moreover, she had met Gu Fei today, so she thought it was fate. Now Duoduo should have a father. While other children were experiencing fatherly love, Duoduo was still looking for a handsome man to claim as her father. To comfort Duoduo, she told her that her father was very handsome, that he was just busy and would come to see her when he had time. Any handsome man in front of the kindergarten would be taken by Duoduo for her father. Coincidentally, the kindergarten had announced 2 days earlier that there would be a parent-child activity, and the parents of the children were required to participate together. In order not to make Duoduo feel sad, she would have to recognize this father. "Don't think it's none of your business, this is your child too. He's 3.5 years old." Jiang Shui's tone didn't sound like she was joking. Gu Fei felt like his head had exploded. "My child?" This news was like an explosion. This sister-in-law is probably not serious, right? The air froze for a few seconds before he looked at Duoduo carefully. Although he said, "Stop it," in his mouth, he was still carefully identifying whether the cute baby in front of him looked similar to him. Because from a chronological point of view, if it really is his, it's not impossible. In Duoduo's eyes, the conversation between Gu Fei and Jiang Shui was like a performance. She tilted her little head and looked at Jiang Shui for a while, then at Gu Fei for a while, watching with relish. "Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, go get a paternity test." Jiang Shui's tone became a little more serious. Gu Fei didn't like children in the first place, and suddenly a biological daughter appeared out of nowhere, and there was even talk of a paternity test. It really made his brain hang up for a moment. The children he remembered were annoying, always chattering, making a racket and crying all the time. So, speechless, he subconsciously responded with an ah. 4 years ago, on a night after a party after graduating from university, the two had a one-night stand by mistake. Gu Fei still remembered that it was Jiang Shui's first time, and she had screamed in pain, asking him to be gentle. After that night, the last time she heard from Jiang Shui was when she left for abroad, and they didn't meet again until now. Jiang Shui looked at the handsome man in front of her, 185 centimeters tall, and the night 4 years ago came back to her mind. She didn't blame Gu Fei, but only herself for being immature at the time, wanting to find the excitement of adolescence, and some unfortunate circumstances. Now looking at Gu Fei, he was still so handsome, and had a few more stable and reliable qualities than back then. After this incident, Jiang Shui did not feel aggrieved because she was the spoiled daughter of many people or the school beauty back then. After all, she also coveted Gu Fei's good looks. However, in order to avoid the gossip of her family, Jiang Shui brought Duoduo to an age where she could go to kindergarten alone and suffered a lot. So when she saw Gu Fei, her heart could not help but feel some emotions. Ding, congratulations, host, you have met your biological daughter, activating the Super Dad system. The mechanical system voice sounded in Gu Fei's head, which surprised Gu Fei even more than the sudden appearance of his biological daughter. This was a necessary system for time travelers, and it also belonged to Gu Fei. The amount of information was too much. While saying that he wanted to do a paternity test, the system was activated. Gu Fei froze in place, digesting all this information. Seeing Gu Fei's expression, Duoduo narrowed her eyes and giggled, tugging at Jiang Shui's corner of her shirt. Mommy, look, Daddy's turned into a wooden man. The word wooden is accented. Jiang Shui's serious face turned into a loving smile, and she turned her head and leaned over to ask Duoduo. Duoduo, do you like this, father? Duoduo likes it. Duoduo bounced in place and blurted out without thinking. Her name was Jiang Duoduo because she had liked looking at clouds since she was a child. Jiang Shui put away her loving face and introduced the meaning of Duoduo's name to Gu Fei. The system cannot be wrong. Since the system said that she was his biological daughter, there is no need to do a paternity test at all. And since it's a father-daughter system, he definitely needs to be a good father first. Thinking about this, Gu Fei felt that the appearance of his biological daughter was not a bad thing. Gu Fei crouched down, and Duoduo put her soft little hand on his outstretched hand, walking from Jiang Shui's side to Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei squeezed Duoduo's chubby little hand, as if he were squeezing a cute little figurine. It was only then that he took a serious, careful look at Duoduo. She had been well taken care of by Jiang Shui. Her hair was soft and in a small ball hairstyle, her eyes were clear and unadulterated, like grapes, with long eyelashes. She still had the baby fat that was characteristic of young children, plump and chubby, making people want to squeeze her. Gu Fei couldn't resist and gave Duoduo a little squeeze on the face. What's going on? He can't possibly like children. Could it be because of the blood relationship that he feels so close to Duoduo? Duoduo, do you want to go eat cupcakes? How about Daddy takes Duoduo to eat cupcakes? When she heard the words cupcakes, Duoduo's eyes lit up. Yes. Duoduo loves cupcakes. Duoduo wants. Daddy knows there are cloud cakes. Oh, how many does Duoduo want to eat? Jiang Shui was stunned as she watched. She was really good at comforting children. She really knows how to please them. Just after saying she likes clouds, she takes her to eat cloud cakes. She can capture her child's heart better than she can, and she's really afraid that one day Duoduo will only remember her as Daddy. Daddy, Duoduo wants to eat so many cloud cakes. Duoduo opened her arms wide, using all her strength to make the distance between her hands grow wider and wider. Her body and head began to tilt backwards. Gu Fei was afraid that she would fall over after a while. Such a cute Duoduo directly melted Gu Fei's heart. So, Gu Fei picked up Duoduo in one arm and swung her a bit in the air. Let's go. Let's take Duoduo to eat cloud cupcakes. Then he turned to Jiang Shui and said, let's go, have dinner together, we need to chat too. Jiang Shui hid a warm smile. Is this magical blood relationship? There is no need for a transitional stage at all, the father and daughter can get along so well. Jiang Shui followed Gu Fei and teased, why don't you do a paternity test? Chapter 2, Giving Birth tonight. Ding, detected Meng Bao Joy value. Meng Bao Joy value accumulating. Gu Fei used his mind to communicate with the system. Meng Bao Joy value? What's the point of that? Meng Bao Joy value can be exchanged for items and skills in the system mall, and both items and skills can be used in reality. Gu Fei couldn't help but click into the system mall. There were thousands of items, from small items like bowls and chopsticks to large items like luxury cars and villas. It seems that as long as you keep Duoduo happy, you can keep earning points. Just as he was about to close the system, Gu Fei saw a glowing message, Novice's Gift Pack. Click to receive. Congratulations, host. The Novice's Gift Pack has been distributed. Please check your system space. Gu Fei planned to check for the Novice's Gift Pack after dinner, when they got home and no one was around. Daddy, where are the cloud cakes? Duoduo kept asking all the way home. Dudu, how about letting the cloud cake fly into Dudu's mouth by itself? Okay. Dudu is as nimble as a little jelly. She slips out of Gu Fei's arms and rushes to the front of the two people. Duoduo also wants to fly, cloud cake, fly, fly. +1 happiness for the baby. +2 happiness for the baby. +30 happiness for the baby. There are numbers popping up all the time, and Gu Fei can see them. Duoduo, stop running, we have to cross the street together. Gu Fei calls out to Duoduo, who is running ahead. The restaurant with the cloud cakes is near the kindergarten. Gu Fei and his colleagues have been here before, but they were so impressed because they felt so childish. When crossing the road, Gu Fei picked up Duoduo and carried him on his neck. It was Duoduo's first experience and he kept smiling happily. Duoduo has become a giant, taller than his mother. Duoduo grabbed onto his father, ready to speed up. With laughter and joy, the three of them walked towards a Western restaurant. Jiang Shui was full of emotion along the way, thinking that children with dads are just happier and more joyful. Gu Fei and Duoduo got along so well right after they met that Jiang Shui didn't want to interrupt them. So even though she had a lot to say to Gu Fei, she held back at the moment. When they arrived at the restaurant, the waiters received them warmly. Jiang Shui had been cultivating Duoduo's social skills since she was little, hoping that she would be an independent baby capable of taking care of herself, so Duoduo was not stage frightened. After the door was opened, Duoduo was the first to enter the restaurant. She saw the waiters greeting her and slowly waved her little hand, saying hello to them. Her cute baby voice attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant, and they all smiled at Duoduo. Little girl, what's your name? You're so cute. The waiter closest to Duoduo couldn't help but squat down and talk to her. Duoduo's appearance healed everyone there. Duoduo stopped answering and instead looked around attentively, looking for the cloud-shaped cake she had been longing for. Unfortunately, the counter was too high for Duoduo to see what was inside, but she looked so cute as she searched earnestly. Detected cute baby joy value 2. Detected cute baby joy value 12. It even deducts points? Gu Fei thought that the system would only increase points, but he didn't expect it to deduct points as well. Gu Fei was amused. Children really are simple-minded. Duoduo was secretly sad because she couldn't find the cloud-shaped cake, but she didn't say anything. From this perspective, Duoduo is indeed a good baby. Baby, what are you looking for? Can I help you look? The waitress in charge of their table never took her eyes off the cute Duoduo. However, Duoduo did not respond, but continued to search intently. Jiang Shui was also amused by Duoduo, and quietly told the waiter that her father had said there were cloud cakes here. Her father. When the three words were said, Jiang Shui felt a little uncomfortable, but also a sense of inexplicable happiness stirring. The waiter smiled knowingly. There is, we have it here. This way, please, this is the best seat in our restaurant. Sitting by the window, you can see the restaurant's small garden outside. As the sun sets, its soft rays illuminate Duoduo's face, making her look like a cute little angel who has descended to earth. Jiang Shui and Gu Fei sit facing each other. Jiang Shui deliberately asks Duoduo, Duoduo, do you want to sit with your father or your mother? The answer is self-evident, because Duoduo has long since run over to Gu Fei's side, climbed into the chair next to him, and sat obediently. Duoduo sits with her father. If Duoduo is good, will she get a cloud-shaped cake? Duoduo puts her arms on the table, her little body is straight, and her little feet are swinging under the table. The cloud-shaped cake is the first to arrive. It is white and plump, and looks so inviting that you just want to take a bite. There is also a smiley face drawn with chocolate sauce. Cutie joy value plus 55. Cutie joy value plus 111. When Duoduo saw the cloud cake, she was so happy that she shouted, yes. Jiang Shui immediately turned serious when she saw this. Duoduo, what should we do outside? Can we shout? Duoduo, who had been scolded by her mother, immediately hung her ears down like a good little cat and replied softly, no. Then tell your mother what will happen if you shout outside. It will disturb other adults. Duoduo's understanding made Gu Fei like her even more. It turned out that he didn't dislike children, he just didn't like naughty children. At first, he accepted her because of the system, the daddy system, which would only reward good daddies. But as he got to know Duoduo, even if it was just for a moment, Gu Fei realized that he really liked this fairy baby from the bottom of his heart. Even without the system, he wanted to make Duoduo happy. I've done a pretty good job with Duoduo's education. This comes from Gu Fei's recognition of Jiang Shui's parenting style. I thank you. Jiang Shui's a bit of a yin and yang. Gufei sincerely thinks that Duoduo is great. Duoduo, Daddy thinks Duoduo is the best little friend. So now, to reward our Duoduo, Duoduo will close her eyes first. Duoduo does as she's told and closes her eyes, with a slight smile on her face. She's looking forward to it, expecting some kind of fairy tale-like surprise after closing her eyes. The light shines through, and the shadows of her long eyelashes fall on her face. They are the baby eyelashes that so many girls envy. Daddy, shall I let the cloud cake fly into Duoduo's mouth now? Duoduo immediately opens her mouth as wide as she can and nods vigorously in response. Her little head shakes up and down. Jiang Shui is filming the video on her phone across the room, wanting to record Duoduo's growing up. Gufei used a spoon to scoop up a small piece of cake and slowly fed it to Duoduo's open mouth. He added some dialogue. The white, fluffy, sweet cloud cake is about to fly into Duoduo's mouth. Are you ready, Duoduo? Plus 266 cuteness points. Plus 305 cuteness points. Dudu couldn't move a muscle for fear of the cloud cake flying crooked. This cute look made Gufei and Jiang Shui laugh. The two young lovers at the next table also saw it. The boy said to the girl, "Baby, let's have a baby just like this cute one." The girl responded, "Yes, we'll go home tonight and have one." The little cake was placed in Duoduo's mouth, and she slowly ate it with satisfaction. The sweet cream made her infinitely happy, and her two little feet happily bumped and swung under the table. "Okay, Duoduo, did Daddy lie to you? Can you have the rest of the little cloud cake for yourself?" Duoduo can. As she spoke, her little hand had already taken the spoon from Gufei's hand. Then Gufei handed the other cloud cake to Jiang Shui. "I get one too." Jiang Shui thought that both were ordered for Duoduo and didn't expect to have one for herself. "I was afraid you would take Duoduo's, so I ordered one for you too." The steak and salad were served one after the other. Duoduo obediently ate the cake by herself, and Gufei and Jiang Shui began their first conversation after 4 years. Jiang Shui spoke first. "I want to ask you a question." Chapter 3, A Secret Whisper for Daddy. "Okay, go ahead and ask." Gufei raised his sparkling water in a toast-like gesture. At this moment, Gufei looked like a gentleman to Jiang Shui. Gufei guessed that Jiang Shui wanted to talk about the past 4 years. It was a good thing, because he also wanted to hear about Jiang Shui's past 4 years and Duoduo's past 3.5 years. Gufei swallowed slowly, wondering what question Jiang Shui would ask him. "You're so good with children, do you already have a baby?" "I just thought about it calmly, and I think I was a bit abrupt. If you already have a family and a baby, I won't bother you too much." But Jiang Shui is conflicted. If she doesn't bother Gufei, it means Duoduo will be sad. If she lets Duoduo be happy and have the love of her biological father, she definitely can't do nothing to bother him. Gufei was touched by Jiang Shui's words. Jiang Shui came from a prominent family and was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but she was not spoiled or arrogant in the least. On the contrary, she was very understanding. When she heard the word "but," Gufei understood what Jiang Shui was worried about. A gloomy look flashed across her pretty face. Gufei was about to answer Jiang Shui's question when he was interrupted by the adorable Duoduo. She ate the cloud-shaped cupcakes with a munching sound, and after eating for a while on her own, she got bored and wanted to attract the attention of the adults, especially her father. Duoduo liked Gufei very much now. Dad, Duoduo poked Gufei with her little hand, and then the two little hands turned into little trumpets, placed next to her mouth, to whisper to Gufei. Gufei lowered his body and put his ear close to Duoduo. The sound of Dad's little grandmother's breath makes its way into Gufei's ear. Duoduo has a secret to tell Dad. Jiang Shui, who is watching from across the room, is unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. "You little rascal, if you have a secret to tell Dad, why don't you tell Mom as well?" Gufei sneers at Jiang Shui, wondering why some women are so jealous. "Duoduo was more affectionate towards you than she was towards me when she first met you. I've been a mother for 4 years now, so of course I'm jealous." Gufei thought about it and it was both right and wrong. "Well, there's nothing I can do about it, I'm the child's real father." Jiang Shui gave Gufei a cold stare, then put a piece of steak in her mouth. It tasted pretty good, much better than the food she had eaten abroad, and she thought to herself that Gufei had quite an eye for food. Duoduo was embarrassed by what Jiang Shui had said, and she shrank her little face into her collar. Then she raised her little trumpet again and leaned close to Gufei's ear. "Dad, Duoduo's secret is that you have to close your eyes too." Little Duoduo imitated Gufei's earlier line with great verisimilitude, adding that Dad was not allowed to peek and had to be as good as Duoduo. Gufei nodded in perfect cooperation, and before closing his eyes, he gave Jiang Shui a smug look. Yes, he was smugly showing off. Duoduo played with him better than with his mother, which was of course something to be happy about. He remembered that when he was little, his parents also fought for his attention, and whoever he got along with well became the favored party. Now, he had become such an adult himself, but Gufei was enjoying it. Childish. Jiang Shui muttered under her breath. Then, Duoduo extended an index finger and carefully poked at the cake, and then used her little hand, which was covered in cream, to tap Gufei's cheeks twice. He. Daddy has turned into a little kitten. Jiang Shui was amused by this scene. Although she usually gives Duoduo whatever she wants, for fear of treating her badly in any way, she hadn't seen Duoduo this happy for a long time. Then she looked at Gufei, the man who had been so close to her 4 years ago. They hadn't seen each other for many years, but now he didn't feel so strange. Perhaps it was because of Duoduo. Gufei also cooperated very well with Duoduo's performance, immediately transforming into a kitten. Meowing, and saying that he wanted to be Duoduo's best friend. Could little friend Duoduo? If it were any other child, Gufei wouldn't even try to coax him, let alone role play. But his own baby, no matter how you look at it, is just adorable, and he is willing to do anything to make Duoduo happy, even if it doesn't have a systematic joy value. Adorable baby plus 66. Adorable baby plus 99. Duoduo giggles at Gufei's antics, and the cute side of her is seen by the couple next to them, who are discussing having children again. Jiang Shui quickly operates the phone a little, then hands it to Duoduo. Duoduo, why don't you watch some cartoons for a while? Mommy and Daddy have something to talk about, okay? Little Duoduo obediently takes the phone, nods, and says, Duoduo is good, Duoduo can watch by herself. Gufei glanced at the screen, and it was Peppa Pig. Indeed, this cartoon would not let go of any child, would it? Duoduo used both hands to hold the phone, leaned back in her chair, and looked intently. So, what about me? Gufei wasted no time, continuing the conversation from earlier with Jiang Shui. Well, go ahead. The art of child rearing is a gift, and I just realized that I'm really good at it. Jiang Shui was a little surprised, and then relieved. So, you don't have a baby yet? No, and I don't have a girlfriend either. You haven't been single for the past 4 years, have you? Jiang Shui wanted to ask the answer she wanted to hear. Yes, I've been too busy working to socialize much. Gufei took a sip of his sparkling water and continued, children without an umbrella must run hard. Jiang Shui burst out laughing. He was so serious and funny. After graduating, Gufei got a job at a creative company, which is considered a leader in the industry in Guangzhou. In order to stabilize his career and settle down in Guangzhou, Gufei really worked hard at his job, and was able to climb to the position of creative director, second in command in the company, through his personal abilities. Apart from major company decisions, Gufei is in charge of all other business matters. A man who is so focused on his work really doesn't have time for romance. Forget about me, what about you? I've also always taken care of my baby by myself and never had a boyfriend. Gufei leaned forward. Jiang Shui, are you the same as me? I knew I was pregnant when I left the country. I couldn't stand the gossip from my family and relatives, saying that I was a disgrace to the Jiang family. I also considered having an abortion, but I couldn't bear to do it. This is my flesh and blood, no matter what, I have to give birth to the baby. So I went abroad to escape the gossip. Now Duoduo is old enough to go to kindergarten, and I want her to receive a domestic education, so I brought Duoduo back to China. Gufei was puzzled. Why didn't you tell me? It was an accident, and I was partly responsible for it. I was worried that you wouldn't want her, so I thought it was better not to tell you. I can also afford to give Duoduo a good life. Jiang Shui let out a small sigh, her chest rising and falling slightly, and continued, but as Duoduo grows up, she will need more and more of her father's love. Jiang Shui looked at Duoduo, who was intently watching the cartoon, and her eyes filled with joy. Duoduo is now a child who has both a mother and a father to love her. Gufei also gently rubs Duoduo's head with love in his eyes. How can such a cute baby like an angel not have her father's love? Gufei can't wait to give her all the love in the world. Although he didn't participate in Duoduo's life from the moment she was born, it's not too late to start now. Duoduo immediately sits up straight in her chair. Daddy, Mommy, have you finished your private chat? Duoduo didn't eavesdrop. Good girl, Duoduo, we're done. Give your phone to Mommy. It's time for you to rest your eyes. Duoduo is a little reluctant. She wants to see Peppa. Peppa is always on Mommy's phone. She won't run away. Duoduo can play with Peppa next time, okay? Jiang Shui uses her usual trick. It always works every time Duoduo doesn't want to put down her phone. Okay, then. Piggy Peppa will have to wait for Duoduo. With that, she cheerfully handed the phone back to Jiang Shui. It was getting late, the lights were just being switched on, the two of them had pretty much finished chatting, and they had almost finished eating. So that's it for today? I'll take Duoduo home first. Jiang Shui wiped Duoduo's mouth and pinched her armpit to get her to release her from the chair. Let's go, Duoduo. After eating the cloud cupcakes, we're going home to sleep. We have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Duoduo held Jiang Shui's hand, but her eyes were on Gufei. Is Daddy coming home with Duoduo? Daddy still has some work to finish, so he can't come home with Duoduo. Duoduo missed Daddy, so she sent him a video message, okay? Seeing and hearing that they could not go home together, tears began to well up in Duoduo's big eyes, and her little mouth, which had been curved upwards, also curved downwards. In another second, it looked as if Duoduo's tears were going to fall like raindrops. In Gufei's mind, a plan flashed through his mind. Give it a try. Maybe this method can make Duoduo happy and go home with her mother. Chapter 4, A Child with a Father Forgets His Mother. Duoduo, aren't you and your father the best in the world? Gufei crouched down and asked softly, petting Duoduo's head. Duoduo, who was feeling aggrieved, wrapped her arms around Gufei's neck and rested her little head on his shoulder. Duoduo is best with her father, so don't go, Daddy. Jiang Shui really couldn't believe that Gufei, a man, could be so patient with a baby. She had seen his gentle side before. For years ago, one night, she asked Gufei to be quiet, and he really did. Although her memory of it was a bit hazy, she would never forget that feeling. Duoduo listened as her father said, "Oh, wait a minute. Daddy will find a good friend that Duoduo likes to keep Duoduo company, okay?" Duoduo blinked her big, furry eyes and thought for 2 seconds. Does it like Duoduo? Of course it does. Duoduo likes it, and it will like Duoduo very much too. Daddy promises you. Hearing this, a smile immediately spread across Duoduo's face, as if a switch had been pressed. She nodded twice, okay, Daddy, I believe you. Gufei then gave Jiang Shui a look, indicating that Jiang Shui should take Duoduo out first. Let's go, Duoduo. Daddy's going to find your friends. Shall we go outside and wait for Daddy? After all, Jiang Shui had been a mother for 4 years, and she was no worse than Gufei, and they worked well together. As they walked out the door, Jiang Shui muttered to herself, "Stupid Duoduo, you've got a father and you've forgotten your mother. You've only just met your father for a few hours, and you're already closer to him than you are to me. He must be Gufei's little sweetheart from a previous life." Gufei went to the counter and packed 2 cloud cake pastries. This should be enough to please Duoduo. He hid the cloud cake pastries behind his back and walked out of the restaurant. Duoduo was looking expectantly towards the door. When Gufei came out, Duoduo's big eyes searched around Gufei, looking for his so-called best friend. Duoduo carefully observed that Gufei kept his arms crossed. Then he broke away from Jiang Shui and ran towards Gufei in 3 steps. Daddy! Who is Daddy? Let Duoduo see. Duoduo tried hard to run behind Gufei, but Gufei just wouldn't show himself to Duoduo and played the game of chicken with her. Baby's happiness +8. Baby's happiness +33. Seeing the rising joy value, Gufei knew that this method had worked. Children are attracted to things that are interesting and unknown to them, and this stimulates their curiosity and desire to explore. Duoduo, do you want to see? Gufei still had the cupcakes hidden, and crouched down to ask Duoduo. I want to see. Then Duoduo kissed her father. Gufei tilted his head to the side, leaving a profile shot of Duoduo. Duoduo's little mouth quickly pressed up, giving Gufei a big kiss with a loud sound effect, moo. Ma. Gufei, the old father, felt his heart melt. In that moment, he wanted to give Duoduo the best things in the world. This is probably the same thought that all parents in the world have when they become a parent for the first time. Ding dang, after creating a sense of mystery, Gufei added a sense of ritual and pulled the cloud cake out from behind his back. Duoduo saw that it was her favorite cloud cake, and the expressions on the two were different from the one she had just eaten, so she instantly became happy. Baby's joy value plus 77. Baby's joy value plus 101. Looking at the ever-increasing value, Gu Fei had accumulated quite a bit in the past few hours. He thought that besides receiving the newcomer gift pack, he might be able to redeem something later. Okay, Duoduo, let the two little cloud cakes accompany Duoduo for daddy, okay? Duoduo nodded and asked, when will dad come and keep me company? Gu Fei stroked Duoduo's head and said, you're a good girl. When you miss your dad, I'll come and keep you company. Duoduo gave a strong nod, as if she had made up her mind. Jiang Shui and Gu Fei exchanged a knowing glance, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Gu Fei is really good at comforting children, it's almost effortless. Because you really need to be very patient with children, Jiang Shui feels that she is sometimes very impatient and simply cannot coax Duoduo like Gu Fei does. An adult's bad mood can also affect a child, so when she takes Duoduo out, she is often unkind and the child misbehaves. Gu Fei has just said goodbye to Duoduo and is turning to leave when he is suddenly stopped by Jiang Shui. Gu Fei, wait a minute. Huh? What's wrong? Add WeChat. If Duoduo misses you, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. After adding each other on WeChat, Jiang Shui and Duoduo were picked up by the nanny car, and Gu Fei went home. The first thing he did when he got home was to study the system panel carefully. He had only briefly skimmed it when he was in a hurry outside. The panel is made up of several sections: the redemption mall, hidden rewards, random tasks, points, and the newbie gift package. Gu Fei clicks into the mall and takes another close look. There is an overwhelming array of items inside. It is no exaggeration to say that the mall is so well stocked that it is enough for someone to build an empire. When Gu Fei clicks into the hidden rewards section, there is a prompt: hidden rewards cannot be opened. They can only be triggered for collection when a random task is dropped and completed. So there are two ways to get rewards in this system: redeem them with joy points, and complete hidden tasks. Let's take another look at the points, 865. The items in the mall are exchanged according to their degree of expensiveness. The more expensive the item, the more points it takes. Gu Fei looked at it and saw that a mountain bike requires 500 points, and a Rolls-Royce requires 500,000 points. Today, I spent a few hours with Duoduo and didn't do anything special, but I already have almost 1,000 points. In that case, it won't be very slow to accumulate points. Looking at the skill exchange, it includes chef skills 1 5 stars, foreign language skills, languages from various countries, plumbing and electrical maintenance skills, professional racing driver skills, singing skills, and painting skills. Gu Fei looked at it and saw that there were currently no items or skills that he particularly wanted to exchange. He might as well save them up, and when he needs them later, he can exchange them for something good. Open the novice gift package, and the cute baby meal making skill and reading baby's mind skill will drop. Dad fund 100,000. Gu Fei is quite satisfied with the rewards in the novice gift package. The first reward is 100,000, and in the past few years of work, Gu Fei has only saved up to 100,000. Moreover, both skills can make Duoduo happy, and happy Duoduo will have joy points. Of course, even without the system, Gu Fei, as a father, would find ways to make Duoduo happy and give her all his love. Who wouldn't love such a cute biological daughter? System: can 100,000 yuan only be used to raise a child? Answer the host: it can be used at will. But why is it written as the daddy fund? Because I am the daddy system. Okay, the system also wants to be cheeky. The 100,000 daddy genes have been transferred to the host's bank card in a reasonable, legitimate manner. It really is a very rigorous system, and Gu Fei is very satisfied. From today onwards, the wheels of fate are about to start turning. After studying the system, Gu Fei has reviewed 2 designs and is about to take a shower and get a good night's sleep to welcome a beautiful new day. The screen of his phone lights up, and it's a WeChat message. Jiang Shui, are you asleep? Chapter 5, Duoduo's Cute Attack. Gu Fei, I was just about to go to sleep. What's wrong? Is Duoduo unhappy? Gu Fei guessed that Jiang Shui would only contact him for one reason: Duoduo. Sure enough, Jiang Shui messaged back immediately: yes, the cloud cake is useless now. I'm desperate to find my dad. Can you video chat with Duoduo? Gu Fei is at home with his shirt off, and after putting on a t-shirt, he sends a message back to Jiang Shui, for the convenience of his father. Jiang Shui sends an emoticon of someone hitting you. These 4 words, no matter how you look at them, seem to be taking advantage of yourself, which is weird. The video connects, and on the screen is the cute face of Duoduo. The entire screen is filled with Duoduo's cute face. From the perspective, Gufei can even imagine the position of Duoduo holding the phone. The two little hands are holding the phone together, raised high above their heads, looking up at Gufei in the phone. Daddy! Daddy! Duoduo misses Daddy. Cute baby plus 30 joy points. Cute baby 16 joy points. Cute baby plus 59 joy points. Cute baby 5 joy points. Gufei is amused by Duoduo. Why is this little guy happy 1 minute and sad the next? Soon, Gufei realized that she was happy because she had video chatted with her father, but sad because she couldn't really see him. But it seems that happiness outweighs sadness. Dudu, you're seeing your father right now, so when you see him, can you promise to go to bed obediently? Dudu didn't say a word, her big eyes fixed on Gufei on the screen, as if she was afraid that if she blinked, Gufei would disappear. Jiang Shui also cooperated on the other side, saying, Duoduo, you've seen your father now. What did you promise your mother just now? Did you say that you would video chat with your father, see your father, and then go to bed obediently? Duoduo still didn't say anything, her big eyes blinking, her lips pursed, not crying or making a fuss, and even looking a little aggrieved. Gufei felt a little sad, and really wanted to hug Duoduo and see her happy smile. Then it suddenly occurred to him that the system had given him the skill of making a cute baby meal today. So, Gufei said to Duoduo, Duoduo, Daddy wants to ask you, do you like teddy bears? Duoduo shook her head, no, I don't like teddy bears. I like rabbits. Good, since you like rabbits, how about you make a promise with Daddy? If Duoduo listens to Mummy and goes to bed today, the next time Daddy sees you, he'll make you rabbit rice, okay? When Duoduo heard the words rabbit rice, her big, watery eyes brightened up even more. Yes. She can have rabbit rice. Gufei then asked, so what should our good Duoduo do now? Duoduo quickly threw her phone at her mother, ran to the window as fast as she could, tried to climb into bed, and said goodbye to Gufei. Good night, Daddy. Duoduo wants to go to sleep. Duoduo wants to eat rabbit rice. Rabbit rice. The little one was getting excited, and finally raised his voice, adding rhythm to his words, like a cute little actor. Baby's happiness plus 23. Baby's happiness plus 66. The happiness value is still rising. Gufei discovered that Duoduo only counts emotions generated by interactions with him as happiness. Before going to bed, Gufei checked the system points. Baby's happiness, 1279. The next day was Friday, and Gufei had to go to work, and Duoduo had to go to kindergarten, so Gufei planned to let Duoduo come over on Saturday and cook a children's meal for her. Ding, triggers system random task. Task, after the baby finishes the children's meal, make an appointment for the next children's meal, and the task will be considered successfully completed. Reward for task completion, 20x spending rebate card only valid for spending on the baby. Upon hearing the task requirements, Gufei was not very confident that he could complete it. One reason is that over the years, he has either had fast food delivered or gone out for dinner, and has hardly ever cooked. He can't say that he's any good at cooking. And Duoduo has her own subjective ideas. If she likes it and is happy, she'll look forward to the next time. If she doesn't like it and isn't happy, she won't look forward to the next time. Even if she looks forward to the next time, she doesn't necessarily express it, so this task, which Gufei thinks seems simple, is actually still a bit difficult. But it's a challenge that can be taken on. Even if it's not completed, there's no loss, and it would be even better if it could be completed. On Friday evening, Duoduo came home from school, holding a colorful piece of A4 paper in her hands, and skipped and smiled her way out the kindergarten door. Jiang Shui was waiting for Duoduo to come home from school as usual, right on time. Duoduo had a great time at kindergarten today, didn't you? Jiang Shui asked, taking Duoduo's hand. Yes, Mom, look. Jiang Shui handed her the A4 paper in her hand, on which 3 little people were drawn in a crooked way. One little person in green represented Dad, and a little person in pink was riding on Dad's neck. Next to them was a red-dressed mom. The 3 people were walking on the road, with flowers, grass, cars, clouds, and birds. Wow, Duoduo's drawing is great. It has Daddy, Mummy, and Duoduo, right? Jiang Shui sees Daddy in Duoduo's drawing for the first time. The appearance of Gufei has made Duoduo visualize Daddy's role even more. Mummy, show Daddy, show Daddy. Duoduo can't wait to share her drawing with Gufei, and this is the happiest thing she has done in kindergarten today. Mummy, shall I send it to Daddy now? Dudu transforms into a little monitor, poking Jiang Xue's phone, and she makes sure to keep an eye on Jiang Xue's every move until she sends the message. Gu Fei is working overtime listening to the reports from various departments, so that he can have a good weekend. Jiang Xue sends a message, and his WeChat is logged in on the computer. He forgot to log out, so he just clicks on the dialog box to view the message. The message read, Duoduo drew this picture at kindergarten today, and you must show it to daddy. Picture. Instantly, there was a chorus of shrieks in the meeting room. Oh dear. Director Gu, you've hidden it so well. Director, you're still casting the screen, Director. Is there anything we can all see, Director? Share it. I presume this is our Director Gu's girlfriend who has not yet been made public? Gu Fei has a good relationship with his subordinates, and everyone dares to joke with him. Just as everyone thought Gu Fei would panic and turn off the computer, he calmly told everyone that it seemed he couldn't hide the fact that he had a daughter anymore. Ha 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 ha. President Gu is playing with abstractions again. Are you doing something big in silence, President Gu? Gu Fei felt that there was nothing to hide about his own biological daughter. Besides, with such a cute daughter, he would be happy for the whole world to know. Okay, let's continue the meeting. Do you want to go home early? No one wants to work overtime, so the meeting room suddenly fell silent. Everyone immediately returned to work, and the department team continued to give work reports. Gu Fei exited the screen sharing and sent a message to Jiang Xue on his phone. I'm in a meeting, I'll contact you after it's over, you keep Duoduo company. Jiang Xue, who had received the message, showed the phone to Duoduo. Duoduo, look, Daddy saw the message, Daddy is working, just like you need to go to school, you can't talk to Daddy when he's working. So when Daddy finishes working, we'll call him on the video call, okay? Duoduo was in a good mood today, and she was also very satisfied to have just heard that Gu Fei had seen the message. She was just looking forward to hearing Gu Fei's praise, and that would make her even happier. In the car, Duoduo kept talking about Daddy to Jiang Xue. The driver, Lao Su, heard them the whole time, and as the child had been talking about Daddy every day for the past 2 days, he guessed that there must be something going on with the little miss. Missy, is there anything you want me to pay attention to on your end? Su has been Jiang Xue's driver for 20 years, and has watched her grow up. He knows that Jiang Xue and her parents have had some bad times in the past few years because of their children. If there is anything I should pay attention to, I won't say anything. It's fine, Uncle Su. Sooner or later they will have to know. I also plan to bring Gu Fei to meet them when the time is right. Jiang Xue is living with Duoduo outside, and occasionally goes home to see her parents. She had originally wanted to wait until things settled down a bit, but now she was ready to introduce Gu Fei to her parents. Duoduo was so happy that her hair had just fallen out of place, so Jiang Xue used her fingers to gently fix it. Stupid Duoduo, your hair is all messed up. Duoduo giggled, so stupid Duoduo is a messy Duoduo. The mother and daughter were chatting away when Gu Fei's video call came back. Daddy is calling on video. Should Duoduo answer? Duoduo stretched out 2 small hands and reached for Jiang Xue's phone. Yes, Duoduo wants it. Chapter 6, Duoduo looks forward to the rabbit rice. The moment the video call connected, Gu Fei saw the ever-increasing values. Mobile joy value plus 33. Mobile joy value plus 59. Mobile joy value plus 121. It seems that Duoduo really likes him as a father, and he feels a great sense of satisfaction. Oh, let me see, whose good baby is waiting obediently for his father's phone call? Duoduo was embarrassed by Gu Fei's praise, looked at Jiang Xue with a smile, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and said in a baby voice, It's Duoduo. It turns out to be our Duoduo. Daddy knows that Duoduo is the world's most obedient and best baby. Children can't stand being praised, and Gu Fei's approach is one of encouragement. As the saying goes, geniuses are encouraged. When Duoduo loses himself in his praise, he will definitely be able to do even better when he encounters the same thing in the future. Duoduo is a good baby. Duoduo also responds to Gu Fei's praise. Next, Duoduo puts the phone in Jiang Xue's hands, and Jiang Xue becomes Duoduo's phone holder. Mom, hold Duoduo's phone for me. Duoduo herself takes out the picture she drew today, and puts the A4 paper in front of her, which is even bigger than her little face. Dad, look at what Duoduo drew today. Dad, Mom, and Duoduo. Mo baby joy value plus 66. Mo baby joy value plus 135. Mo baby joy value plus 188. Gufei listened carefully to Duoduo's introduction. "This is Dad," the little finger pointed to the image of the boy wearing green. "And Duoduo." The little hand moved up a short distance and pointed to herself. "Duoduo is riding high." "And her mother." "Duoduo is helping her mother put on her dress." Duoduo is introducing everything very carefully, and Gufei is cooperating with her very well. Although it's a bit childish, he wants to spoil his own daughter. When Dad sees the picture Duoduo has drawn, he thinks it's very good, and he likes it very much. "So, today, are you little painter Duoduo?" Duoduo hears her new title, Little Painter, and she likes it very much. She repeats it happily. "I'm little painter Duoduo, Duoduo is little painter." During the conversation, Gufei saw the value keep rising, quite quickly. Gufei got up and poured himself a glass of water, just in time to let Duoduo come over tomorrow, his day off, and cook her a children's meal. "Duoduo, do you remember the promise you made with Daddy? What meal is Daddy going to cook for you?" Duoduo's eyes lit up immediately. "Rabbit-shaped rice balls." Duoduo loves rabbit-shaped rice balls, they smell so good, she said, shaking her head and wagging her little mouth, as if she had already eaten it, looking satisfied. Then Duoduo handed the phone to her mother, and her father told her mother the address. "Oh, tomorrow Duoduo can come with her mother to find her father." Duoduo obediently returned the phone to Jiang Shui, and then stared intently at Jiang Shui's mouth, as if that way she wouldn't miss a word of the conversation between her mother and father. "You heard it just now. Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Gufei didn't know if Jiang Shui had any plans for tomorrow. If she did, he could pick up Duoduo. If not, he could ask Jiang Shui to bring Duoduo to his place. "No, I'll bring Duoduo to you tomorrow. Send me your location later." "No problem. You can come over at any time." Gufei quickly sent Jiang Shui the location. It wasn't close by, one was in the south of the city, the other in the north, and it would take nearly an hour to drive there. After Gufei finished communicating with Jiang Shui, he shouted Duoduo on the phone, and Duoduo waved her little hand and said goodbye to her father on the screen. "See you tomorrow." Duoduo thought everything was fine, but as soon as she hung up the phone, she grabbed Jiang Shui's clothes and said in a sad voice, "Mommy, Duoduo wants a hug, and Duoduo misses Daddy." Little Duoduo hung onto Jiang Shui like a koala, with her arms open wide, her mood not very good. If it weren't for the promise of rabbit rice, Duoduo was afraid she would have already dropped her pearls. Duoduo is a child who keeps her promises. If she has promised something, she will definitely do it. Even if she has to endure her unhappiness, she will not make a fuss. "So tomorrow, shall we go find Daddy early?" Mom knows that Duoduo misses Daddy and that she has to be happy today, so that when she sees Daddy tomorrow, she will still be the cutest baby. Duoduo nods with a knowing smile, her heart filled with anticipation for rabbit rice and her longing for Gufei. Gufei leaves the office and heads to the supermarket before going home to buy the ingredients for tomorrow, as well as snacks, a plush toy rabbit, and a soul doll. He also buys a pair of baby slippers and a pair of women's slippers. With everything purchased, it was already past 10 o'clock when he returned home. Gufei felt that if he wanted to successfully complete tomorrow's hidden task, he would need a cooking skill bonus. He clicked on the system mall and checked his current points. He already had 6,679 points, which was rising much faster than he had expected. Cooking skills were divided into different stars, from 1 star to 5 stars, with the higher the star rating, the better the cooking skills. 1 star, level of opening a small restaurant, 5,000 points to redeem. 2 stars, the level of a mid-range restaurant, 20,000 points. 3 stars, the level of a 5-star hotel, 50,000 points. 4 stars, Michelin-starred, 100,000 points. 5 stars, top chef in the country, 200,000 points. Super, top chef in the world, 500,000 points. With just enough points to redeem for 1-star cooking, it is much better than cooking without any experience. Gufei directly chose to redeem. And confirm spending 5,000 points to redeem 1-star cooking skills? Okay. After redeeming the skills, Gufei didn't feel anything, and he didn't know how to use the skills either. In order to successfully make a delicious children's meal tomorrow, Gufei decided to try making a late-night snack first. So he made himself a bowl of fried noodles with ham. Gufei could feel that although there was no change in his body, when cooking, the process was clear in his mind, as if it had already merged with his body. He knew exactly what to do at each step, how much seasoning to add, how much water to use, and when the noodles were cooked to perfection. The taste was also very good, even better than the noodles from the restaurant downstairs. In this way, tomorrow's rabbit rice will be a lot more delicious and look better. The next morning, Duoduo woke up at 7 o'clock to see her father. With messy hair, she looked like a little bug, pushing her bottom out of the covers and waking up Jiang Shui, who was still asleep. Because Jiang Shui usually drives Duoduo to and from school, she sleeps until she wakes naturally on weekends, when she doesn't have to take the baby to school. Today's natural awakening ended with Duoduo's repeated calls for her mother. "Good girl, let mommy sleep a little longer, okay?" Jiang Shui said indistinctly. "Mommy, Duoduo misses daddy. Let's go find daddy, let's go find daddy." No matter what, Jiang Shui couldn't resist her child's coquettishness. Once Duoduo started to act cute, she was a dead loss. After getting up, Jiang Shui finished dressing Duoduo and tied 2 little buns on her head, just like Neza. Then she put on some delicate makeup herself. As she looked at herself in the mirror, she suddenly had a slight expectation for the meeting with Gu Fei. The wall that had been built up over the past 4 years gradually began to crumble in her heart. "We're leaving now, and we'll be there in an hour." Jiang Shui sent a message to Gu Fei and then left the house with Duoduo. Chapter 7, Duoduo's gift to her father. "Yes, let's go see daddy." Duoduo was overjoyed, skipping and jumping from the moment they left the house, repeating the words over and over in her mouth. On the way, they passed a park, and in front of the park gate was an old man selling helium balloons. The various styles of balloons dazzled Duoduo, who was sitting in the car. "Mom, Duoduo wants to buy a balloon." Duoduo leaned over the car window, her eyes following the balloons. "Let's go buy a balloon for Duoduo." Jiang Shui responded to Duoduo and then turned to the driver and said, "Uncle Su, let's turn around." During the process of turning around, due to the change in the direction of the car, Duoduo's perspective of observing the balloons was also changing. Sometimes she could see them, and sometimes she had to turn her head to see them, but Duoduo was always following the balloons with her eyes. As they got closer and closer to the balloons, Duoduo suddenly looked as if she had made a new discovery, and her voice volume increased several times. "Mom! Duoduo found the Ultraman balloon." "Huh? Since when did Duoduo like Ultraman?" In Jiang Shui's memory, Duoduo has always liked cute and cuddly things like rabbits and kittens, and was never interested in the things that boys like. Why is she acting so strangely today, looking for Ultraman? While they were talking, the door of the stroller automatically opened, and little Duoduo couldn't wait to climb down from the seat with her back facing the ceiling. "Don't worry, Duoduo, the balloon won't run away." Duoduo hasn't told her mother yet when she fell in love with Ultraman. Jiang Shui pressed further. But Shui knew that Duoduo had waved her little hand and shaken her head like a rattle a few times. Duoduo doesn't like Ultraman, but Daddy does, so Duoduo wants to give it to Daddy. Jiang Shui smiled, "You really are a little sweetheart, you even know to bring a present for your father." "How did Duoduo know that Daddy likes Ultraman?" Jiang Shui continued to ask. Duda took the Ultraman balloon handed to her by the man with her little hand and said proudly to Jiang Shui, "All the boys in my kindergarten like Ultraman, and Daddy is a boy, so he likes it too." Jiang Shui patted Dudu's head. The little one's train of thought is still quite clear. After paying, Jiang Shui and Duda got back in the car and continued on their way. At this time, Gu Fei had also got up and was cleaning the room in preparation for the arrival of the mother and daughter. But now there was a problem. Had they come a little too early? What would be a good thing to do besides cooking? Otherwise, it might be a bit awkward. Gu Fei was thinking about this while wiping down the dining table. Why not get them involved? If everyone had something to do, it wouldn't be too awkward. "Where are you? How long will it take you to get here? If you can't find the unit door, I'll come downstairs to meet you." Gu Fei sent a message to Jiang Shui. When Jiang Shui's phone rang, the first one to react was Duoduo. "Mom, is that Dad?" Jiang Shui looked at Duoduo's big, expectant eyes and responded softly, "Yes, it's Dad. You'll be able to see Dad in a little while." Jiang Shui pressed the speech button on WeChat, brought the phone close to Duoduo's mouth, and said, "Duoduo, go ahead and say something to Dad." Duoduo took a happy, deep breath, and then, as if using all her strength, shouted, "Dad." Duoduo loves Dad. The driver, Mr. Su, is smiling kindly in the front seat. He, too, is healed by the cute little Duoduo and hopes that his own daughter will be more motivated and will give birth to such a cute baby in the future. After Duoduo is finished talking to Gu Fei, she sits back contentedly and looks at Jiang Shui. Without warning, she gives her a kiss on the cheek. Duoduo loves her mother, too. Jiang Shui never would have thought that little Duoduo had also learned to share the love. Mom and Dad love Duoduo too. Jiang Shui's heart was filled with warmth. Perhaps this was the meaning of a complete family. Not only did Duoduo have her father's love, she also felt complete herself. Uncle Su, how long until we get there? Jiang Shui asked the driver, Lao Su. Miss, we'll be there in about 20 minutes. Gu Fei received a reply message from Jiang Shui. 20 minutes was fast. He had already prepared the rice, and was now preparing the ingredients. He had bought carrots, seaweed, sesame seeds, green vegetables, ham, potatoes, curry, eggs, and meat floss yesterday. The ingredients were more than enough to make a rich meal. The prototype of the rabbit rice dish was already in Gu Fei's mind, and he was already looking forward to seeing how happy Duoduo would be when she saw the finished rabbit rice. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Jiang Shui arrived at Gu Fei's door with Duoduo. Gu Fei arranged the 2 pairs of slippers and came to open the door. Before he could say anything, little Duoduo already threw her arms open and jumped into his arms. Daddy, Daddy, Duoduo misses Daddy. Gu Fei also caught Duoduo directly and carried her into the house in one go. Plus 130 points to the baby's happiness. Plus 222 points to the baby's happiness. Why has Duoduo become little Neza today? Gu Fei asked, holding Duoduo in his arms. Mom has turned Duoduo into a little Neza. Duoduo knows that this is a compliment to her cuteness, so she is a little proud of herself, lying on Gu Fei's body and giggling at Jiang Shui behind them. Duoduo is wearing a little red puffy dress today, black little leather shoes, and 2 little bobbins on her head, very cute. The Ultraman balloon is wrapped around Duoduo's wrist and flying above the heads of the father and daughter. I thought you might not be able to find it, so I was going to go downstairs to meet you. Gu Fei hugged Duoduo and waited for Jiang Shui to finish changing her slippers before they entered the living room together. It's not necessary. It was easy to find. I found it in no time. Jiang Shui could tell that the slippers were new. You bought these new slippers, didn't you? Thank you. Jiang Shui had not spent much time with Gu Fei before, and she did not know that he was such a meticulous person. Yes, I bought the slippers for you and Duoduo when I got home from work yesterday. Otherwise, I don't have any slippers for you here. Jiang Shui was happy to hear this. It seems that Gu Fei has really been single for so many years, and even the slippers are only for men. She looked at the handsome Gu Fei. At this moment in his home, Jiang Shui felt a subtle atmosphere. And Gu Fei is now single-mindedly focused on Duoduo, wanting to be good to her and give her all his love. As for Jiang Shui, Gu Fei maintains a good sense of boundaries and politeness, because what happened 4 years ago still makes him feel somewhat guilty, so he will do his best to be a good father. Jiang Shui has been raising the child on her own for the past few years, and she feels that she has missed out on Duoduo's first 3 years of growth. Now it is not too late to make up for it. Gu Fei noticed the balloon in Duoduo's hand and asked Jiang Shui if Duoduo still likes Ultraman. Jiang Shui burst out laughing, that's a gift from Duoduo to you. Duoduo likes it. Duoduo had almost forgotten about Ultraman, but when she heard the 2 of them chatting, she quickly took the string from Ultraman off her wrist. This is a gift from Duoduo to Daddy. Daddy is a boy, and all boys like Ultraman. Duoduo said, while tying the balloon string to Gu Fei's thick wrist in a very unpracticed manner, as her small hands moved slowly. Do you need help, Mom? Jiang Shui asked. Duoduo can do it herself, thanks, Mom. Duoduo tied the string seriously, and did not look up when she answered Jiang Shui. Gu Fei held Duoduo in one arm, and with the other hand, he gently rubbed Duoduo's little head. Thank you, Duoduo. Daddy really likes the Ultraman balloon you gave me. You're welcome, Daddy. Gu Fei planned to put the balloon somewhere else, otherwise it would be dangerous to take a hydrogen balloon into the kitchen while cooking. Duoduo, can you help Ultraman choose a place? When we start cooking in a moment, can we ask Ultraman to wait for us there? Just to be on the safe side, Gu Fei added, Duoduo can choose anywhere except the kitchen. Duoduo looked around the room and pointed to the floor-length doll decoration next to the sofa, saying, let Ultraman play with Bear. Great, then Duoduo will accompany Dad to send Ultraman off, and then we'll start cooking rabbit rice. Yes. We're going to cook rabbit rice. Then Duoduo grabbed Jiang Shui's hand, and her mother joined in. Chapter 8, Mom and Dad need to hold hands. Duoduo grabs Gu Fei with her left hand and her mom with her right. What follows next is something neither Gu Fei nor Jiang Shui expected a 3.5-year-old child to do. Because when Duoduo gets out of kindergarten, she sees other kids' parents holding hands as they walk together. She thinks that her parents should hold hands too. She has never seen her parents holding hands before. So with all her might, she pushed the hands of the two adults towards each other, then quickly slipped behind them. Mommy and Daddy, hold hands. All the other kids' parents hold hands, and Duoduo wants her parents to hold hands too. Gu Fei and Jiang Shui were worried that if they tried to break free, they might hurt Duoduo's hand, so they let their hands meet despite the little girl's strong urging. Jiang Shui's hand twitched as if it had been electrocuted, and her fair face suddenly flushed red. Duoduo, Mommy and Daddy aren't used to holding hands, so we won't hold hands for now. Despite being embarrassed, he still wanted to give Duoduo a response. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Shui's reaction. Was she embarrassed, shy, or blushing like a young girl? His heart didn't have much of a splash, just touch if you touch, but Gu Fei still felt that the moment Jiang Shui's hand touched his, she retracted her hand and fled in a panic. So, in order to ease the atmosphere, Gu Fei told Duoduo that her parents were happy just to hold her hand. Duoduo, let's finish sending the balloons now. Gu Fei took Duoduo to tie the balloons to the large ornament, and Jiang Shui let out a long breath. She was surprised by her own reaction. It was just a touch, so why was she so nervous? Her heart was pounding. Was it because she cared? After putting the balloons up, Jiang Shui saw that Duoduo had not yet changed her slippers. So she pinched Duoduo's armpit and picked her up, walking to the door. Duoduo, look, Daddy has prepared bunny slippers for you. Did you not see them? Duoduo was so intent on snuggling with Gu Fei when she entered the door that she was carried away without even seeing the slippers. So when she saw the bunny slippers, she was as happy as if she had received a gift, and she jumped about to put on the cute slippers. Dodo is very happy, wearing bunny slippers, eating bunny food, and wearing bunny shoes. Jiang Shui helped Dodo change her shoes. Dodo bent her knee slightly, put her two little hands together in a gesture of victory, placed them on her head, and jumped about, skipping towards Gu Fei, repeating in her mouth. Dudu the little bunny, little white bunny, white and white, Dudu is a little bunny. Mobao's joy value plus 99. Mobao's joy value plus 111. Mobao's joy value plus 355. Gu Fei noticed that the joy value growth numbers were getting bigger and bigger today. Yesterday it was still in single digits, and today it has increased by double digits. I wonder if this change is a coincidence or if there is some kind of pattern. Gu Fei thought to himself, and asked the system his question and hoped to get an answer. Gu Fei was not disappointed. The system's voice rang in his head. Answering the host, as Meng Bao and the host spend more time together, the base of the value will increase. It seems that it is not a coincidence. In this way, the growth rate of points will double. Jiang Shui took the initiative to find something to talk about with Gu Fei, and also wanted to learn more about Gu Fei's life in recent years. Don't you feel lonely living alone in such a big house? Gu Fei responded to Jiang Shui while giving Duoduo a snack. No, I don't. Since I bought a robot vacuum cleaner, I don't feel lonely at all. I like having a bit more space and living comfortably. Jiang Shui nodded and looked closely at the man in front of her. He looked like a good father and even more like a good husband. So Jiang Shui continued, so, what do you do for a living? I'm working in design. What about you? Gu Fei felt as if he had just met Jiang Shui today. It was a little funny to think that the two of them, whose children were almost 4 years old, were just getting to know each other. I'm taking care of Duoduo full-time. The original plan was for me to go back to work at my father's company after Duoduo started kindergarten, but I don't want to. I want to spend more time with Duoduo. Jiang Shui looked at Duoduo, her eyes shining with motherly love, adding to her already gentle and beautiful appearance. Gu Fei knows that Jiang Shui's family's financial situation is such that even if she never works and keeps buying designer goods, she will still have more than enough. It seems like you're going in the direction of becoming a career-independent beautiful hot mom. Gu Fei jokes with Jiang Shui, and there is a hint of tenderness in his eyes and a natural smile on his face, which makes Jiang Shui feel very comfortable and feel that the distance between them is slowly closing. Jiang Shui is lost in the scene she just witnessed and doesn't say anything. After a while, the snacks and fruit were ready, and Gu Fei called Duoduo over to eat. Duoduo, Daddy bought you lots of snacks and fruit. You can watch Peppa Pig while you eat, or you can make rabbit rice with Daddy. What shall we do? Duoduo tilted her head, her cute little face looking at Gu Fei. After a little thought, between the delicious snacks and the novel rabbit rice, Duoduo decisively chose the rabbit rice. Duoduo and Daddy will make rabbit rice. After saying that, Duoduo lifted her little foot, meaning that there was a bunny on her shoe too, and she really liked it. Great, then let's go to the kitchen and get ready now. Gufei grabbed Duoduo's little hand and led her towards the kitchen. Duoduo was so happy that she was skipping along, and the two little birds on her head were following along, one above the other, which was really cute. Jiang Shui had taken Duoduo to the kids' restaurant before and had had kids' meals with strange shapes, but she had no idea what kind of meal Gufei was going to make. Jiang Shui was curious, but didn't want to break Duoduo's fairy tale fantasy because of adult conversations, so she walked over to Gufei and asked him in a low voice. Gufei, what kind of rabbit rice are you talking about? The kind with the rice shaped like a rabbit? When she got close to Gufei, Jiang Shui smelled the faint, clean soapy fragrance on him, which was very pleasant and made her want to get even closer. Gufei whispered in Jiang Shui's ear in reply, yes, it's just what you think. Duoduo saw the two of them doing this and said in a very small voice, Mommy and Daddy are whispering. Gufei and Jiang Shui heard her and saw that Duoduo was smiling happily. They wondered why this little cutie was so happy for no reason, so Gufei asked, Duoduo, what are you smiling about? Can you share it with Mommy and Daddy? Yes, Duoduo said without any hesitation. Mommy and Daddy are whispering. Mommy and Daddy are the best. In Duoduo's eyes, being able to whisper is the best relationship. In fact, what she wants to express is that Dad loves Mom, but Duoduo is not yet able to express herself very well, so she can only express herself in a way that she is familiar with. The love between Mom and Dad will make children feel happier, and Duoduo is no exception. Baby's happiness plus 216. Baby's happiness plus 329. Of course, Gufei and Jiang Shui also understood what Duoduo meant. In Duoduo's eyes, they are now a loving couple of parents. When they get to the kitchen, Duoduo's first thing is to wash her hands, as she is very hygienic. Daddy, Mummy, Duoduo's hands are dirty. Then Daddy will take Duoduo to wash her hands. So, Gufei grabs Duoduo's wrists, which she has raised, with his left and right hands from behind, and Duoduo surrenders as if she is being forced. Jiang Shui teases Duoduo, Duoduo, why did you surrender? Duoduo giggles as she listens, the bad bacteria are here, Duoduo will chase them away. At home, Jiang Shui would prepare a small stool for Duoduo, so that every time she washed her hands, Duoduo could stand on the stool and wash them herself. But Gufei didn't have one here, so he picked Duoduo up to a suitable height, squeezed some foam hand soap onto her hands, and then she began to wash them carefully. Her appearance was very endearing. So Gufei couldn't hold back and gave her a kiss on her white and tender little face. Duoduo responded with a kiss. Dad, what about Mom? Duoduo pointed at Jiang Shui. What happened to Mom? Gufei sensed that things were about to get complicated. Dad hasn't kissed Mom yet. Jiang Shui blushed, and their eyes met. Chapter 9. Can I apply to make one for my big friend too? At the moment they locked eyes, Gufei's gaze fell on Jiang Shui's lips, which looked exceptionally kissable against the backdrop of the bathroom's mood lighting. But then he saw Jiang Shui's blushing face from embarrassment, and Gufei felt a little cute and wanted to tease her. Are you so afraid of me? Jiang Shui took advantage of the situation to keep wiping Duoduo's hands. When people are embarrassed, they will make themselves look busy. She mumbled, no, I'm just a little hot. In fact, Gufei doesn't really know Jiang Shui's personality. Rather, he is slowly getting to know her from now on. He doesn't know if it's because of the changes that have taken place over the past few years of raising the baby, or because this is Jiang Shui's true personality. Gufei can't see the slightest trace of a spoiled brat in Jiang Shui. Instead, he feels that she is a girl who is measured and meticulous. After washing Duoduo's hands, the three of them entered the kitchen together and began the most anticipated part of the day, making rabbit rice. The rice, which had been cooked earlier, was already overflowing with the aroma of rice. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Duoduo tilted her little face up and kept sniffing with her little nose. Dad, the rice smells so good. Wait a little longer and Duoduo will be able to eat the delicious rice. Do you want to eat more, Duoduo? Gufei responded to every word Duoduo said, even if it was just an exclamation. Jiang Shui also noticed that the rice at Gufei's house smelled particularly good. It was the first time she had ever smelled the aroma of rice. Yes, it really does smell good. Jiang Shui gave it a couple of sniffs. It's authentic northeastern rice. Gufei said this, and he didn't believe it himself. A guy who never cooked before had authentic northeastern rice. It came from his mother's love. On the kitchen counter were the ingredients that Gu Fei had arranged, but they hadn't been processed yet. The potatoes need to be peeled, the carrots have not been washed yet, and the seaweed needs to be cut into the shape of a rabbit's eyes and mouth. Gu Fei picks up Duoduo and points to the different ingredients, asking, Duoduo is going to be a little helper and help Daddy wash the vegetables. Which one do you want to wash, the potatoes or the carrots? Without thinking, Duoduo chooses the carrots, just as Gu Fei guessed. Gu Fei also boldly guesses that the reason Duoduo chooses the carrots is because rabbits like them. So, Gu Fei asked Duoduo why she had chosen the carrot. Because rabbits love carrots. Duoduo looked serious, as if she were about to accomplish some difficult task. Hearing Duoduo's answer, Gu Fei laughed out loud. The little devil's mind is too easy to guess. So, Gu Fei got Duoduo a basin of water and put it in a place that was easy for Duoduo to reach, and gave Duoduo 2 carrots. Duoduo's little assistant, your next task is to wash these 2 carrots. Duoduo didn't know where she had learned it from, but she made a salute with her little hand next to her forehead and said, Yes, sir. Jiang Shui was surprised by Duoduo. Where did the child learn that? She hadn't taught her that before, and the kindergarten didn't teach that on purpose. Jiang Shui looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. Gu Fei seemed to be able to read Jiang Shui's thoughts, and told her. Children have a very strong ability to imitate. In life, at school, and in cartoons, they learn from and imitate all these sources. It's possible that she learned it from a cartoon. Jiang Shui felt that Gu Fei's words made sense. Now, little Duoduo often imitates her tone of voice and movements. With 2 carrots in Duoduo's hands, she can wash them for a long time, and Gu Fei can do the rest slowly. Assigning Duoduo tasks is also to make her feel more involved. Is there anything I can help with? Jiang Shui wanted to see if there was anything she could do to help, otherwise it would be a little awkward to do nothing. Gu Fei thought, not only should I find things for the child to do, but I should also arrange something for this big friend. Gu Fei understood that if the two were in a romantic relationship, Jiang Shui might be able to relax a little, but because the relationship was currently more subtle, Jiang Shui couldn't relax. And since it was in his own home today, it was normal for Jiang Shui to want to find something to do together. Gu Fei thought for a moment, told Jiang Shui to wait a moment, and then went to get some paper and a pen. Jiang Shui was puzzled. What did she need paper and a pen for? Did she need to draw a sketch before she could make rabbit rice? In just a few strokes, Gu Fei drew big eyes in the shape of a mouth on the A4 paper. 2 round black bean eyes, a smiling 3-lobed mouth. Just looking at this lively expression, it must be a very cute rabbit. Here, big friend, your task is to use the seaweed to make the expression of the rabbit. As soon as the words fell, Gu Fei handed Jiang Shui a pair of kitchen scissors. Duoduo, who had been quietly washing carrots, looked at Jiang Shui and giggled. Mom is also a little assistant, just like Duoduo. Jiang Shui slowly starts cutting the seaweed according to the shape Gu Fei drew. It looks easy, but it's not, because if you don't apply enough pressure, the seaweed will crumble. And the part you need is very small, so it's hard to hold it in your hand while you cut. So now Jiang Shui is very careful. As for Duoduo, the 2 carrots are keeping her busy. She washes the carrots slowly while talking to herself. Rabbit's favorite food is carrots, and Duoduo washes. Duoduo is Daddy's best little helper. Duoduo wants to wash the carrots really clean. You should blame the carrots. Baby's happiness plus 206. Baby's happiness plus 317. Baby's happiness plus 339. Gu Fei is now peeling the potatoes really fast. Jiang Shui can't help but look over when she hears the sound of the peeler. Is he that skilled? Gu Fei didn't expect that with 1-star chef, these basic kitchen skills would be a piece of cake, and his knife skills have improved a lot. Wow, you're so skilled, someone who doesn't know you would think you've worked in a restaurant. Jiang Shui is now much more relaxed and has started joking with Gu Fei. Gu Fei replies, apart from being talented at entertaining my children, I'm not bad at cooking either. Jiang Shui says softly, I look forward to trying Chef Gu's rabbit. Can I apply to make one for my friends? Of course, there's enough for everyone. Gu Fei is still concentrating on cutting the potatoes when he responds to Jiang Shui. This man, who was cooking in an apron and had a good-looking face and body, made Jiang Shui want to take a few more looks at Gu Fei while she had the chance. Part of the carrot was made into curry potatoes with the potatoes, and the other small part was cut into 5-petal flowers by Gu Fei with a knife. The carrots seemed to transform under his knife, quickly becoming little flowers. After Jiang Shui finished making the seaweed face, she hugged the flowers and stood around Gu Fei. Dad, the carrots have turned into flowers. Duoduo pointed at the carrot flowers that Gu Fei had cut with his knife and said happily. Dad, can you give Duoduo a carrot flower? Duoduo, pick one yourself. Which one do you like best? There were 4 carrot petals in total, and Duoduo chose the biggest and fullest one. Gu Fei was very satisfied. Duoduo has known since she was little to choose the best, so that when she grows up, she will not lose out, and it will not be easy for her to be cheated out of a little love. Unlike when he was a child, he had heard the story of Kong Rong giving up the pair too many times. Jiang Shui looked at the carrot flowers and asked Gu Fei where these little flowers should be placed. On the rabbit's ears? No, they should be placed on the quilt. Jiang Shui couldn't imagine what kind of rabbit meal and quilt there could be. How was Gu Fei going to make this quilt? No wonder children like it, and she, a grown-up, is already looking forward to it. Chapter 10, Children's Meal Complete. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Shui standing next to him, holding Duoduo. The arrival of the mother and child had made his originally empty and cold home feel warm. Gu Fei was in a happy mood, feeling the happiness and warmth of family. He unconsciously hummed a tune, and even the stirring of the food became rhythmic. This relaxed and warm atmosphere was the first time Gu Fei had experienced it in his life. No wonder there is an old saying that goes, a warm Kong with a wife and children. It must be what it feels like now. At the end of a tiring day's work, returning home is a cure for all ills. The kitchen is a place where feelings can quickly grow. Jiang Shui is holding her daughter, but her thoughts are completely on Gu Fei. Watching Gu Fei concentrate, humming a soft tune, and the aroma of rice wafting from the pot, these simple, happy moments make Jiang Shui feel very precious. So for a moment, Jiang Shui almost blurted out, "Why don't we get married?" But the words were on the tip of her tongue when she swallowed them, because she didn't feel Gu Fei's warmth. In her character, she would not do anything she was not sure about. Unless she was 100% sure that Gu Fei was moving closer to her, would she take the risk? Gu Fei turned his head and looked at Jiang Shui and Duoduo beside him. He made a face at Duoduo, which made her giggle. Jiang Shui gave Gu Fei a white look and muttered, "Childish." Duoduo nestled in Jiang Shui's arms, mumbling, "Daddy's cooking smells so good. Duoduo's hungry." Hearing that Duoduo was hungry, Gu Fei asked Jiang Shui to take Duoduo to the living room to have some snacks or fruit, but Duoduo refused, insisting on staying here to watch Daddy cook the rabbit rice. The curry potatoes were almost done, so they just needed to be covered for a while. While waiting, Gu Fei took out another frying pan, turned on the gas stove next to it. And when the fire was lit, there was a puff sound, which Duoduo imitated for a while. His cheeks puffed up like an angry little puffer fish, his mouth making a puffing sound as he pursed his lips, looking like a cute little treasure. Because usually the maid in the family prepares and serves the food, Duoduo has never been in the kitchen, let alone seen a gas stove ignited. So this scene was very new to Duoduo. Gu Fei and Jiang Shui were amused by Duoduo's cute appearance and laughed heartily. Although they were the adults raising the baby also provided them with a lot of emotional value. The eggs were quickly broken, the oil was heated, and the eggs were dropped into the pan. The moment they hit the pan, there was a satisfying popping sound. When the first side of the egg had set, Gu Fei picked up the pan and expertly flipped the egg with a toss. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up as she watched Gu Fei's fluid spoon tipping, and she looked at him in admiration. "Wow, that was so cool. You can even do that? Gu Fei, you can even do that? I really didn't realize it." Gu Fei sensed a little bit of Jiang Shui's admiration for him in her tone of voice, and his mouth curved up into a nice arc as he said, "Since I'm so cool, may I ask Miss Jiang if you'd like to be the first sister of the group?" If Jiang Shui wasn't holding Duoduo, she would have given Gu Fei a tap on the back of the head. "A big sister? Calling yourself old? What girl would want to hear that?" She knew Gu Fei was joking, but she rolled her eyes at him anyway. "I'm not going to be a big sister, I'll be a mother instead. Right, Duoduo?" Although little Duoduo couldn't understand what the two adults were mumbling about, she always responded to the main one's words. Her two little hands clasped and intertwined, nodding in response with a cute, dazed look. The omelette is ready, and Gu Fei serves it out for later use. At this point, all the ingredients have been processed, and there is only one final step left, which is to shape the rabbit. The appearance of this dish of rabbit rice has long been in Gu Fei's mind. First, he arranged the curry potatoes on a plate and spread them out. Next, he used the rice to shape the ears and head of the rabbit, making 3 identical copies, which he arranged neatly on the plate. When the rabbit's head appeared, the rabbit rice was already taking shape, and Duoduo began to feel very excited. Rabbit, rabbit, I see a rabbit. Baby's joy value plus 222. Baby's joy value plus 366. Next, Gufei gently picked up the seaweed eyes and mouth with tweezers and placed them on the head of the rice rabbit. The rabbit with its 5 facial features immediately came to life. Duoduo applauded. Next, Gufei gently placed the fried omelette under the rabbit's head, and it looked just like a little white rabbit with a golden yellow quilt covering it. Having done this, Zhang Shui and Duoduo exclaimed in unison. Wow! No wonder you are mother and daughter, your tones are in perfect sync. Gufei never imagined that cooking in the kitchen could make him feel like a celebrity. The final step is the finishing touch. Carrot flowers are placed one by one on top of the egg blanket to become the patterned embellishments on the quilt. All the steps are complete, in triplicate. Gufei looks at the work made from the ingredients and is still very satisfied. As for the taste, he is not worried either. As a 1-star chef, he is sure to be able to pass. Okay, we can go eat bunny rice now. Duoduo, choose a bunny for you. Mobao's happiness value plus 404. Mobao's happiness value plus 566. Duoduo can't bear to blink her big, fluffy eyes at the cute bunny rice, for fear that if she does, the bunny will run away. Among the 3 plates of rice, Duoduo chooses the one in the middle. Dudu, why did you choose the middle plate? Gufei was the first to bring Dudu's meal to the table. Because this bunny is the cutest. While talking, Dudu was already carried by Gufei to a chair, with her 2 little feet dangling, very happy. Okay, it's time for you to choose your bunny, big friend. Gufei, still wearing his apron, made a gesture of a princess choosing something, indicating Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui's face turned bright red. She hadn't done anything, just what she had done to the baby, but she felt like she was being spoiled by Gufei. After all, who doesn't like to be spoiled? Zhang Shui took the plate on the left and said, I want this one. This is the second prettiest rabbit. Gufei looked at Zhang Shui now, as if she were a child, innocent and carefree. Daddy, come eat dinner soon, the rabbit will run away soon. Duoduo scooped up a rabbit ear with a spoon, mixed it with the curry, and stuffed it into her mouth in one big bite, mumbling and calling Gufei over to eat. Duoduo, take care of the rabbit for Daddy, Daddy will go wash some fruit for you and then come eat. Gufei had just opened the refrigerator to take out the fruit when, unexpectedly, Zhang Shui took it over without any defense. You've been cooking for a long time, let me wash the fruit, you go and eat first. Zhang Shui's voice was so gentle that it could make water drip. Gufei froze in place for a few seconds. The young lady, who had never touched water with her fingers, was actually going to wash the fruit on her own initiative. Does she really care about me so tenderly and considerately? Chapter 11, huh? Meet the parents? After washing the fruit, the family sat down to eat together in an orderly manner. At this inopportune moment, Zhang Shui's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Duoduo's grandmother calling. Every weekend, the grandmother has to video chat with Duoduo. At an advanced age, she can't wait to show her love for her precious little grandson. Zhang Shui glanced at Gufei, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, she could feel her grandmother's enthusiasm through the screen. Her voice was a little loud, and she had a big smile on her face, as if she wanted to come out of the screen and hug Duoduo. Oh, my sweet Duoduo, I've missed you so much. Do you miss your grandmother? Ms. Zhuang Xinfei, this is Duoduo. Zhang Shui was used to this. Zhuang Xinfei never cared whether Duoduo was in the shot or not. As soon as the video call was connected, she started talking non-stop. Dodo, take the phone and talk to your grandma yourself. Then you tell her that we're going to have dinner soon and call her back later. Dodo obediently took the phone and called out to her grandma in her cute little voice. On the other side of the screen, Zhuang Xinfei looked adoringly at her. Good girl, did you miss your grandma? Tell her what you're eating. It's bunny rabbit rice made by your daddy, it's delicious. Duoduo happily held the phone and turned it around, wanting to take a picture of Zhuang Xinfei eating the rabbit rice. As she turned the phone, Gufei also entered the frame. Zhuang Xinfei's mind went blank for a moment. This was a lot of information. Dad? Who is Duoduo calling Dad? Could it be that Zhang Shui has secretly fallen in love? But Duoduo shouldn't be calling people Dad just like that. Zhuang Xinfeng's face immediately became serious. Duoduo, Grandma saw you, honey, eat your food well, and give your mom the phone. Duoduo handed the phone to Jiang Shui, and continued eating the delicious rabbit rice, shaking her head and smacking her lips while eating. Her eyes were happy and narrowed into a slit. Daddy's rabbit rice is delicious, delicious. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Shui, to see how she would solve the problem in front of her. Since Jiang Shui was able to answer her mother's call here, it proves that Jiang Shui could predict what would happen next, so it seems that Jiang Shui already has a countermeasure in mind. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shui answered the phone, took a selfie, pointed the camera at herself and Gu Fei, and introduced herself to Zhuang Xinfei cleanly and neatly. Ms. Zhuang, let me briefly introduce you. He is Gu Fei, Duoduo's real father. Gu Fei will formally introduce himself to you some other time when he has the time. Okay, Duoduo, you've seen him, so if there's nothing else, I'll hang up, we need to eat. Gu Fei hadn't even had time to say hello to Zhuang Xinfei when Jiang Shui hung up the phone, very efficiently. Is this how you and your mother communicate all the time, so simple and direct? Why did you hang up the phone so quickly? Gu Fei felt that the Jiang Shui who had just hung up the phone was a completely different person from the gentle Jiang Shui who had washed the fruit. A little contrastingly cute. Jiang Shui's eyes crinkle with a smile as she explains softly to Gu Fei. You have no idea what my mother is like. If I talk to her about this slowly, we won't be able to eat today. Jiang Shui pauses, and then says, when are you free? I'll take you to meet my parents. Gu Fei is caught off guard and his voice rises a little, huh? Meet the parents? Jiang Shui is amused by Gu Fei's reaction. It's understandable that he would be nervous about meeting the parents. So in order to ease Gu Fei's tension, Jiang Shui reassured him, it's okay, if you're nervous, you can meet them later, there's no rush. Just wait until you're ready. Oh yes, you'll be meeting them as the biological father of your child, so you don't need to be too nervous. Gu Fei could hear that Jiang Shui's tone was gentle and warm, reassuring him and trying to ease his tension. In fact, when Jiang Shui answered the phone, Gu Fei was already thinking about this. If this were his own daughter, pregnant with another man's child, and his daughter was raising the child from birth to kindergarten, and the biological father only showed up now, he would definitely break the man's legs if he saw him. As he thought about it, he became deeply involved, so he couldn't go, it was too dangerous. But then I thought, everything has a precondition. The precondition for breaking his leg is that the man is irresponsible. And in his case in Jiang Shui's, he didn't even know about the child, and Jiang Shui went abroad with the child by herself. From this perspective, missing the growth process of his biological baby is also a kind of loss for him. So he is also passive. Since it is not his problem, what is there to be ashamed of? And speaking of which, Gu Fei also felt that he should tell his parents about the child, they are also people who have a granddaughter. So Gu Fei blurted out, sure, you set up a time, I'll cooperate. While they were chatting, the system was also busy. In Gu Fei's mind, a series of numbers kept popping up. Mengbao joy value plus 366. Mengbao joy value plus 432. Mengbao joy value plus 533. Gu Fei saw that Duoduo was about to finish the rabbit rice. She was really happy, but she hadn't booked the next kid's meal yet. It seemed like he needed to guide her a bit. Dudu, did you like the rabbit rice? Gu Fei smiles like a caring father. Dad, the rabbit rice was delicious, Dudu really liked it, and I want to eat the rabbit rice you make next time. Gu Fei has been waiting to hear this. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the hidden task. And received a system reward, a 20x spending experience card. Warm reminder, please use it within 8 hours, otherwise the system will reclaim the experience card. Gu Fei opened his system backpack and saw a very technologically sounding gray metal card with some lines on it. The lines gave off a faint yellow glow, and at the bottom were 2 large characters, use. There was also a small line of text, card remaining usage time 7 hours, 58 minutes, 32 seconds. Just in time for dinner, and there are no plans yet. In the afternoon, he can take Duoduo out to play. Gu Fei already had a plan for how to spend the money. He wanted to buy himself a new car. He had been driving the same used Audi for several years in order to save money. But now it was constantly breaking down and needed repairs, so it was time for a new car. The system, the money earned from rebates can be used as I please, right? Because this card has a spending limit, the rebates can only be earned if the money is spent on the baby. Gu Fei didn't know if there were any subsequent restrictions, so he wanted to confirm. Ding, the answer is that the host can do whatever he wants with the money from the rebates. Gufei noticed that there were still rice grains stuck to the corners of Duoduo's mouth. He could see that the baby had eaten very well, and the last bite of rice in his mouth had not been chewed. His cheeks were round and plump, like those of a cute little river dolphin. Gufei took out a tissue and wiped Duoduo's mouth while responding, "Duoduo likes to eat, and Daddy can make bunny rabbit rice for Duoduo next time." Duoduo's emotional value is also directly full. She leans into Gufei and gives him a loud kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Daddy." Jiang Shui is jealous again and also leans in. "What about Mummy? Does Mummy get a kiss?" "Of course she does, and Duoduo loves Mummy too." Gufei tidies up the tableware and, after finding out that Jiang Shui has no other plans for the afternoon, he starts to make arrangements for the afternoon. "Dudu, in the afternoon, Mommy and Daddy will take you out to play. What do you want to do?" Dudu's big eyes lit up, and her answer was something neither Gufei nor Jiang Shui could have imagined. They were shocked to hear what Dudu wanted to do. Chapter 12, Catch a Dinosaur? Dudu wants to catch a dinosaur. Can Daddy take Dudu to catch a big dinosaur? Dudu heard Jenny say that her daddy took her to catch a big dinosaur, and Dudu also wants to. Jenny is Duoduo's best American friend from kindergarten. Jenny is full of imagination. She tells Duoduo about all the things her father takes her to do, like catching dinosaurs, fighting monsters, rolling around in the grass, and playing blind man's buff. One day at kindergarten, the teacher is busy taking care of the children taking a nap when she suddenly hears Duoduo sobbing in distress next to Jenny's bed. Her little body was locked under the quilt, sobbing. Duoduo knew she shouldn't disturb the other children sleeping, so she didn't dare to cry out loud. Because she had heard Jenny tell her all about her father, Duoduo also wanted a father to accompany her. But where was her father? She had never met him, only heard about him from her mother. A seed was planted in the little Duoduo's heart, and she must find her father. From that day on, Duoduo grabbed random handsome men on the street to identify her father. Gufei and Jiang Shui were shocked. "Ha? Grabbing a dinosaur?" The two of them looked at each other in tacit understanding. Jiang Shui shrugged innocently at Gufei, indicating that she had also just learned that Duoduo was interested in dinosaurs. Gufei was even more surprised. One second Duoduo was interested in cute, cuddly bunnies, and the next she was grabbing a big dinosaur. While he found this incredible, he also felt that Duoduo was even cuter, like a little anti-cliché treasure. Jiang Shui rubbed her forehead in headache, her face showing reluctance. She didn't want to break Duoduo's innocence, but at the same time, she felt that this request was simply impossible to fulfill. Taking advantage of Duoduo's inattention, she whispered to Gufei, "What should we do? Where are we going to find a dinosaur for Duoduo?" Just then, Gufei already had a countermeasure. Because he could read his baby's mind, he knew that sometimes what children say doesn't have to be completely in line with adults' thinking. If you think like a baby, the dinosaur catching problem can be solved very easily. So Gufei now has the perfect solution to make Duoduo happy and catch dinosaurs. "Don't panic, I have a solution." Gufei raised his eyes proudly, indicating that this was a trivial matter and there was no need to worry. After spending time together on these two occasions, Jiang Shui is convinced that if Gufei says he has a solution, he really can make Duoduo happy. So she shouldn't worry about it and just wait for Gufei's good solution. Gufei pinched Duoduo's two little ears, which were soft and pliable, and asked her in a nice, gentle voice whether she wanted to take a nap before going to catch dinosaurs, or whether they should set off right away. Without hesitation, Duoduo jumped up on her little feet, and her two little tufts on her head bobbed along with her. "Dad, Duoduo wants to go now. Dad knows where there are big dinosaurs, right? If you don't know, you can ask Jenny's dad." Hearing this, Gufei and Jiang Shui both understood why Duoduo suddenly said she wanted to catch a dinosaur. It was because she envied her good friend Jenny, who had a dad to take her to catch dinosaurs. Duoduo had always had this expectation in her heart. But it was just that she had never had a dad appear, so she didn't have anyone to help her catch a dinosaur. And as for her mom, in Duoduo's heart, catching dinosaurs was very dangerous, and she couldn't let her mom get hurt, so when she finally met Gufei, Dudu finally has a father who can support her and take risks with her. Gufei petted Dudu's head fondly and said, "You'll have everything that other kids have. As your father, how can I let you just envy other kids? Of course Dad knows." "Does Dudu trust Dad?" Gufei assured Dudu with confidence and held out his right little finger, bending the knuckle. "Let's pinky swear." Duoduo happily held out her little hand. The length of one little finger was not even as long as Gufei's knuckle, and it was so cute when we made a pinky promise. Pinky promise, pinky promise. Duoduo looked at Gufei with starry eyes, and Gufei's heart was about to melt from the cuteness. Baby cuteness plus 366. Baby cuteness plus 544. Jiang Shui was quietly recording the loving moment between father and daughter with her phone. After taking the photo, Jiang Shui unconsciously zoomed in on the photo and looked at Gufei in the photo over and over again. Just then, a ray of sunshine fell on his hair, as if illuminating the whole person and warming him up. Jiang Shui, let's go now, shall we? Jiang Shui, who was still immersed in admiring the photo, was snapped back to reality by Gufei's words. Oh, okay, I'll put Duoduo's shoes on. Jiang Shui hastily put away her phone, afraid that Gufei would find out that she was peeking at his photos. It's hot outside, so you put Duoduo's shoes on and go straight downstairs to wait for me at the apartment door. I'll go get the car and come pick you up. Gufei made careful and appropriate arrangements. Just before leaving, Duoduo suddenly remembered something. Without saying a word, she ran with her little feet to the teddy bear decoration and took the Ultraman balloon off. Dad, Mom, Duoduo wants to take Ultraman with her. Ultraman is very powerful and can be Dad's little helper to catch dinosaurs. Gufei and Jiang Shui were amused by Duoduo's childlike innocence and laughed heartily. The world of children is so simple, which is why fairy tales seem so beautiful. Since they were going to buy a lot of things later, Gufei thought of a way to convince Duoduo to leave the Ultraman balloon at home. Duoduo, it's dangerous to go out and catch dinosaurs today, isn't it? Duoduo nodded firmly and seriously, yes, yes. It was as if she were going on a life and death appointment. Seeing this expression on the face of a 3.5-year-old baby, Gufei almost couldn't hold back, but he resisted the urge to laugh. What if the dinosaur leader finds our home? Is our home in danger too? Gufei patiently guided Duoduo step by step to answer his question. Yes, yes. Duoduo nodded again. So, can we leave Ultraman at home? If the dinosaur leader finds our home, Ultraman can protect our home, right? Seeing that Duoduo was a little hesitant, Gufei gave Jiang Shui a wink, indicating that Jiang Shui should add to the conversation. Jiang Shui immediately understood what Gufei meant, and then crouched down next to Duoduo and said softly to her. Daddy is very awesome, Duoduo, and Daddy has Duoduo as his little helper, right? We Duoduo can also become Daddy's awesome little helper, right? Duoduo is also very brave, right? Duoduo thinks for a moment and replies loudly, yes. Mr. Ultraman, please protect the house at home. Duoduo can also be Daddy's little helper. The baby's tone is firm, as if he is about to join the party. Gufei gives Jiang Shui a big thumbs up in a soft voice, patiently guiding her. Jiang Shui seems to have learned his way of doing things a little, and is very good at learning. Jiang Shui responded with a slightly smug expression, meaning that it was still very easy to handle the little brat Duoduo. Duoduo quickly ran back, put the Ultraman balloon back in place, and, as if bidding farewell to a good friend, told Ultraman. Mr. Ultraman, you take care of the house. You have to work hard. Duoduo is going to go out and have adventures with Daddy. Looking at Duoduo's small back, Gufei wished that he could always protect Duoduo's dream of a fairy tale. Then he took out his phone and took Duoduo's first video. When Duoduo grows up, he will show her how silly she was as a child. Gufei can imagine that feeling. It will be like looking at his own Facebook feed from 10 years ago, and he will be able to laugh at how silly he was back then. If he has been in the rain, his real daughter should have a go too. Yes. Let's go catch dinosaurs. Amidst Duoduo's cheers, the family of 3 set off separately. Chapter 13, 10 million in consumer rebates. Gufei went to get the car. I don't know if it was because he had the idea of trading in the car, but today, driving this used Audi, he felt that the seats had become harder, the steering wheel was not as agile, and the wiper speed had also slowed down. What car he could trade in completely depended on today's spending. Gufei was thinking about how he could get more rebates in the limited time and with the limited spending targets. He asked Jiang Shui to take the baby downstairs first, and there was another reason, which was to leave some space for his own thinking. He couldn't think properly when Jiang Shui and Duoduo were around. Sitting in the car for a while, Gufei recalled the resources he had come into contact with over the past few years. Because he worked in design, he had also come into contact with some exhibitions, styling, design, and peripheral projects. When it came to dinosaurs, Gufei could really find a lot of them for Duoduo, but if he wanted the most expensive ones. Gufei suddenly thought of a dinosaur-themed exhibition he had just attended in the first half of the year. He was impressed by the exhibition not because of anything else, but because it was expensive. A 1:1 scale animatronic T-Rex, as he remembered from some of the introductions at the time, was made of steel, with a drive mechanism that could be remotely controlled via remote sensing. In addition to the steel structure, it was covered with simulated leather, which also achieved an optimal tactile restoration. The daily rental was 500,000 yuan. If 500,000 yuan is returned at 20 times the original price, Gufei can receive at least 10 million yuan in reimbursement tonight. With 10 million yuan, Gufei can buy a car without having to worry about the price, as long as it is not a top luxury model. Gufei is a little excited at the thought, and quickly looks for contact information. He remembers adding the person in charge's WeChat at the time. After finding the person in charge's WeChat, Gufei starts asking if he can rent it today and if he can help deliver it to the designated location. The person in charge felt like he had won the lottery. Usually it was hard to find customers, but now someone had come to rent the model so urgently. Yes, sir, we can meet all your needs. We can issue the contract right away, and you need to pay a deposit of 20,000 yuan. The remaining 480,000 yuan can be paid in full once we have delivered the model to the designated location. But at the moment, Gufei only had a little over 200,000 yuan in savings, and even with the rewards from the System Novice gift pack, it was less than 300,000 yuan. When you're away from home, you rely on friends. Gufei had a good relationship with one of the company's shareholders, and they were still good friends. Gufei was confident that he could borrow 300,000 yuan from him. There was paper and pen in the car, a personal habit of Gufei since he started working in the design industry. After all, hundreds of thousands of yuan was no small sum. To reassure the other party and make sure he could borrow the money smoothly, Gufei quickly wrote up an IOU and sent a photo of it to Yang Tianxua. There was no time to wait for a reply from him, as Jiang Shui and Duoduo were still waiting for him. Gufei couldn't afford to delay too long, so without saying a word, he simply called. He came straight to the point. Yang, I'm in a bit of a bind. I need some money, 300,000 yuan. I've already written up an IOU and sent it to you. Please have a look and let me know if there are any mistakes. My friend, you've been taken in, haven't you? Asking for 300,000 yuan just like that? 300,000 yuan is really not a lot to me. Given our friendship and your character, I would have lent you the money without the IOU, but I'm worried that you've been taken in. Do you want to reconsider? Be careful, it's best not to be cheated by a woman. Gufei thought to himself that it did involve a woman. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't tell you the purpose, and I'll pay you back on time. Gufei's repayment time was written as within 1 week. But the more Gufei said this, the more it looked like he was being cheated. Yang Tianxua still refused to let go. I advise you to really reconsider and calm down, buddy. I'm serious, Lao Yang, if you don't lend it to me, I'll find someone else. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, Gufei hung up the phone. He also understood that if anyone else were in such a hurry to borrow hundreds of thousands of yuan, they would also consider whether they were being deceived and would not dare to lend it even if they had the money. A moment later, Gufei received a message on WeChat, and the card number was sent to me. Yang Tianxua could see that he could not persuade Gufei, and he would borrow the money anyway. He didn't need the money himself, and if his friend really needed help, then he would have helped a little. Gufei knew that, given Yang's personality, he would definitely lend him the money. He sent the card number, thanked his friend, and said he would pay it back on time. He would repay him by finding some pretty girls. Soon, the other person sent a message back, thanking him and saying he liked girls. He also received the news that 300,000 yuan had been deposited into the bank card account. The balance was now just over 600,000 yuan, which was enough for the next round of spending. Gufei could already imagine how excited Duoduo would be when she saw this huge moving Tyrannosaurus Rex appear in front of her. The happy moment when Duoduo danced and jumped around, happily shouting "Daddy!" made him look forward to it even more. Would she be happily running around the dinosaur non-stop, or would she be scared and hiding behind her parents? And if Gufei remembered correctly, there was a seat on this dinosaur for one person. This time, Duoduo will no longer be envious of other children. Gufei will take Duoduo's picture at that time, and let Duoduo hold the picture and tell stories to other children. Duoduo is now a child with a father, and he wants to make Duoduo the object of envy for other children. After contacting the dinosaur exhibitor, Gufei read the other party's electronic contract, found no problems, paid the deposit, confirmed the delivery location, and then drove to the door of the unit to pick up Jiang Shui and Duoduo. On the way, he was thinking about what kind of car would be good for the 10 million. At the entrance of the unit, Jiang Shui was crouching next to Duoduo. The mother and daughter were playing a game of finger tag. Gu Fei saw this scene from here. Jiang Shui was gentle and loving, and she was very beautiful. Even after giving birth to a baby, her figure was like that of a young girl. This woman, although she has nothing to do with him now, is at least the biological mother of his daughter. I think it is also happy to think about it. And Duoduo? She is cute and well behaved, the kind of baby that all parents in the world wish they could have. Now he has her. And with the system in place, he is about to enter a life of boundless possibilities. When he thinks about this, how can he not be happy? Gu Fei's mouth is now harder than a case to keep a straight face. Daddy is here to pick up Duoduo, so Duoduo and Mommy get in the car quickly. Gu Fei sticks his head out the car window and calls to Duoduo and Jiang Shui to get in the car. Dudu immediately stopped playing and shouted, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy is here to pick me up." Dudu wants to sit with Daddy. Shueisha picked Dudu up in his arms, holding her with one hand while opening the car door with the other. He very seriously refused Dudu's request. "Where's Mommy's car?" Duoduo suddenly remembered that she and her mother had come in the nanny's car, and now they were in Dad's car, so what had happened to the nanny's car? Duoduo, you really are a worrier. Mom already sent Uncle Su home, otherwise would he be here waiting for you to eat rabbit food? Jiang Shui's teasing sounded like a joke to Duoduo, and she giggled in her mother's arms. Sit properly, we're leaving. Gu Fei gently pressed the accelerator and drove out of the residential area. Jiang Shui suddenly realized something and quickly added, "Oh. The Su Bai that Duoduo mentioned is our driver Lao Su." She saw Gu Fei's eyebrows and eyes reflected in the rearview mirror, and she suddenly became nervous. Ding, trigger system random task. Task, match the baby with 3 different styles of outfits. Task reward, clothing design and aesthetic skills top level in the country. The sudden announcement of the task made Gu Fei happy. The task was simple for him, and the reward was just what he needed. At work, there would be intersections between projects. Since that was the case, while waiting for the dinosaur model to be delivered, he would take Duoduo shopping for new clothes. Duoduo, in a while we'll go dinosaur hunting. To reward Duoduo for being brave and adventurous, how about Daddy takes her shopping for new clothes? Yes. Yes. What child could refuse new clothes? Chapter 14, Money really is for your own daughter. Gu Fei drove straight to the business district to go to Chanel, LV and other luxury children's clothing. Although he usually doesn't come into contact with these things, he thinks about the fact that he hasn't been there for Duoduo's growth in the past few years. And Duoduo usually wears luxury brands anyway. He doesn't want to let Duoduo down, so he wants to give her the best, not to mention that his savings are now enough to afford it. And he can use a wave of consumer rebate cards, which is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Fei, no need. Duoduo bought this little skirt today, too, so there's no need to buy new clothes. Jiang Shui tried to stop Gu Fei, because Duoduo's clothes were all very expensive, and she had grown up wearing luxury brands since she was a child. The little skirt alone cost more than 7,000 yuan. Even if Gu Fei only bought Duoduo some inexpensive clothes later, she didn't want to add financial pressure on Gu Fei because of it. Financially, she doesn't ask Gu Fei to pay anything at all, as long as he gives Duoduo's father company and love. If this puts pressure on Gu Fei, she won't feel good about it either. Gu Fei glanced at Jiang Shui in the rearview mirror and said in a calm but assertive tone, "It's okay, as long as Duoduo is happy. Besides, as a father, it's only natural for me to buy Duoduo new clothes." At this moment, Gu Fei looked even more handsome in Jiang Shui's eyes. He was not only handsome in appearance, but also handsome in his personality. She was happy for Duoduo to have such a loving father, a man who did not shirk his responsibilities. Along the way, Duoduo snuggled up in Jiang Shui's arms, rubbing her hair and pinching her fingers for a while, and kept talking to Gu Fei in the front seat. "Dad, can Duoduo have the pink clothes?" "Daddy, Daddy, where are we going to catch the big dinosaur?" "Daddy, Daddy, Duoduo is very brave, Duoduo is not afraid of the big dinosaur." "Even better than Jenny." Gu Fei responds to Duoduo from the rearview mirror, his face full of affection. "Duoduo likes what kind of little skirt? Daddy will buy it for Duoduo, let Duoduo be the prettiest little princess." Since Duoduo is so brave, then when we see the dinosaur later, Duoduo will protect Mommy. Duoduo happily squirmed in Jiang Shue's arms, and Jiang Shue patted Duoduo's bottom gently, saying, "Stinky Duoduo, whose little bug is squirming around?" The three of them laughed together, and the car was now a happy space for the family of three. Gufei looked at the numbers in his head, which were constantly rising, and sensed that the accumulated joy of the day should be able to reach 10,000. When they arrived at the shopping district, Jiang Shue looked around and saw that it was the place where she usually took Duoduo to buy clothes, where luxury goods gathered. "Gufei, have you come to the wrong place?" Jiang Shue couldn't believe it. Gufei had taken them straight to the luxury goods. She kept her eyes wide open, not blinking for a long time, and stared straight at Gufei. But Jiang Shue noticed that Gufei was calm and collected, and didn't look like he had come to the wrong place at all. With Jiang Shue's knowledge of Gufei's occupation and position, his monthly income should be between 30,000 and 40,000 yuan. Buying a luxury children's clothing for Duoduo, although it is not unaffordable, it still accounts for a large proportion of Gufei's income. Gufei did not respond directly to Jiang Shue, but lifted Duoduo up in his arms, helped her brush the wind-blown hair from her face, and asked her in a tone meant to comfort a child. "Duoduo, you choose for yourself. Which store do you want to go to buy clothes? You can tell Daddy." Jiang Shue looked at the father and daughter in front of her and shook her head slightly, indicating that she could do nothing about Gufei. She could only submit to him. It wasn't unacceptable to buy a piece occasionally. Meanwhile, Gufei had already chosen a style for Duoduo in his mind. There were 3 different styles of clothes: princess style, casual sports style, and college style, all of which were relatively common styles that were easy to match. Duoduo pointed to Chanel, the store her mother often took her to. "Dad, go to this store, Mom often takes Duoduo here, and Dad can also bring Duoduo here." In Duoduo's impression, she had no concept of luxury goods. She just knew that her mother would take her to a very beautiful and fragrant place, where there were a lot of nice-looking clothes and gentle and pretty sisters. She liked it here. Gufei didn't say a word and took Duoduo straight to the Chanel counter. Jiang Shue had wanted to stop Gufei, but she didn't have time to react. She could only trample along in her high heels, tapping her heels as she hurried after them. Jiang Shue's personal sales assistant happened to be on duty today. She knew Duoduo, and Duoduo waved politely to her as she saw her. "Hello, Auntie Nana." Nana is free at the moment and comes over to greet Duoduo warmly. When she sees Gufei, a trace of surprise flashes across her face, and then she looks behind her, as if she has found the answer when she sees Jiang Shue. "Hello, Duoduo, your little red dress is so pretty." After being praised by the saleswoman, Duoduo tugs at her little dress and starts spinning in place, her little face beaming with joy, like a cute little tomato. "Good afternoon, Nana. I came by unexpectedly today, so I didn't say hello to you." Jiang Shue usually makes an appointment with Nana before coming over, so today was indeed unusual. Jiang Shue paused for a moment, and her body leaned much closer to Gufei. She came over to Gufei's side and introduced him to the counter girl as Gufei, Duoduo's father. There was a little unconscious pride in her tone. The saleswoman seemed to have learned a secret, nodding frequently and then responding, "Wow, Miss Jiang, I haven't seen you come with someone else since you returned to China." With Miss Jiang's strength, she can pick out a handsome guy. In fact, Nana had a lot of doubts in her heart, but she didn't want to ask too many questions. If Jiang Shue got angry and stopped looking after her sales performance, the loss would outweigh the gain. She had to learn to keep quiet when she should. As usual, Nana took Duoduo to get chocolates and eat Haagen-Dazs ice cream. It just so happened that they could pre-select some styles for Duoduo, so that when she returned from eating the ice cream, she could try them on. Gufei took Jiang Shue's hand and the two of them strolled slowly along. For the first set, Gufei planned to buy a princess style first. Chanel's home style is also that of an expensive little princess. Even the children's clothing is mostly black and white. Gufei is a designer himself, and has his own standards and requirements for aesthetics, and an eye for unique things. From the many dresses, he immediately noticed a white cake puffy dress with small, delicate black bows scattered evenly along the hem, giving it a very princess-like air. Jiang Shue knows the price of this dress. Last time she brought Duoduo here, she asked about this one, 12,000. "Gufei, this dress costs over 10,000 yuan. Calm down. Don't be so blindly in love with Duoduo. You don't earn a salary easily." Jiang Shue's angry voice was trying hard to dissuade Gufei. In her haste, she even clenched her fists tighter. Gufei thought to himself, "It's easy. It's easy to make money these days. The more you spend, the more you earn. He can't wait to spend more." Don't worry, there is still money for buying clothes for Duoduo. Gu Fei gave Jiang Shui a big, warm smile to reassure her. Jiang Shui was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly feeling that Gu Fei was like a domineering CEO. This was just the love for his daughter, but if it was the love for a couple, it would also be so domineering and not to be refused. I'm afraid no girl could refuse it, right? Looking at Duoduo, who was waiting for her ice cream not far away, Gu Fei picked up the dress and gestured with it. Duoduo was wearing a skirt, which must look very nice. He could already see Duoduo wearing it, skipping and jumping happily towards him. But a dress alone is not a complete outfit, so Gu Fei also had to find shoes and other accessories for Duoduo. So, holding the dress, Gu Fei went to choose shoes. Jiang Shui now even suspects that Gu Fei has won 5 million in the lottery and has saved it all, so why is he being so generous? Gu. Jiang Shui's words have not yet been spoken when Gu Fei directly silences her. Jiang Shui, I know you are going to stop me again, don't worry, since I can come, I can afford to spend, so no matter what happens next, just leave it to me, promise me. Gu Fei did not give Jiang Shui a chance to argue, and without giving her a chance to respond, he chose a pair of shoes and a cute cross-body children's bag, and called Duoduo over to try them on. Duoduo, have you finished eating the ice cream? Daddy has chosen a little cake dress for you, so why don't you go try it on? Jiang Shui estimated that the entire set that Gu Fei had chosen would cost more than 20,000 yuan if she bought it all. Is having money really about spending it on your own daughter? Chapter 15, Duoduo's Little Prank. Duoduo ran towards Gu Fei, her two little pigtails almost flying off. Chocolate-flavored ice cream was still stuck to the corners of her mouth. Nana called after her, telling her to wipe her mouth, but Duoduo ran even faster. She came up to Gu Fei, who was crouching down waiting for her, and quickly gave him a kiss on the cheek. Gu Fei felt something wet and sticky on his face. After getting her way, Duoduo snickered secretly, like a cute little devil. She didn't know that her bad smile had already been discovered, and that Duoduo had done it on purpose. Gu Fei wrapped his big hands around her and, with no way to escape, Duoduo was locked in front of him. Duoduo giggled and rubbed herself in Gu Fei's arms, having already forgotten about buying clothes because of the prank. Children's attention spans are so short that they can easily be attracted to something new and forget about what they were thinking about the second before. The sales assistants in the store were also charmed by the little Duoduo, and the people who weren't busy kept their eyes on her, watching her laugh and play. Baby Duo's happiness value plus 366. Baby Duo's happiness value plus 531. Baby Duo's happiness value plus 668. Today, Duoduo's happiness value has been increasing without interruption. Duoduo, who has gone out the door, is having even more fun, releasing her baby's cute nature to the fullest. Jiang Shui doesn't like it when Duoduo makes too much noise in public, so even though Duoduo is having a lot of fun, she has to act like a strict mother. Duoduo, what should we do when we're outside? Remember? Her tone is so serious that it's like she's communicating with an adult. Duoduo immediately felt Jiang Shui's emotions, withdrew her smile, and with her two little hands nervously pinching left and right, her face full of grievances, leaned towards Gu Fei's arms again and again. She was just happy, just wanting to play with her father a little longer. I know, outside you have to be a polite baby and not disturb others. Duoduo spoke these words softly and slowly, and even her hair, which had been dancing just now, quieted down. I'm glad you know. Come here, let mommy wipe your mouth, don't get the clothes in the shop dirty. Jiang Shui said this while skillfully taking out baby wipes from her bag. Duoduo stood still and obediently cooperated. After Jiang Shui wiped her mouth, she gave Duoduo another wipe. Go wipe daddy's face too, you wipe daddy. Duoduo was now like a little cat, obediently doing whatever Jiang Shui said without making a sound. Gu Fei felt heartbroken and amused at the same time. But now, even if he felt that Duoduo was being wronged, and was a father who spoiled his child, he would not say anything. Jiang Shui had done nothing wrong in educating her child, and there was nothing wrong with asking the baby to pay attention in public. The moment the ice cold touched Gu Fei's face, Duoduo's movements slowed down, and her small hands gently wiped away the sticky traces of ice cream that remained on Gu Fei's face. Daddy, I'm sorry. Duoduo apologizes to Gu Fei while wiping away the ice cream. She thinks her mother is angry and that her father is also angry with her. Baby's happiness value 55. Baby's happiness value 87. Seeing this, Gu Fei has to comfort Duoduo. He puts his big hand on Duoduo's head and rubs it gently. It's okay, Duoduo, daddy doesn't blame you. Go try on the little skirt with the auntie. Duoduo will look just like a little princess in it. Upon hearing this, Duoduo's eyes, which were about to fill with tears, quickly brightened up. Alright, Duoduo, go and try on the new clothes. Soon, Duoduo came out after changing into a whole new set of clothes, a white pleated tutu skirt, a pair of black leatherette shoes, white stockings, and a classic Chanel crossbody black bag, which echoes the black butterflies on the skirt. The overall tone is unified and harmonious, and the clean-looking white princess, just by looking at her temperament, is a child who has grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Ding, congratulations to the host, the hidden task is 1-3 complete, and there are 2 more outfits to go, then you can collect the reward for the task. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. Gu Fei's outfit may seem simple, but it looks exceptionally good and elegant on her. Amidst everyone's praise, Duoduo lost herself, not knowing whom to look at, and a hint of childish embarrassment was on her face. The other customers in the store couldn't help but praise Duoduo a little too, and the little one had become the focus of the crowd. Baby's happiness plus 419. Baby's happiness plus 633. Gu Fei looked at Duoduo with the loving gaze of an old father. He had dressed up his daughter beautifully and felt a sense of accomplishment. Does Duoduo like it? Gu Fei pulled Duoduo close to him and made her spin around. He looked and looked, as if she were a sweet little cake. Duoduo likes it. Duoduo likes the little bows on the skirt the best. From the moment she put it on, she has never let go of one of the bows, grabbing onto it and squeezing it. After completing the first outfit, Gu Fei went straight to the checkout. After swiping his card, Jiang Shui saw the following on the receipt, 26,000. Ding, congratulations, you have spent money on your baby, triggering the rebate card, 20 times the rebate. Spent 26,000, rebate 520,000, already transferred to the bank card, can be used at the host's discretion. Gu Fei was secretly pleased, and almost couldn't hold back the corner of his mouth from rising. Buying Duoduo an outfit had earned back the rent on the dinosaur. He felt that he was still a bit slow. At that time, there was no need to borrow money at all. Just spend a sum of money first, and then he would have money. But it didn't matter much. He had borrowed the money, so he would just return it to Lao Yang tomorrow after spending time with Duoduo today. After Gu Fei and Jiang Shui left, the ladies in the cabinet ate melons together. Miss Jiang has really good taste. Where did she find such a handsome father for her child? Exactly, she used to bring Duoduo here by herself, so I haven't heard that the child has a father, right? It should be a new boyfriend. He's handsome and rich, and didn't bat an eyelid when he paid. Although we've seen a lot of rich people, this handsome guy has a different aura. I wish the heavens would give me a boyfriend like him too. This baby is pretty great too, calling him dad over and over, it's so endearing. The ladies at the counter looked at the back of the family of 3 as they left, and no one didn't envy them. After Chanel, there is LV on the left. Gu Fei turns to LV without saying a word, and Jiang Shui tries to stop him 1,000 times, but to no avail. In LV, he buys a casual style and an academic style for Duoduo. The total spending is 68,000. Ding, congratulations, spending on the baby triggers the rebate card, 20 times the rebate. Spending 68,000, rebate 1.36 million, already credited to the bank card, can be used at the host's discretion. Ding, congratulations, host, 3 different outfits completed, hidden mission completed. Reward for completing the mission, clothing design and aesthetic skills top level in the country. The system rewards with a voice that makes Gu Fei feel on top of the world. This voice is just too cool, and he won't get tired of hearing it for 24 hours. Mangbao Joy value plus 777. Mangbao Joy value plus 893. Duoduo returned home fully loaded. She had never bought so many clothes in one go when shopping with her mother. Duoduo was so happy that she even forgot about grabbing the dinosaur for a while, and her joy value kept rising. Jiang Shui's gaze on Gu Fei had changed slightly, with some inexplicable admiration. She really didn't realize that Gu Fei had such spending power. Is he a low-key person who has always been hiding it, or is he a rich second generation? The main reason is that when she was at school, she never heard any news about Gu Fei's family background, otherwise she would guess that he either won the lottery or she could not think of any other possibilities. After returning the clothes she bought for Duoduo to the car, Gu Fei happened to receive a message on the way. It was sent by the assistant of the dinosaur exhibition. Mr. Gu, the Tyrannosaurus Rex model you rented has been delivered to the designated location. Please go and sign for it and pay the remaining 480,000 yuan. Chapter 16, Off to Find the Tyrannosaurus. Goofei's face lit up with a satisfied smile when he received the text message. He quickly replied to the sender. I'll pay the balance when I see the real thing. Although he had money now, 500,000 yuan was no small sum, and he had to protect his own interests. He would wait until he got there and saw the dinosaur. That's fine, Mr. Gu, once you've paid the balance, we'll give you authorization to turn it on. The merchant is also very careful, and they won't authorize use until they've received the full payment. Goofei's expression just now was seen by Zhang Shui. What did it mean when a man looked at WeChat messages and smiled contentedly across the screen? Could it be that Goofei had someone he liked? Had they not officially become girlfriends yet, and were they still in the ambiguous stage? Otherwise, what was there to smile about when he looked at WeChat messages? Zhang Shui suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. Even when she saw the happy Duoduo, she couldn't feel happy. It was as if an original happy heart had been filled up, and a space had been left empty. It was also at this moment that she realized that she cared about Goofei more than she had thought. Her feelings never lied to her, nor did her heart. Otherwise, why was she sad? Why was she so lost? Zhang Shui didn't notice that her loss was all written on her face, and it was discovered by the clever little Duoduo. What's wrong with mommy? Did Duoduo make mommy angry? Duoduo's voice was small and gentle. She was very sensitive to emotions. She thought it was because of the ice cream earlier that mommy was still angry with her. Goofei only noticed that Zhang Shui was a little upset when Duoduo asked him this question. He also thought it was because of what happened just now with Duoduo, because apart from that, nothing else seemed to have happened to make her angry. Zhang Shui, are you still angry? Duoduo is still a baby, and she did a great job just now. We had a great time playing outside today. Goofei paused for a moment, and then added, of course, the person who is the least easy to deal with is you, who has taught Duoduo so well. The two of them took turns comforting her, and Zhang Shui finally noticed that she hadn't managed to control her expression well and that her thoughts were written all over her face. So Zhang Shui hurriedly explained that she wasn't angry with Duoduo, just as her husband had said, Duoduo had done a great job. Zhang Shui took Duoduo's hand and comforted her. Then she turned to Goofei and said, I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable just now, probably because we walked too fast. Goofei recalled, where did I walk too fast just now? With Duoduo there, I definitely couldn't have walked too fast. Zhang Shui was making up an excuse, but it wasn't a good one. But since she said she was fine, Goofei didn't ask any more questions, and his mind was on the dinosaur. Goofei was already looking forward to it, waiting to see the reaction of the mother and daughter when they saw the dinosaur, especially Duoduo, who would probably think it was the dinosaur from her dreams. He couldn't imagine how happy Duoduo would be when the dinosaur chased after her. Goofei asked the person in charge of the exhibition to place the dinosaur in a large open space about 3 kilometers from the business district. There weren't many people here, and the space was large enough that even a 3-meter-tall dinosaur could run around and Duoduo could have a great time playing. Zhang Shui's phone suddenly rang twice in quick succession, saving her from her current embarrassment. She pulled out her phone and saw a group message from Duoduo's kindergarten. The homeroom teacher, AI, had sent a message to everyone, followed by a picture of a poster. The poster was probably a preview of an event. Zhang Shui took a good look at it. The kindergarten was going to hold a baby costume design competition, the main purpose of which was to promote environmental protection. Parents were also expected to participate, designing the costumes for their children to model at the event, and first, second and third prizes would be awarded. After understanding the general meaning, Zhang Shui immediately told Goofei about the news. Goofei, do you remember I mentioned the other day that the kindergarten was holding a parent-child activity? Zhang Shui's voice was gentle, so soft it seemed like it could drip with water. I remember. What's wrong? Is it about to start? I can take leave to go and participate, don't worry. Goofei thought Zhang Shui was afraid that he would forget, or that something would come up at the time, so he gave Zhang Shui a reassurance. Yes, the kindergarten has been quite busy recently. Apart from what you just mentioned, a new activity has been announced. Zhang Shui handed her phone to Goofei, and the words clothing design jumped right into his eyes. It just so happened that the new skill that had just arrived was clothing design, and it was at the top international level. The clothes that he would design for Duoduo would have to win first prize. Goofei patted his chest with confidence and said, don't forget what I do for a living. I'm also okay at clothing design, and I will definitely get Duoduo first prize. After hearing Goofei's words, Zhang Shui laughed out loud. Ha, just participating is fine, but don't expect to win first prize. Many parents at Duoduo's school work as fashion designers, and 2 of them are very famous, designing clothes for celebrities. Don't dampen someone's morale by belittling them. I haven't even started yet, so how do you know it won't work? Gu Fei turned to Duoduo and asked, isn't that right? Duoduo? Although Duoduo didn't hear clearly what the 2 adults were mumbling about designs and first prizes, since her father had asked, she just answered yes. Duoduo's big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, cute and healing. Her little head was still nodding up and down, a little harder, and she would become a folded-up Duoduo. Gu Fei pets Duoduo's head lovingly. Her hair is soft and warm from the sun. Alright, Duoduo will get dizzy if she nods like that. The family of 3 get back in the car and hurry to their next destination. Sit properly, Duoduo, we're going to find the big dinosaur now. Gu Fei raises his voice, and Duoduo listens with excitement. Yes. Let's go find the big dinosaur. Duoduo can catch the dinosaur too. Judging by the tone of his voice, Duoduo has really been looking forward to this dinosaur for a long time. Gu Fei wants to tease Duoduo a little more. Duoduo, when the time comes, will you be the one catching the dinosaur, or will the dinosaur eat you? Of course it will be me. I'll be the one catching the dinosaur. Duoduo is awesome, and she can even protect her parents. Oh, you're scared? You can hide behind Duoduo. Dudu holds her fists in a little fist, just like a little adult. She is clearly very small, but she is trying to protect her parents. She is really brave. Gu Fei suddenly asks Dudu a question. Dudu, what did Jenny and Dad catch? Did you see it? Dudu stares blankly, then nods. Dudu saw it. Jenny takes out the camera and shows Dudu the pictures. It's a box dinosaur. Dad, are we a box dinosaur today? Gu Fei was trying to understand what box dinosaur meant, and Zhang Shui added. The box dinosaur Duoduo is talking about is a dinosaur model made from a large cardboard box. She saw it on TV before, and that's what she means by box dinosaur. Gu Fei's face creased with a hint of pride, and he told Zhang Shui, Duoduo's dinosaur is not a box dinosaur. Wait a minute, you can take some photos of Duoduo and record a video or something. Of course, my photo album is already full of Duoduo's photos and videos. Speaking of which, Zhang Shui suddenly thought of something. Oh, yes, if you want to see, I'll show you how Duoduo looked before she turned 3 sometime when I have some time. Zhang Shui's tone was tinged with anticipation and a little bit of pride. Fortunately, she had recorded frequently so that Gu Fei would not miss Duoduo's growth, and she was also looking forward to Gu Fei's reaction when he saw the old Duoduo. Gu Fei hadn't thought about this, but of course he really wanted to see it. Which father wouldn't want to see the growth of his own daughter? Great! I'm always free. His tone was full of anticipation and excitement. Gu Fei drove carefully, watching the road, but his mind was already elsewhere. He had already begun to imagine Duoduo as a newborn, as a year-old, as a 2-year-old. Chapter 17, Your Dinosaur is Different. Gu Fei drove left and right, getting closer and closer to the large open space. Zhang Shui looked out the window and was a little puzzled. Gu Fei, where are you going? There doesn't seem to be anything here. As she spoke, Zhang Shui rolled down the window and leaned out to look around. When Duoduo saw her mother looking out the window, she wanted to see too, so she climbed out of Zhang Shui's arms like a curious little kangaroo. What is mommy looking at? Duoduo also wants to see. Duoduo's hair is tickling Zhang Shui's face, so Zhang Shui presses her hand against it to answer Duoduo, saying, Mommy will help you look for it. Has the big dinosaur appeared yet? Mom, it's there, isn't it? Duoduo's eyes widened with curiosity, and she didn't dare blink for fear of missing the dinosaur. From the rearview mirror, Gu Fei could only see part of the mother and daughter from this angle. He looked in the rearview mirror, smiled contentedly in response to Zhang Shui's question, and made a joke in passing. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll sell you? Ha, if it weren't for Duoduo, it might be possible, but my own daughter is still in the car, I can't do that, don't worry. Zhang Shui was in the back seat, patting Gu Fei on the shoulder, meaning that this joke was not at all funny. How could she possibly think that the child's real father would sell the mother and daughter? Stop it, Zhang Shui said reproachfully. Her gentle tone seemed to have forgotten her anger earlier. Gu Fei was startled by the patting, as if it had triggered a switch. He answered Zhang Shui's question again. After this bend, there is an open space like a small square. I ordered Duoduo a Tyrannosaurus model and asked the merchant to deliver it to the small square over there, so that Duoduo can play to her heart's content in a large space. Gu Fei finished speaking lightly, not knowing that the words Tyrannosaurus model made Jiang Shui think for a long time. What kind of model would it be? Woven from bamboo strips? Welded from steel? Or a cardboard box modified? She couldn't think of it, not knowing what form the Tyrannosaurus would appear in, so she had to look forward to it. Duoduo can't hold back anymore now. She looks out the window from the back seat for a while, then peers forward between the two seats, or asks Gu Fei how long it will be before they arrive. 5 minutes later, Gu Fei finds a place to park, and he soon sees the huge black-covered object in the middle of the small square. It's definitely it. Duoduo, who has sharp eyes, also sees the huge object, so she points there and says to Jiang Shui, "Mom, look. Look. There's a big dinosaur there. Child's joy value plus 478. Child's joy value plus 599. Jiang Shui looked in the direction Duoduo was pointing, and indeed saw a big black thing. But she thought that because Duoduo really wanted to see a dinosaur, and so when she saw a big thing, she pointed and said it was a dinosaur. It was normal. But she still responded to Duoduo truthfully, saying, "Duoduo, that's too big, it can't be the dinosaur you want. Go ask Daddy if he knows where the dinosaurs are." So, Duoduo took a few small steps to Gu Fei's side, tilted her round little face up and asked her father, "Daddy, where is the big dinosaur? Duoduo hasn't seen it. Mommy said that big guy isn't a dinosaur." She told Duoduo to ask Daddy. Gu Fei pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer Duoduo's question. "Come with Daddy, and Duoduo will know in a minute. Jiang Shui, let's go." Gu Fei took Duoduo by the hand and called to Jiang Shui, who was still looking around, and the three of them walked towards the huge black object. As they got closer, the outline became clearer. Jiang Shui couldn't believe her eyes. Could it really be this? Could it be that Gu Fei had known all along that there was a huge dinosaur statue in the park? That was why when Duoduo had suggested catching a dinosaur, Gu Fei had agreed without any difficulty. "Gu Fei, it can't really be it, can it?" Jiang Shui was shocked. "Yes, it is." Gu Fei picked up Duoduo and walked faster. Duoduo's eyes were shining. The huge creature that was so close was really a dinosaur? Then Duoduo's wish would come true. Although she accepted the fact that the huge creature was really a dinosaur, Jiang Shui still had some doubts and asked Gu Fei, "Gu Fei, there are not many people in this small square, so why is the dinosaur statue covered with a cloth?" "The dinosaur was not built in the square, I rented it for Duoduo." In order not to break Duoduo's dream of a fairy tale, Gu Fei whispered a quiet sentence in Jiang Shui's ear, especially the word rented, which he did not want Duoduo to hear. Jiang Shui felt a hot and numb sensation in her ear as Gu Fei's breath came, and almost ignored the content of what Gu Fei said because of it. Jiang Shui panicked for a moment. "Where did you get such a big dinosaur? How much did you rent it for?" She almost blurted out in surprise, but Jiang Shui controlled herself. She whispered the word rent very softly and peeked at Duoduo to make sure she didn't hear. The client she met at work happened to be an institution that makes dinosaur models. When it came to the rent, Gu Fei made a 5 with his right hand. Jiang Shui guessed boldly, 5,000? Gu Fei shook his head, and Jiang Shui continued, 50,000? Gu Fei shook his head again, and Jiang Shui began to doubt herself, "Don't tell me I guessed 5,000 and 50,000 too high?" Gu Fei shook his head again, 50. Gu Fei's calmness made Jiang Shui almost drop her jaw, 50? Jiang Shui's brain now desperately needed some space. For one thing, she didn't know why Gu Fei was so rich. The money spent on buying clothes for Duoduo today was enough to shock her for a whole year. And now, in order to keep Duoduo happy, he has rented a dinosaur model for 500,000 yuan? It's a bit like spoiling your boss's son. Could it be that Gu Fei is really a hidden rich kid? Is there some big group in his family that no one has ever told anyone about? And, is this dinosaur model really 500,000 yuan a day? Is it made of gold? Thinking about this, Jiang Shui suddenly became worried, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Gu Fei, you're not going to let someone take advantage of you, are you?" "Ha, you'll see in a minute whether I've been fooled or not." Gu Fei was amused by Jiang Shui's reaction and burst out laughing. Jiang Shui was a little angry. These two times, the first time she saw Gu Fei laugh so heartily, she realized that it was because he was laughing at her. She felt a little like throwing a tantrum, But her current relationship with Gufei did not support her throwing tantrums, so she could only bear it. As they slowly drew closer, Duoduo also observed the outline of this big guy. From the tail, she noticed that it looked a lot like a dinosaur. Mom, Dad, dinosaur. Big tail, dinosaur. Duoduo's joy value plus 888. Duoduo's joy value plus 1020. As Duoduo's happiness threshold increased, her joy value also increased. Duoduo shouted with joy a few times, and fortunately there weren't many people here. There were only 2 passers-by, and they also glanced over here curiously because they heard the child's shouts. They found that nothing was happening and hurriedly left. Visually, it was about 1.5 people tall. The black tarpaulin was large and tightly covered it. The moment the tarpaulin was removed, the 3 of them were shocked by the dinosaur in front of them. Chapter 18. Not only can you look at it, you can ride it? Compared to the models in the dinosaur museum, it can only be described as surpassing them. Although Gufei had seen it before, at that time he didn't feel that this thing would have anything to do with him, so he didn't look at it closely. But now, looking closely from such a close distance, just this imitation skin alone is worth 200,000 yuan. The details are so lifelike that even the texture and fine folds between the rough skin have been recreated. And the feel of it, with your eyes closed, is just like touching a real, living animal. What kind of black technology is this? And look at the head again. Although it's too high to reach, you can still see that the dinosaur's eyes, nostrils, mouth, teeth, every detail is incredibly lifelike. Gufei began to anticipate whether it would be even more amazing when he operated it later. Thinking about this, Gufei almost forgot to pay the balance, so engrossed was he in looking at it. Jiang Shui was speechless, touching the dinosaur's sturdy legs, looking up at the dangling tail and head. And unable to stop exclaiming, "Wow! And my goodness!" She was completely immersed in her own appreciation and had long forgotten about Duoduo, who was standing nearby. The moment Duoduo saw the dinosaur, she jumped up and down excitedly, screaming the whole time. This was the dinosaur she had always dreamed of seeing. Because the dinosaurs she had seen in books, on TV, and in museums all looked like this, they were just too far away for her to get close to and touch. Now, a dinosaur so realistic was right in front of her, and it was an exclusive Tyrannosaurus Rex just for her. How could she not be happy and excited? Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duoduo has seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duoduo is going to tell Jenny that she has a Tyrannosaurus Rex too. Duoduo is so happy that she has a little birdie on her head that pops off, so Jiangxue has to redo her hair. Duoduo doesn't give her a chance and pulls the other little birdie off too, starting to run around the Tyrannosaurus Rex wildly, her clear laughter echoing in the square. At this time, the small square, which was originally not very crowded, gradually became more and more crowded. In the evening, when the cows and horses who worked on weekends finished work, and people came to the small square with their children for a walk. The small square was not very big, and you could see the whole place at a glance, so a family of 3 surrounded by a huge creature became the biggest attraction. The Chinese are naturally fond of melons, so the people around the dinosaur gradually became more and more. Gufei was paying the final installment, transferring 480,000 yuan to the other party's account. Ding, congratulations host, spending on the baby, triggering the rebate card, 20 times the rebate. Spending 480,000 yuan, rebate 9.6 million yuan, has been credited to the bank card, can be at the host's discretion. At the same time as the final payment arrived, a part of the dinosaur's right hind leg lit up red and let out a soft growl, as if greeting the person. Gufei guessed that it should be the manipulator settings being activated, and this step was a reminder. So, he went around to the right rear leg of the dinosaur and found the lighted position. Sure enough, behind the imitation leather, there was a disguised space. After opening it, there was a manipulator with an incredibly good texture, like a game console controller, but much more advanced. Gufei suddenly had a touch of youthful enthusiasm. Not to mention that children would like it, he couldn't imagine how cool it would be to control this dinosaur himself later. Mom, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is roaring. Mom, can you hear it? Duoduo is now full of curiosity about the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of her, but she is also a little timid. After all, a dinosaur this big can be touched face to face. And for a 3-year-old, this is really intimidating and requires some getting used to. So Duoduo doesn't dare to let go completely just yet, and just stands a little closer, watching Gufei as he busily goes about his work. At present, a small group of people have gathered around, taking photos and discussing the topic. This big guy attracts everyone's attention. A soft roar just now has caused a small exclamation of awe. Wow! The family of 3 only then noticed that passers-by had begun to gather around. Some children were already shouting that they wanted to touch the big dinosaur, but were stopped by their parents. Some were more reserved, having already found a good position, and started taking selfies with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gufei took the joystick and began to study the buttons on it. There were buttons for controlling the direction of the dinosaur, buttons for making sounds, and buttons for controlling the movements of the dinosaur's limbs, which were divided into head, tail, and 4 limbs. There was nothing that this model couldn't do. On the joystick, Gufei also saw a special button with a ladder symbol on it. He only didn't understand what it was for, but he planned to try it out. Just as he pressed it, a small door opened on the side of the thick leg of the Tyrannosaurus. To his surprise, behind the door was a steel ladder. The ladder wound up, and at the end it was connected to the back of the Tyrannosaurus. Gufei then saw that on the back of the Tyrannosaurus was a seat embedded in the body. That meant that this Tyrannosaurus could not only be watched, but also ridden? The onlookers let out a long wow at this sight, as this was the first time they had seen such a high-end dinosaur. With this new discovery, Gufei's first reaction was to let Duoduo ride it, and Duoduo would definitely be very happy. Although he said he was grabbing the dinosaur, for a child, being able to see this dinosaur is like having their wish come true. Grabbing is just a formality, the important thing is to see and get it. So Gufei called over Duoduo. Dudu, are you scared? Do you want to ride the Tyrannosaurus? Gufei's tone was full of surprise and anticipation. Dudu jumped up and down, smiling happily, showing her white little milk teeth. Dudu is not scared. Dudu can ride the big dinosaur. Jiang Shui was still immersed in the realism and sophistication of the dinosaur. She felt sorry for her initial guess, and she was surprised that Gufei had used a sculpture from the park to entertain the child. She was touched that Dudu had such a loving father. She thought about herself. She had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, but her father had not done anything like that to make her happy. At least, he had not rented a dinosaur for 500,000 yuan just because she said so. So Gufei really had done his best, and she could see that he really wanted to make up for the growth of Duoduo, who he had missed. Gufei's position in her heart had therefore undergone a greater change and leap. Jiang Shui turned around and saw Gufei climbing a ladder, while Duoduo obediently waited for him below. Duoduo, wait for a second, let me see if there is enough room to carry you up the ladder. It will be safer if Daddy carries Duoduo up. At this moment, there were already cries of children in the crowd, generally saying, Mommy, I want it too. I want it too. The gentle parents would comfort their children a little, while the grumpy parents would start using force to shut their children up. The lovely Duoduo was now waiting happily for her father. Chapter 19, Super Tyrannosaurus. Gufei quickly tested the ladder. The ladder is wide enough for an adult man to climb up by himself, so there is enough space for him to hold Duoduo and climb up. He also tried the seat. It is not too empty, and there is no danger when sitting on it. It is also equipped with a seat belt. As long as the seat belt is fastened around Duoduo, it is okay. Come on, Duoduo, let's ride the Tyrannosaurus. Gufei is more than happy to see Duoduo happily riding the Tyrannosaurus. It seems like he is comforting Duoduo, but in fact, Duoduo is also healing him. Now he finally understands what it feels like to be a parent. Under the gaze of the crowd, Duoduo is now the focus of the crowd, a child about to ride a high-end dinosaur. The other children in the crowd, boys and girls alike, are full of envious glances, without exception. The only difference is that some are quieter, while others are crying. Jiang Shui also quietly enjoys this moment. In the past, Duoduo envied other children, having a father who loved them. Now that she has a father, Duoduo has also become the object of envy for other children. Jiang Shui's heart softens. Gufei holds Duoduo in one arm while holding the sturdy ladder with the other, and quickly gets Duoduo to her seat. He then helps Duoduo fasten her seatbelt, and pulls it firmly to make sure that she is safe even when sitting alone. Only then does he get down. After returning to the ground, Gufei presses the ladder button on the rocker again, and the ladder entrance closes, perfectly hidden. There is no way to see the entrance at all, but a complete and perfect dinosaur. Looking again at Duoduo on the dinosaur's back, she is sitting safely in the chair, half of her little head poking out, just enough to keep an eye on things. Duoduo is over the moon with joy, sitting there non-stop shouting Daddy. Mummy, Duoduo is here. Jiang Shui is holding her phone, taking photos and recording videos of Duoduo, while Gufei is looking at the joystick, considering which direction to make the dinosaur head. Duoduo, sit tight. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is about to be triggered. Gufei shouts down to Duoduo. He can't see her expression, but he can see her little head poking out, nodding vigorously in response. Daddy! Duoduo is sitting properly. Duoduo is so happy, she can't stop smiling. Baby's happiness plus 1,239. Baby's happiness plus 1,688. Joy value of the baby plus 2,245. Looking at the rising joy value, Gufei's daytime prediction of over 10,000 was conservative, and he predicted that today's joy value would be at least 30,000 and as high as 50,000. Under Gufei's control, the Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly moved slowly towards the front. While walking, let's try the limbs button again, how about wagging its tail? At this time, Gufei was not only a father, but also an immature child. It was just right for an adult to play with this. The crowd was growing, and the sounds of discussion, envy, and children crying and screaming made the small square noisy. But precisely because of this, the only laughter from Duoduo sounded even more pleasant and melodious. Among the crowd, different voices could be heard. So cool! I've never seen such a cool dinosaur before, it's a perfect recreation. If I had to say a disadvantage, it's that it's a bit slow. Dad, I want to ride the dinosaur, too. Me, too, me, too. You look like a dinosaur. What kind of family is this, playing around like this? The toys of the children of rich people are all different, and I shed tears of envy. Honey, you should get one for our daughter too. Of course, there was another group of people taking photos and videos. How could they not record a video and post it on TikTok when something so interesting happened? Gufei turned the dinosaur around. Although the movement was a bit slow, it was very smooth. Then he tried the combination of turning the head and making a sound. The T-Rex's thick neck flexed nimbly backwards, followed by a realistic roaring sound, oh woo woo woo, which attracted more and more people to stop and watch. If you didn't know any better, you'd think there was a performance in the small square that day. Dudu, who was sitting on the dinosaur, was happily enjoying the fun it was bringing, and kept dubbing the dinosaur in her mouth. Ooh woo! The big dinosaur is moving forward. Let's go with Dudu. At this moment, a family of 3 who had just arrived were also attracted. The baby rode on his father's neck and shouted, Dad! There's someone on the dinosaur. Dad, that little kid is riding the dinosaur. Dad, I want to ride too. The father looked at it and confidently responded to his child, let's go, Dad will ask you how much it costs. He thought it was a paid experience. When he came to Gufei, the man asked, hello, how much does this cost? My son also wants to ride, how much is it for an hour? Gufei glanced at the man. From the tone of his voice, he could tell that the man was pretending to be something he was not, and that he was also very unattractive. He was the kind of person that Gufei hated in his life. So, with a blank expression, he answered, it's not open to the public. It's only for my baby to play with. The man's child heard that, and realized that he wasn't even allowed to play if he paid. So he started to cry loudly, Daddy, I want to play. The man was a little unhappy when he heard that. If he wasn't allowed to play, then he would just buy one himself. His family still had a little money, so what was the big deal about buying a big toy for his child? It's okay, Dad will buy it for you, don't cry. Afterwards, the man asked Gufei, hey, buddy, where did you buy this? How much was it? Gufei didn't waste any words, and simply replied, I don't know if it's for sale, but I rented it for 500,000 a day. If you want to buy it, I can give you the contact information. When he heard 500,000, the man gasped. And it wasn't the selling price, it was the daily rental price. No thanks. The man walked away angrily, then whispered to his son, Son, this father really can't afford it, let's go ride the coin-operated car. Your favorite one, and your father's father is your grandfather. To ease the mood and make the child happy, the man even imitated the BGM of the coin-operated car. But it was useless, the child cried even louder. He could have happily played on the coin-operated car if he hadn't seen the big dinosaur he could ride. And the quick-witted netizen had already posted the video to his personal account on TikTok. In order to make Duoduo have more fun, Gufei decided to change the way of playing. So, he shouted at Duoduo, Duoduo. You are the commander now. You can tell the dinosaur where to go by shouting commands. Duoduo was of course very willing to be the little commander. Children can't refuse such a title, because it makes them feel like they have become as awesome as adults. Yes. Super Tyrannosaurus. March. Dudu recalled some scenes she had seen in cartoons, imitating their actions and started shouting the lines. Goofy looked at the carefree Dudu, who only needed to be happy. He really hoped that Dudu could be happy like this at all times. Dudu was immersed in the joy of controlling the dinosaur 1 second, and the next second suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Dad!" Not just Goofy and Jiang Shui, but everyone in the square looked up at the sky at Duoduo's pointing finger. Chapter 20. Look at her husband, look at the father of her child. In the middle of the sky, a cloud shaped like a dinosaur was floating slowly, and Duoduo noticed it at once. The cloud blended with the evening light, looking soft and soothing. Everyone let out a gasp. If Duoduo hadn't noticed it, no one would have paid any attention to this lovely cloud. Duoduo's eyes can always find beauty. Jiang Shui took out her phone and recorded the scene. Goofy never misses an opportunity to praise and encourage Duoduo. He feels that, in addition to financial support, companionship and love are also indispensable for a baby. A baby who grows up with encouragement can feel more love. Duoduo is so great. She even found the little dinosaur in the sky. Neither mom nor dad saw it. Thank you, Duoduo, for sharing such a cute cloud with mom and dad. Goofy was full of emotion as he encouraged and thanked his daughter. If only Duoduo hadn't been sitting so high, Goofy would have been able to see the happy smile on his little girl's face. Duoduo was sitting on the big dinosaur, pointing her little finger at the dinosaur in the sky. From behind, the silhouette of this scene was as beautiful as a painting, and I really wanted to freeze time here. Jiang Shui recorded this scene and took a picture of Duoduo. And in Jiang Shui's lens, she found the right angle and, for the first time, got Goofy in the picture as well. The clouds changed and dispersed after a while, and when Duoduo saw the cloud dinosaur disappear, her attention returned to the Tyrannosaurus. Dad, we can set off again. The little guy raised his fist high in the air to indicate forward motion. At Duoduo's command, Goofy was ready as well, like a soldier on the battlefield who suddenly received news of an operation. Yes, sir. Please give the order, young Commander Duoduo. Jiang Shui, who was watching from the side, saw that Goofy and Duoduo were having so much fun together. At that moment, a sense of happiness grew and spread in her heart, so much so that Jiang Shui suddenly wanted to give Goofy another son. She thought to herself, if she had a son, Goofy would also have a lot of fun playing with him. She didn't know why she had such a terrible thought, so she quickly brought herself back to her senses. No, what was she thinking? And then she thought of the scene of Goofy smiling contentedly as he read the messages on his phone. Her burning heart cooled down again, and she told herself that she must not be impulsive. In fact, Jiang Shui had been looking for a suitable opportunity to ask Goofy about this, but she didn't know how to bring it up. Several times, the words got stuck in her throat. The sounds of the dinosaur echoing through the square. Tyrannosaurus Rex, go forward. Tyrannosaurus Rex, go slower. Tyrannosaurus Rex, use your big tail to chase away the monsters. The lines I usually see in cartoons came in handy today. Baby's happiness plus 1111. Baby's happiness plus 2266. Baby's happiness plus 3300. In the small square, just Goofy's conversation with the man was heard by people with sharp ears. Everyone started discussing it in a bustling manner. I just heard that this dinosaur costs 500,000 yuan a day to rent. What? 500,000 yuan a day? Holy shit, I'm blown away. I wouldn't even dare buy a car for 500,000 yuan, and that's just one toy for his kid, and it's only for a little while. So what if there's one more rich person in the world? Honey, look at that husband of hers. Jiang Shui, who was listening to the discussion, felt very satisfied and a little proud. This made her happier than when people called her a little princess. But the phrase "look at the other guy's husband" was particularly pleasing to the ear. From the perspective of outsiders, she and Goofy were husband and wife, and their family was happy and content. Little did they know that since they had parted ways 4 years ago, they had never even held hands. Could they ever become legal husband and wife? Thinking about the message from the suspected romantic interest, Jiang Shui was a little unsure, so she wanted to find an opportunity to ask for clarification first. Duoduo was so engrossed in playing, so excited, and kept laughing and shouting, and soon got tired. Mommy and Daddy, Duoduo is hungry. Duoduo is good at this, expressing her feelings promptly. Let's go eat then. Goofy responds to Duoduo while operating the dinosaur, making it advance to the starting position. When it's time to return it, the position needs to be handed over and locked. Daddy, can the Tyrannosaurus go? The Tyrannosaurus is hungry too. Duoduo is sitting on it, so she can only see things in the distance, while Gufei is closer to the dinosaur and out of Duoduo's line of sight. She didn't see Gufei, and worried that he couldn't hear her, so she shouted again at a louder volume, Daddy! Duoduo and Long Long are hungry. We want to eat. Daddy heard you. Duoduo, sit tight. Daddy will go up and get you. After Gufei had put the Tyrannosaurus Rex back in place, he opened the ladder entrance, quickly climbed up and brought Duoduo down. It was hot, and Duoduo had been using up a lot of energy, so she was almost drenched in sweat. The sweat on her forehead was so heavy that her hair was sticking together. Gufei was distressed and used his arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Stinky Duoduo, why didn't you tell Daddy when you were tired of playing? Hee, Duoduo's not tired. Duoduo's hot little face was red, and the cute laugh she let out seemed to be reassuring Gufei and telling him not to worry. This made Gufei feel even more distressed for Duoduo. Such a cute and kind little angel deserves the best love in the world. Jiang Shui took 2 paper towels out of her bag, one for Gufei and one for Duoduo to wipe the sweat off. Duoduo, today Daddy helped Duoduo fulfill a wish. What do you want to say to Daddy? Jiang Shui asked softly while wiping the sweat off Duoduo. Duoduo wants to thank Daddy. After finishing, Duoduo also bowed to Gufei, a move that touched the onlookers, who laughed in a friendly way. Several single, pretty girls in the crowd had the loudest voices. Wow, what a cute baby! She said thank you to her father and bowed. Is she really that cute? I don't like children, but if they're this cute, I could like them. I really want to have a baby just like her. Of course, Jiang Shui and Gufei heard these words, and they responded with a polite smile. Then Jiang Shui asked Duoduo in an expectant tone, and what do you say after thank you? Duoduo is very clever and smart. At Jiang Shui's question, she immediately said, Duoduo loves Daddy. Upon hearing this, Gufei gave Duoduo's soft, plump little face a gentle kiss. Daddy loves Duoduo too. Duoduo went with her mother to the car to wait for Daddy. Daddy will take the big dinosaur home, and then we can go to dinner. Is the big dinosaur going home? Duoduo is a little disappointed. If she weren't hungry, she could write it a few more times. Yes, the big dinosaur is going home and can't go to dinner with us. When Duoduo wants to play again, Daddy will call the dinosaur out again, okay? Gufei is serious. If Duoduo wants to play again in the future, he will just rent it again. Even without the rebate card, he can afford to rent it now. As long as Duoduo has fun, he is willing to do so without expecting anything in return. What's more, Duoduo's happiness is the greatest reward. Seeing that Duoduo did not respond, Jiang Shui added, Okay, Duoduo, say goodbye to the big dinosaur, we have to go now. Duoduo waved reluctantly at the big dinosaur in front of her, saying goodbye. The dinosaur also needs to eat, so they will play again next time. On the way to the car with Jiang Shui, Duoduo was already planning to share the magical experience of the day with her kindergarten friends. Mom, Duoduo can also tell Jenny about riding the dinosaur. Jiang Shui snickered, Jenny's dinosaur is no match for Duoduo's. The mother and daughter got into the car, and Gufei stayed behind to contact the person in charge. In order not to keep Duoduo and Jiang Shui waiting, he directly WeChat called the person in charge. Hello, I've finished using the dinosaur, how do I return it? The person in charge on the other end of the phone was so shocked that he didn't know what to say at first. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the other end of the line. Finished using it, bro? You rented it for 500,000 and you're already done with it? Are you sure you don't want to use it for a little longer? Chapter 21. What, are you going to confess your love to me? Gufei ignored the other person's question and added, just tell me how to return it. If my baby still wants to play with it later, I'll get in touch with you. The other person never imagined that people who rent this large dinosaur model want to hold an event that will generate at least tens of millions of profits. But renting it to use as a toy for their own child is a first. This toy is really worth a lot of money. And when you add it all up, the customer didn't use it for more than 3 hours. The contract clearly states that if it is returned before the end of the day, a full day's rental fee will be charged. What a bargain! Thinking about this, the other party didn't ask any more questions. After all, the world of the rich is not something ordinary people can understand. And from what Gufei said, they will rent it again in the future. Such a customer with spending power cannot be made angry. Just do what you are paid to do and don't say anything. Mr. Gu, please wait for 5 minutes, we will send a car to pick it up immediately. Are you sure you can be there in 5 minutes? I have urgent business, I can't wait too long. If it's just 5 minutes, Gu Fei can wait a little, but if it takes too long, Duoduo will still be hungry, and he doesn't want to wait any longer. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, Mr. Gu, don't worry, I'm looking forward to working with you again, so I won't lie to you. You can tell that the other person is being very sincere. Gu Fei waited for a while. Otherwise, if such a big thing is left here, and there are so many people gathering around, if something were to happen, it would be counted as part of the rental period, and that would be very troublesome. Some of the onlookers had already dispersed, but some stayed behind to see what would happen next, as Gu Fei had not left and the dinosaur was still there. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, several heavy industry vehicles drove towards the small square. Trailers, forklifts, cranes. If you didn't know any better, you'd think there was construction going on here. The remaining onlookers were indeed people who had never seen the world. Seeing so many heavy vehicles, they couldn't help but exclaim, "What a grand occasion! What a generous gesture!" After saying hello, Gu Fei got back in the car as soon as possible to take Duoduo and Zhang Shui out to dinner. What the family of three didn't know was that the video they had recorded and posted on Douyin had already been slowly gaining views, and the comment section was gradually becoming lively. It turns out that the goal I have been striving for my whole life is just a few hours of fun for the rich. 500,000 yuan to rent a dinosaur for my daughter? Dear father, appraisal complete. I'm so jealous. The kids are having so much fun, I feel happy just watching. I can't imagine how happy I would be if I were the kids sitting on top of the dinosaur. Where can I buy one? Follow the link. When I grow up, I'm going to have a baby just like that, it's so cute. Don't let my kids see it. What Gu Fei didn't expect was that the dinosaur rental business also saw this batch of videos. The business secretly commented that it would be a good idea to invest more in advertising. If the video becomes popular, it will undoubtedly be a great marketing tool. Because for the rich, 500,000 yuan is really just pocket money. Before, their product positioning was for commercial exhibitions, but now with Gu Fei, their thinking has been opened up, and it can completely become a toy for the rich. In the car, Zhang Shui looked at the photo she had just taken of Gu Fei and Duoduo and finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question she had been holding back all day. Gu Fei, there's something I want to ask you, it might be a bit presumptuous, but I still want to make sure. Zhang Shui tried to raise her voice a little to hide her nervousness. Gu Fei was a little surprised and suddenly said, "What's the question?" "Okay, you ask, as long as I know, I will answer you seriously." Zhang Shui sat up straight, took a deep breath, and asked slowly, as if she had made a big decision. "Do you have anyone you like right now?" Gu Fei was stunned by the question. Someone he likes? What did Zhang Shui mean by asking this question? Is she trying to cultivate a relationship with him? So she is testing the waters, asking if he likes her? But when it comes to Zhang Shui, all of Gu Fei's attention in the past few days has been on Duoduo, and he really hasn't thought about Zhang Shui in that way. In terms of appearance, figure, and family background, Zhang Shui is not lacking in any of these areas, and she is also Duoduo's biological mother. At his age, he should also settle down with a partner. But after thinking about it, Gu Fei felt that there was a lack of spark, and there was not yet a moment that made his heart race. If there was such a moment, he would say that he had someone he liked, or that he liked Zhang Shui. Thinking about this, Gu Fei answered Zhang Shui decisively, "I don't have anyone I like yet." "What? Are you going to confess your love to me?" Gu Fei could feel that Zhang Shui was very nervous, so in order to lighten the mood, he made a joke. "Hey, no, who's going to confess their love to you? I was just asking casually." There was an unmistakable note of joy in Zhang Shui's tone. Gu Fei's mouth curved upwards in a smile. He thought to himself, women's mouths are really stubborn. This doesn't sound like a casual question. The nervous look clearly shows that she has been building up the courage for a long time before asking. Duoduo is being very good right now. Although she doesn't know what her parents are mumbling about. She can hear that they like each other, and when her parents say they like each other, it means that they are the best in the world. So Duoduo is very happy for her parents right now. Dad likes mom likes dad, and Duoduo likes both of them. Duoduo looked out the window, her little feet dangling up and down, and she couldn't have been happier. Zhang Shui's face flushed. "Duoduo, don't be silly." Duoduo retorted, "I'm not being silly, I heard everything." After that, Duoduo stuck out her tongue and made a face. showing that she didn't accept Jiang Shue's claim that she was being silly. Gu Fei could see every movement and expression of Duoduo in the rearview mirror. He now liked and loved Duoduo so much that he would like to keep her with him 24 hours a day. He wanted to protect her safety and make her happy. Dinner was still enjoyable today. When they parted today, Duoduo was so tired from playing that she fell asleep on Jiang Shue's shoulders. Otherwise, she would have cried and gone home with Gu Fei. Gu Fei wanted to take them home, but Jiang Shui had already asked the driver to pick them up. If Duoduo needs me, just send me a message, my phone is always on. Before they parted, Gu Fei looked at Duoduo, who was sound asleep, and told Jiang Shui. Okay, I know, I'll find you. You've had a hard day too, go home and get some rest. Knowing that Gu Fei didn't have anyone he liked, Jiang Shui wanted to say something more caring, but she decided against it. At the end of a day of babysitting, Gu Fei returned home, tidied up, lay down on the bed, and began to take stock of his considerable gains today. Chapter 22, Buy a Rolls-Royce to drive Duoduo around. Consumer rebates, a total of 10.88 million received. I once dreamed of winning the lottery and getting 5 million, and then buying a car and a house. Now, thanks to the system, I have started a new life. With just one rebate card, I have directly surpassed others by 2 times. Checking the points again, the current total joy value is 57,901 points. Gu Fei is not going to spend any of them for the time being. He wants to save up more so that he won't run out of points if he needs them. There's nothing in the mall that he really needs to redeem right now. He's also gained clothing design and aesthetic skills, which will come in handy for the activities at Duoduo's kindergarten in a few days. Tomorrow is Sunday, and Gu Fei has decided to go directly to the dealership tomorrow to pay the full price and pick up the car. So tonight, all he has to do is choose a car that costs less than 10 million yuan and has plenty of space. This is the first time he's considered the car's interior, because it will be much more comfortable for Duoduo to ride in. After searching online, the most recommended car is a sports car, but sports cars are not practical for Gu Fei. After much consideration, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is still a good choice. All in all, 10 million yuan is enough, and the long wheelbase version has plenty of space, which fully meets Gu Fei's requirements. Early the next morning, Gu Fei found a Rolls-Royce dealership in Yangcheng, made a phone call to book a test drive, packed his things and went straight there. Driving this used Audi today, the feeling in my heart is different. It's a feeling of saying goodbye to an old friend who has accompanied me through thick and thin. Gu Fei actually felt a little sadness well up in his heart. He had originally wanted to buy a new car and sell this Audi, but now, he was actually a little reluctant to do so. Gu Fei considered that maybe he would rent 2 parking spaces first and not sell the old buddy just yet. On the way to the 4S store, Gu Fei received a greeting from Lao Yang. Gu Fei, are you okay? You really haven't been cheated, have you? Gu Fei's mouth curled up. The traffic situation was a bit complicated, so he didn't reply. He thought about replying when the light turned green. Then, Lao Yang sent another greeting. Even if you have been cheated, don't be upset. I don't want your 300,000 yuan, but you are more precious than 300,000 yuan. The moment the message popped up, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh and cry. This guy is a real showman, isn't he? But these words came from the bottom of his heart, and he just expressed them in a joking way. He was still quite moved. The brotherly love between men is sometimes self-evident and cannot be measured by money. After crossing 2 intersections and waiting for the traffic lights, Gu Fei took the time to reply to Lao Yang's message. I thank you for caring about me so much. I'll send you the bank card and pay you back. The other person replied seconds later, shit, it's not even time to pay you back, did you not spend any money? Yang Tianxuai is a bit of a chatterbox when he's alone with Gu Fei, and Gu Fei is used to it, but he still wants to tease him, saying, what a load of crap, if you don't want it, don't pay me back. Soon, the other person sent the card number and received 300,000 yuan in repayment from Gu Fei. Still out of curiosity, Lao Yang called directly. Hey, Gu Fei, what did you do yesterday? You borrowed 300,000 yuan and said you would pay it back in a week, but you paid me back the next day. I suspect you didn't spend it. I did spend it. I invested it, and the return was quite high, so I was able to pay you back immediately. Gu Fei was right, it was indeed an investment, a return from the system. Really? You're into financial management? I haven't seen such a high rate of return in all these years. If there's a good opportunity again, take me along. Yang Tianxua didn't care if Gu Fei was his boss or not, he didn't care about that. Okay, Lao Yang, I'm hanging up, I'm getting off the bus. Gu Fei immediately went to the 4S shop and didn't have time to chat with Yang Tianxua. Where are you going? Aren't you going to sleep in on the weekend? Yang Tianxua was quite worried. I'm here to switch cars, we'll talk later, I'm hanging up. Gu Fei didn't give Lao Yang a chance. If he had, Lao Yang would have been able to chat with him for another half hour. After hanging up, Lao Yang thought Gu Fei must be telling the truth, he must have made a profit from his investment, otherwise he wouldn't be switching cars. Gu Fei is driving an Audi now, so he will definitely replace it with a better car, costing at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. And since he just paid off 300,000 yuan, his investment has already made at least 1 million yuan. Holy shit! Thinking about this, Lao Yang couldn't sit still anymore, and he jumped straight up from the bed. I need to keep a close eye on Gu Fei, and follow him next time he makes an investment. Although Lao Yang is not short of money, who would say no to making money so quickly? The main reason was that Gu Fei was being so secretive and wouldn't say anything. The more he didn't say, the more it aroused Yang's curiosity. When they arrived at the 4S shop, the salesperson came over to serve Gu Fei. After some questioning, they learned that Gu Fei could pick up the car today with full payment. The level of enthusiasm in the service immediately changed, as if it were a different person. At this time, Jiang Shui, who was sleeping at home, was awakened by the video phone. It was Ms. Zhuang Xinfei. Jiang Shui picked up the phone in a daze, but subconsciously got out of bed and went to the living room to answer it, because Duoduo was sleeping soundly next to her. She was too tired from playing yesterday and didn't want to wake Duoduo. What's wrong, Mom? What time is it? You're still sleeping? You brought Duoduo over today, so I'll cook something delicious for her myself today. And, about that man from yesterday, you need to come over and explain to your father and me. Hey, Mom. Zhuang Xinfei finished saying what she wanted to say and hung up the phone directly, not giving Jiang Shui the chance to refute. Jiang Shui knew Zhuang Xinfei's temper too well. She was just a nagging old witch. If she and Duoduo didn't go today, Zhuang Xinfei would call her all day. If she didn't answer or her phone was turned off, the old lady could just come directly to the house to get through to Duoduo, so decisive. After hanging up, Zhuang Xinfei and Zhang Jianshu started chatting about it. Zhang, Xiao Shui said that Guy is Duoduo's real father, do you think it's possible? Zhuang Xinfei had a gossiping look on her face. Zhang Jianshu took a drag on his cigarette, leaning back on the sofa, slowly exhaling. If it really is Duoduo's real father, when he comes, I'll break his legs, plant the seed and then ignore him. Zhuang Xinfei doesn't think so. Although she is a bit annoying in general, she is reasonable and kind-hearted. Zhang, if Duoduo's father is her real father, it would be a good thing. Just think, Duoduo will now have a father who loves her. We should be happy for our baby grandson, shouldn't we? Zhang Jianshu doesn't think so. He thinks like a businessman, weighing up the pros and cons. A woman's view. What if he wants to use this identity to get close to our family and he has his eye on our family's assets? Haven't you thought about it? The two of them held fast to their own views, and Zhuang Xinfei refused to back down. So she argued, hey, when Xiao Shui comes in the afternoon, we can just ask her and find out what's going on. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked to the kitchen to see what ingredients the aunt had prepared for dinner today. On the other side, Gu Fei was sitting in the driver's seat of a Rolls-Royce 4S store, experiencing imperial-like service. Chapter 23, Considering Living Together? Four beautiful women with long legs, dressed in black silk stockings and high heels, respectfully surrounded Gu Fei, smiling and serving him. Boss Gu, if you have any needs, you can tell us. A sweet voice sounded in Gu Fei's ear, and another voice chimed in. That's right, if you need a test drive escort, we can also follow the car. The sweet voice lingered on the ceiling of the Rolls-Royce, and even without opening the starry sky roof, it made people feel happy. But that was all. Gu Fei's attitude towards the beauties was just one of appreciation. After all, everyone has a love of beauty, and beauty is also a kind of beauty. Gu Fei smiled politely at them, nodded, and said, thank you, I will let you know if I need anything, I can test drive by myself. The car was driven out by Gu Fei, and the four beauties looked at the spot, staring at the back of the car and beginning to discuss it. Because usually, people who come to test drive a Rolls-Royce are basically middle-aged bosses in their 40s and 50s. Mostly Mediterranean with beer bellies. If you can meet a clean-cut and handsome uncle, it's a treat for the eyes, let alone Gu Fei's arrival today. Handsome, young and rich, and I heard that you can pick up the car in full payment on the same day. He must be either a rich kid or a bossy CEO. How can a young girl not be tempted? Guess, does he have a girlfriend? One of them, the tallest, asked the other three. He doesn't look like he has a girlfriend. What, you can tell? If he has a girlfriend, he would bring her along when buying a car, right? That makes sense. If I had a boyfriend, I would go with him when he goes car shopping, even if I don't want to. The four of them gossiped one after the other, and finally someone suggested. Oh, don't guess, just wait a while and ask him, then you'll know. Goofei sneezed twice in the car and muttered to himself, is it possible that my mom misses me? I should call her later and tell her about Duoduo. Ever since he was a child, whenever Goofei sneezed, his mother would tell him, sneezing means someone is thinking of you. So now every time Goofei sneezes, he thinks of his mother's words. A good car just feels different when you drive it. Not to mention anything else, just the mood is different. Goofei now feels that the biggest groups in Yangcheng are all companies under his control. This is the charm of a Rolls-Royce. The leather seats, the extra large space, the comfort and spaciousness, Duoduo and Jiang Shui will definitely like it when they get in. After 2 test drives, Goofei decided that this was the car, and went back to pay for and pick up the car. He didn't realize that when he returned, the 4 beautiful women in uniform were standing ready to greet him, 2 on each side, looking like hostesses. He felt a bit embarrassed. Although he had said that he would be spending money today, it didn't have to be so grand. After getting out of the car, Goofei was like attending a press conference, facing in questions. Mr. Gu, how was the car ride? Mr. Gu, how did the test drive feel, did it meet your expectations? Mr. Gu, may I ask a personal question, do you have a girlfriend? Goofei took the previous questions in his stride, as they were quite normal, designed to encourage sales and find out how the user felt about the test drive. But a personal question out of the blue? That was a bit sudden, and Goofei was clearly taken aback. The 4 black-haired beauties were amused by Goofei's reaction and thought that he seemed like a simple young man. After recovering his composure, Goofei straightened his back and answered, my daughter is 3.5 years old. The 4 women looked at Goofei, all making surprised expressions, and the same thought was written on their faces, he's so young, and his child is already 3.5 years old? If they could hear each other's thoughts, they would be ringing in Goofei's ears right now. His girlfriend must be very pretty. I guess the baby will be very cute. Which girl is so lucky, with a handsome and wealthy husband? I'm so jealous. If he's still looking for a child, I wouldn't mind being his. After a series of procedures, Goofei towed his old friend Audi home in a trailer, and in the admiration of many beautiful women, the Rolls-Royce drove home by itself. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui and Duoduo also packed up and prepared to go to their grandmother's house. Jiang Shui dressed Duoduo in the first white princess dress set Goofei bought yesterday. If Zhuang Xinfei asked, Duoduo would say that her father bought the clothes. Zhuang Xinfei would recognize the brands at a glance and estimate the prices. In this way, she could score some points with Goofei before she even met his parents. Jiang Shui also had her own plan. Duoduo was in a good mood today, but she was still obsessed with the dinosaur from yesterday and kept talking about it to Jiang Shui along the way. Mom, will there be a big dinosaur today? Duoduo's big eyes were full of innocence. Jiang Shui patiently and gently explained to Duoduo that big dinosaurs don't come every day, just like Duoduo, they also have to go to dinosaur kindergarten, and only when they are off duty do they have time. Explaining in a way Duoduo can understand makes her more receptive to the truth. Hearing that she is just like herself, Duoduo understands, so she stops asking about the dinosaurs and starts to miss Goofei. Mom, is Dad going to Grandma's house too? Can Duoduo see Dad today? Jiang Shui strokes Duoduo's head. Duoduo, Daddy has to work today, so he can't go to Grandma's with us. Then why doesn't Daddy live in the same house as us? Duoduo's small eyes are full of confusion. She heard the other children at kindergarten say that their mummies and daddies live in the same house and sleep in the same bed, but why are her mummy and daddy different? Duoduo doesn't understand, and her small head is full of big questions. This question stumped Jiang Shui, and for a moment, she didn't know how to give Duoduo the perfect answer. After thinking about it, she really couldn't think of a good reason, so she could only use a delaying tactic. Dad will be living in the same house as us after a while, and then Duoduo will be able to see Dad every day. While telling Duoduo this, Jiang Shui was also thinking that it really wasn't a good idea to keep them apart like this. At least for Duoduo, it wasn't complete enough. If Goofei didn't mind, they could live together in name, so that they could give Duoduo a complete family and not make Duoduo feel different from the parents of other children. Children's hearts are very sensitive and fragile, especially when they see that others have something that they don't have. Jiang Shui completely understood Duoduo's little world. Hearing that she would be able to see her father every day, Duoduo's eyes lit up suddenly. Mom, is that true? Don't lie to Duoduo. Yes. Duoduo will be able to see her father every day. Duoduo's little head swung from side to side, her face full of joy. Jiang Shui looked at Duoduo at this moment. Her smile was the best medicine in the world. Miss, we're here. As the nanny car slowed down, Lao Su reminded Jiang Shui that she could get out. The car stopped in front of a single-family villa. The villa was 3 stories high, in the Soviet-style garden style, with a spacious courtyard, a small garden, and a place to take a cool breeze. There was also a fish pond in the courtyard, which looked very relaxing. Okay, Uncle Su. Jiang Shui responded to Lao Su, then got off the car with Duoduo in her arms. Duoduo, get off the car, we're at Grandma's house. Let's see what delicious food Grandma made for you today. Chapter 24, Is she plotting against our family? As soon as she got out of the car, Duoduo broke free from Jiang Shui's arms and ran straight to her grandmother's courtyard. The little skirt followed Duoduo's run, the skirt flying, which made Duoduo look like a happy little bird. Every time she comes to her grandparents' house, Duoduo is also full of anticipation. Because her grandparents love her very much, and the child can feel it, who likes her and who doesn't. Duoduo feels the love and is giving it back. Grandma! Duoduo is here. Even though Zhuang Xinfi in the house can't hear a thing, Duoduo is still happy to shout Grandma. The cobblestone path leads to the door, and Jiang Shui catches up with Duoduo in a few big steps. Little Duoduo, slow down and don't fall. Duoduo is now completely out of Jiang Shui's control. She knows that when she comes to her grandmother's house, she has her grandmother's support. In the blink of an eye, little Duoduo had already entered the door. Hearing the gradually clearer shouts outside the door, Zhuang Xinfi hurriedly came out from inside the house to greet Duoduo. The old lady's face was beaming with a smile, as if a lotus flower had bloomed. She crouched down, opened her arms wide, and gave a hug to the running Duoduo. Oh, my stinky Duoduo, do you miss your grandma? Grandma misses you so much. While Zhuang Xinfi and Duoduo were hugging and snuggling, Zhang Jianshu also came over to join in the fun. Duoduo, there's also Grandpa, do you miss Grandpa? Duoduo held out her little hand and gave Zhang Jianshu a hug around the neck. Duoduo wants. Jiang Shui looked at the scene in front of her and shook her head helplessly. While other people are fighting for the affection of their masters in the harem, you 2 old people are fighting for the affection of each other. It's because you had so few children. If you had another child, your father and I wouldn't have to compete for your affection. We could each have one, and that would be just fine. Zhuang Xinfi doesn't mind having many grandchildren, and she can afford to have more. Every time Duoduo comes over, Zhuang Xinfi has to look her over from head to toe, for fear that she has missed Duoduo's growth since she last saw her. Oh, my, our Duoduo is so pretty today. When she saw the dress Duoduo was wearing, she turned to Jiang Shui and asked. Shui, this dress looks great on Duoduo, so buy Duoduo more clothes like this in the future. After she finished speaking, she continued to look at Duoduo with adoring eyes. Jiang Shui was secretly delighted, and the corner of her mouth, which was slightly raised, was not noticed by anyone. She played with her hair, which was falling down, and said lightly. It looks good, right? Her father bought this dress for her, and he bought the whole outfit. Chong Xinfei immediately stood up and engaged Jiang Shui in conversation. Yes. If you don't say it, I'll forget it. I was too busy looking at Duoduo to notice. Come, tell your father and me what's going on with that boy. While they were talking, Jiang Shui was dragged onto the European-style sofa in the middle of the living room. Zhang Jianshu also put on his glasses at this time, picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and indicated that he was going to start listening carefully. At her grandmother's house, there was a special room for Duoduo to play with all kinds of toys. The adults would coax Duoduo over there to play while they chatted about adult topics. Go ahead, where did Duoduo get her father from? Zhuang Xinfi was slightly angry. Zhang Jianshu pretended to be a good guy and didn't ask anything, just listening. Jiang Shui thought to herself, no, if Duoduo didn't have a father, where did she come from? She was mentally prepared for this, and had even rehearsed some lines in her head, so no matter how the question was phrased, she would not panic. Jiang Shui leaned back on the sofa, peeling an orange in her hands, and slowly answered. He is Duoduo's real father. Zhuang Xinfei almost bounced off the sofa, excitedly saying to Zhang Jianshu, "See, what did I say? It really is that brat. He doesn't deserve it, does he? An irresponsible man doesn't deserve to be a father." Zhang Jianshu took off his glasses, patted Zhuang Xinfei on the shoulder, and said to his wife, "Don't get excited. If this is really the case, and the child's real father suddenly shows up, I very much doubt that he has any intention of touching our family's assets. Zhang Jianshu has been calculating all his life, otherwise he would not have been able to do such a good job in his career. Everything that happens must be linked to interests, otherwise he would not even bother to think about it." Therefore, Gu Fei's appearance was interpreted by him as a sign that he was after his family's money. Jiang Shui defended Gu Fei, "Dad. Gu Fei is not that kind of person. He bought 3 sets of clothes for Duoduo yesterday, spending almost 100,000 yuan. He himself can't afford to buy that expensive clothes. He really loves Duoduo." Unexpectedly, this became Zhang Jianshu's reasonable argument. Just because he himself is not at this level of consumption, and he spent so much money on clothes for Duoduo, do you think that's reasonable? It's unreasonable not to expect something in return, isn't it? Gu Fei is not like that. "Dad, you're wrong." Jiang Shui spoke up for Gu Fei, her voice several times louder, because she was angry, her ears flushing. "What kind of car does he drive? What kind of work does he do? How much does he earn? You should know all of this, shouldn't you? You should have a rough idea of his spending power and financial situation, shouldn't you? My guess is not unfounded." Jiang Shui thought they would not accept Gu Fei, but she did not expect that not only would they not accept him, they would make malicious speculations. Zhang Jianshu's words made Jiang Shui, who had been silent, explode. She poured out her feelings over the past few years. "Comrade Jiang, Ms. Zhuang, since we're talking about this, I might as well talk about these past few years. First of all, Gu Fei is not an irresponsible man, because he didn't even know the child existed. I also had my own problems back then. I didn't tell you this, and I'm sorry for causing you to misunderstand him. Also, during the past few years since the baby was born, you've always felt that I've brought shame to the Jiang family. I've heard you say that a rich young lady having a child with a man from the streets has brought the Jiang family no face in the business community. For your sake, I gave birth to the child alone, and raised Duoduo. You accepted me in Duoduo only after you realized that it was all in the past and no one would mention it again. Although you didn't say it, I was telling the truth, wasn't I?" Jiang Shui took a deep breath to calm herself down. She had had a hard time in the past few years, and only she knew how hard it had been. "Because you are my parents, even if I felt some thoughts that could be considered malicious, I would not really blame you. And I also hope that Duoduo's childhood and family are complete and happy. She needs the love of her parents, and she also needs your love." Zhuang Xinfei and Zhang Jianshu were stunned as they listened. Although the air seemed to have frozen at that moment, it also seemed as if something had melted at the same time. Jiang Shui looked into their eyes, softening her gaze and tone as she continued. "As for Gu Fei, after he found out that Duoduo was his biological daughter, he has been doing what a father should do. I can see the love and devotion he has for Duoduo. It's impossible to fake that, and Duoduo also needs a father's love. So I hope that you can accept the fact that Duoduo's real father has suddenly appeared." Jiang Shui felt awesome today. This speech made the old couple feel ashamed and speechless. Because they really felt that they had brought shame on the Jiang family. Otherwise, Jiang Shui would not have been alone abroad raising a child. As parents, they naturally felt Jiang Shui's difficulties. Zhuang Xinfei's tears fell quickly, and Zhang Jianshu also lost his aggressive momentum. "Oh my little Shui, why didn't you tell your mother these words earlier? I'm sorry, my dear, you've suffered for so many years, I apologize to you." Zhuang Xinfei hugged Jiang Shui and gave Zhang Jianshu a wink, who immediately understood. He also stood up from the sofa and patted Jiang Shui on the shoulder. "Dad also apologizes to you, Snow. But you still need to be careful with the safety of our family's property. Although you said a lot today, because you are our daughter, we care about you and trust you, it doesn't mean that I can 100% trust that boy right now." As Jiang Jianshu's emotions eased, he was also making his position and attitude clear. He still had reservations about Gu Fei. He wants to see the person for himself, get in touch with him personally, and then make a judgment. After years of emotions weighing on his heart, he finally got a release, and Jiang Shui couldn't hold back her tears. At this time, Zhuang Xinfei's words made Jiang Shui unable to cry or laugh. "This old man, his face changes too quickly. Xiao Shui, When are you going to bring Duoduo's father to meet the parents? Chapter 25. When are you going to bring him back to meet the parents? This sudden question made Zhang Shui at a loss for a moment as to how to answer. But she did have the idea of wanting to bring Gu Fei back to meet her parents. Zhang Shui thought about it for a short while, and then said, "Well, when he's free, I'll let you know in advance." At the end, Zhang Shui even mocked her father a little. "Oh, no, Comrade Jiang hasn't said anything yet. What if he brings him back and starts thinking about our family's wealth?" Zhang Jianshu was a little embarrassed and quickly found a way out. "I'm doing this for Duoduo's sake. In the future, I'll leave our family's wealth to Duoduo." After saying this, he took his teacup, picked up a selected works of Mao Zedong, and went into the study in a dour mood to read. Zhuang Xinfi gave Zhang Jianshu's back a disgusted look and muttered something under her breath, but it was hard to hear, and it wasn't anything nice anyway. Zhang Shui was very happy now. Her heart that had been blocked for a long time had finally been unblocked. At this moment, she was comfortably leaning back on the sofa, making faces at Zhang Jianshu's back. Charmaine Chong is very happy to see this, because since Xiuxue became a mother, she has rarely seen her childlike side. Becoming a mother has made her indestructible, which also makes her own mother feel sad. "Xiuxue, it's not that your mother is saying this to you, but just come back more often when you have time. As long as your father and I are still alive, you will always be a child who is loved." Charmaine Chang's words almost made Zhang Shui cry. She didn't cry even when she was wronged, but her heart was touched when she was poked softly, and she really was moved. Don't look at Zhuang Xinfi as a hard-nosed old witch, but at a crucial moment, she still cares about Zhang Shui and gives her psychological comfort. After all, she is her mother. In the dollhouse, Duoduo was playing by herself with great interest. When Zhang Shui and Zhuang Xinfi opened the door to go see Duoduo, they found the little guy sitting on the floor, a small pile of himself, surrounded by stuffed animals. There were rabbits, bears, lions, tigers, ducks and all kinds of animals gathered together, as if there was an animal conference in the forest. Dudu was holding a baby lion in her hands and slowly talking to herself. "The little lion cub is late today, and the king tiger is very angry and won't let the little white rabbit and the little lion cub be friends." Dudu and the little lion cub said, "It's okay, Dudu is willing to be friends with you." Zhang Shui and Zhuang Xinfi couldn't bear to interrupt such a beautiful moment. Hearing Duoduo tell the story, they too were healed. The two of them smiled at each other, their faces full of relief. Zhang Shui quietly closed the door, returning the space to Duoduo before speaking to Zhuang Xinfi. "Duoduo's little world is pure and kind. I am often healed by her, so these past few years, although hard, have been more about happiness." Zhang Shui rolled up her hair and added, "Gu Fei's appearance has made Duoduo's childhood complete. With Gu Fei, the love she receives is also complete." Zhuang Xinfei was a little moved by what she heard, and even her voice softened from its high pitch. "As long as you are happy, and as long as you think it's right, Mom and Dad will support you in the future." The mother and daughter talked while they went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. On the other side, Gu Fei's first thought after taking a spin in his new car was to take Zhang Shui and Duoduo out for fun. Not because he wanted to show off, but because he wanted to share the happy moments with them as soon as possible. Gu Fei realized that he was unconsciously thinking about Zhang Shui, but it seemed that because Duoduo was there, he could consider her more justifiably as the mother of Duoduo. His thoughts were wandering when a phone call brought him back to reality. It was Gu Fei's mother, Lin Shanglan. Gu Fei picked up the phone. "Mom, I was planning to call you today, but I didn't expect you to call me first." A loving laugh came from the other end. "If I didn't call you, would you even remember that I'm your mother?" "No way, the last time I called was." Gu Fei felt a little guilty. The last time he called his mother was a week ago. "It's really Mom, no kidding, and I have something to tell you and Dad today." "Where is Dad?" Gu Fei gets back to the topic. "Your dad is watching TV, looking for him?" Lin Shanglan doesn't wait for Gu Fei to answer, and starts shouting for Gu Pandong to come over. "Gu, your son misses you, don't watch, come over." Cough cough. Gu Fei clears his throat. "Dad, Mom, I have something important to tell you, you may not believe it, but it's true, get ready." Gu Fei first gave the two a heads up, to prevent them from being unable to accept the sudden appearance of a 3.5-year-old granddaughter. "What is there that we need to prepare for? Have you struck it rich? Won the lottery?" Gu Pandong really couldn't think of anything that would require such preparation. Lin Shanglan was also guessing, "Son, you've been so busy lately, and now you're being so secretive, could it be that you've got a girlfriend?" "Great. Your father and I have been waiting for this day. Tell us quickly." Gu Fei lengthened his tone, no, none of the above. Gu Pantong became anxious and urged, okay, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Gu, it's not me keeping you in suspense, it's you two who have been guessing and not letting me say anything. Ahem, listen carefully, you, now, have a new identity, grandparents. After Gu Fei finished speaking, you could feel the air freeze over there, even through the internet cable. Air face had question marks. Become grandparents? What have you been up to? You can't have done anything to upset the girl. Gu Pandong was the first to react. I'm going to have a grandchild? I'm going to be a grandmother? Lin Shanglan had been talking about having a grandchild every day, and now that her wish had suddenly come true, she couldn't quite believe it. Gu Fei let out a long sigh. Gu, it's too late. It's already happened. The baby can run around already. Despite Gu Fei's words, the elderly couple still didn't believe it, especially Gu Pandong. You little brat, are you just wasting our time, trying to make fun of your mother and me? You haven't even seen a girlfriend, and you're telling us that the baby can already run around? Even your own father doesn't believe you. If there's nothing else, just hang up. Gu Pandong's patience was running out, and he was anxious to go back and watch TV. It was coming to a good part, so he called over to answer the phone and heard some news that he found completely unbelievable. So he simply went back to watching TV, leaving Lin Shanglan to chat with Gu Fei. Son, your father has gone back to watch TV. Don't tease us with this story. That's right, Mom. You said it yourself, I would never tease you with something like this when I'm trying to cheer you up. Gu Fei tried to make his tone sound sincere and his wording more careful. This time, Lin Shanglan really believed him a little. Son? Are you serious? Chapter 26, a shake and a vote have set her off. Facing her mother's questioning, Gu Fei can fully understand her. After all, with a granddaughter suddenly appearing, the elderly really need time to digest it. Gu Fei solemnly reiterates once again, really, seriously, the name is Duoduo, 3.5 years old, very cute. The image of Duoduo's cuteness appears in Gu Fei's mind, so when he speaks of Duoduo's name, his voice becomes soft and gentle. This time, Lin Shanglan really believed it. Son, you are really the stuff great things are made of. When are you bringing him back for us to hold? Lin Shanglan's happiness came too quickly. She had been looking forward to it day and night, and suddenly she was going to be a grandmother. She happily walked back and forth in her room with her phone in her hand, her left foot not quite in place, and her right foot not quite in place either, almost limping. If she wasn't holding the phone, she wouldn't know where to put her hands. She couldn't stop smiling, and even if someone told her something happy now, her mouth would still turn up. Lin Shanglan even made a few fake moves to simulate holding her grandson. Finally, she remembered that she hadn't hung up the phone with Gu Fei yet, so she continued to ask. 3.5 years old? Lin Shanglan was counting the time. Son. What haven't you told us? Tell us everything. Gu Fei was prepared to have a good chat today, but Gu Pandong didn't believe him and refused to join the group chat. Gu Fei wanted to tell both of them together, and it would be fine if he told them once, otherwise it would be too troublesome to repeatedly explain one question. So, he refused Lin Shanglan, saying, Mom, let's talk about it some other day. You convince my dad first. When he trusts me and is able to sit down and listen carefully, I'll tell you both again. Lin Shanglan shouted, almost shattering Gu Fei's eardrums on the other end of the receiver. Gu Pandong kept his eyes fixed on the TV, not moving an inch. Lin Shanglan was so angry that she hung up the phone and went to talk to Gu Pandong. Gu Fei knew his parents' temperaments. His mother was sometimes impatient, but his father was always calm, even when things were getting heated. After making the phone call, Gu Fei also considered that they should let their parents hold their grandchild before they can call themselves grandparents. Perhaps they could find some time to bring them over to stay for a few days. The journey was not far, and it would only take them a little over 2 hours to get to Yangcheng. While he was making plans, Gu Fei's WeChat started buzzing with messages. He opened it with a confused look on his face. It was a work group, and a colleague had posted a video, and then everyone had crazily liked it. When I clicked in to watch it, it was the video of playing with the dinosaur with Duoduo yesterday. Yes, it was the one that the dinosaur dealer had added to. The video caption read, a rich person's toy can be a 500,000 yuan rented Tyrannosaurus Rex model that can walk and ride, just missing being able to fly. I'm so jealous of this little kid. Holy cow, Gu Fei, you're famous. It's you, right? You're not mistaken? Director Gu, it seems that the rumor about you having a child is true? Rented for 500,000 yuan? Is the information reliable? Are you serious? Director Gu, why don't you tell us about it in a meeting? We all want to know, right? Looking at the comments section, 500,000 yuan is true, with many witnesses. No, Director Gu, you're so rich already, why do you still need to work? The group message quickly reached 99 plus, and Gu Fei's brain was still processing it. This video exploded for no reason at all. Do people really like melons that much? There were so many messages that he couldn't reply to them all, so Gu Fei replied with a few words and then disappeared. Please eat melons sensibly. Yang Tianxua, who had seen this, couldn't sit still any longer and called Gu Fei directly. Gu Fei, you're awesome. Not only did you change your car, you also spent 500,000 yuan renting a big toy for your daughter. From now on, I'll hang out with you, buddy. Yang Tianxua is still calculating Gu Fei's accounts. He calculated in the morning that Gu Fei had earned at least 1 million yuan, which is an understatement. After deducting the money spent on the car, the money he owed, and the 500,000 yuan he spent renting the dinosaur, Gu Fei would have to earn at least 2 million yuan. Moreover, he had a hunch that 2 million yuan was conservative. What if Gu Fei bought a car that cost more than 300,000 to 400,000 yuan? After all, he only knew that he had changed his car, but there was still room for expectation as to what kind of car he had changed. Thinking about this, Yang Tianxua was so excited that he asked Gu Fei directly, "You said you went to change your car, what did you change it for?" After listening to Yang Tianxua's barrage of questions, Gu Fei put a hand to his forehead and calmly replied, "I changed it for a Rolls-Royce." It was only a matter of time before someone saw it, so there was no point hiding it, so he just told Yang Tianxua directly. On the other end of the phone, after taking a sharp intake of breath, there was a long silence of more than 10 seconds. Are you still alive? If you don't say anything, I'm going to hang up. Gu Fei was about to press the hang up button. No. Are you the first prize winner of the lottery, buddy? Or are you a hidden rich kid from a wealthy family? Just after a weekend, you've gone straight to the top of life? Yang Tianxua couldn't believe it no matter what. Gu Fei, who had once drained the water from the Malatang in order to save money, had actually bought a Rolls-Royce? Ding, trigger system random task. Task, meet the girl's parents and have dinner together. Reward, 51% of the shares of Yangcheng Kechuang Group. Yangcheng Kechuang is a large group with many projects such as catering, sports, entertainment, design, architecture, and tourism. Its corporate assets in Yangcheng City can reach the top 3, and it has a strong influence. This is a wonderful task. With this status, Gu Fei's financial situation is all explained. Otherwise, Yang Tianxua asked for a long time, and he really didn't think of a reasonable explanation. He can't just say that he has the system, can he? But how can this be done successfully? This is a bit of a brain teaser for Gu Fei. After all, this cannot be accomplished by his own personal will, it is a matter for two people. If he wants to go himself, the other person may not necessarily welcome it. But in order to complete this task, Gu Fei might as well first see how Zhang Shui feels about it and see what she has to say. So he wants to ask her about it next time they meet, when the time is right. After accepting the hidden task from the system, Gu Fei now needs to get Yang Tianxua to shut up. Yang, you asked too many questions, I can't answer them all. I'll explain it to you slowly some other time. Gu Fei hung up the phone after saying that. He could hear Yang shouting over the phone, "Hey, now's your chance." Gu Fei turned his phone off to shut out the noise. Then he quietly clicked on the video and watched it from beginning to end. In the video, he saw the happiness of a family of 3 in the carefree joy of Duoduo. Happiness filled Gu Fei's face again, and he kind of wanted Duoduo. So he sent Zhang Shui a message, "Was Duoduo good today?" At this time, Zhang Shui was preparing dinner in the kitchen and chatting with Zhuang Xinfei about the matter between Duoduo and Gu Fei, so she didn't see the message on her phone. What she didn't know was that Zhang Jianshu, who had already gone into the study, received a push notification about a hot topic in the city's daily life, which was the viral video of Gu Fei. Attracted by the headline of the push notification, Zhang Jianshu decided to click on it and take a look. The first time, he skimmed through it, but he felt that the girl in the video looked a lot like Zhang Shui, although the camera was a bit far away from her and it wasn't very clear. So he put on his glasses and watched it carefully again, even pausing when he wasn't sure about something. After watching it a second time, I also noticed that the little girl sitting on the dinosaur and showing half of her head is called Duoduo, the same name as my granddaughter, and she looks a lot like my daughter? It can't be a coincidence, can it? Zhang Jianshu wanted to confirm quickly, so he grabbed his phone and hurried to the kitchen. Shui. Shui. Look, is this you and Duoduo? Jiang Shui, who looked confused, still didn't know what was going on. Dad, what are you talking about? Chapter 27, It's a Good Match. Zhuang Xinfi wiped her hands on her apron and came over to find out what was going on. What's going on? What's this Duoduo and Xiaoshui? Take your time and tell me. So Zhang Jianshu replayed the video just played, pointing at the people in the video while playing it, a little excited. Although he has been involved in big business and has seen the world, Zhang Jianshu still finds things on the internet a bit novel. The main thing is that the protagonists in this video are his own daughter and grandson, and they have suddenly become the talk of the town. He is definitely excited. Look, look. Snow, that's you. And that little boy, is that Duoduo? Zhang Jianshu's fingers quickly darted across the screen as they followed the movements of the characters. Zhang Shui didn't need to look closely to know that it was them. This can't be a hot topic, can it? Zhong Xinfei snatched Zhang Jianshu's phone and said, Let me see. It really is Xiaoshui and Duoduo. But Zhong Xinfei's focus when watching the video was not on Xiaoshui and Duoduo at all. She was concerned about Gu Fei. Because she had met Gu Fei briefly in the video, she hadn't looked closely at the boy at the time. Old Zhang, look, this is Duoduo's father. I saw a bit of him in the video yesterday, and he's quite a handsome guy. It's rare to see Zhuang Xinfi look satisfied. But Zhang Jianshu's concern is not appearance, it's financial power. In the video's text and in the comments section, everyone is discussing the fact that Gu Fei spent 500,000 yuan to rent a big toy for his daughter to play with. Zhang Jianshu was still a bit suspicious, so he asked Zhang Shui for confirmation. Shui, 500,000 yuan to rent a toy, you didn't give him the money, did you? Zhang Shui shrugged her shoulders, gave Zhang Jianshu a dirty look, and said, Dad, you'd better put away your capitalist ideas. In this world, are you the only successful person? Does everyone else not deserve to be rich? The money to buy Duoduo's clothes and the money to rent the dinosaur were all paid by Gu Fei himself. I haven't taken a single penny. Zhang Jianshu let out a meaningful ah and rubbed his chin twice, as if he were planning something big. Then he continued, and Zhang Shui, what does he do for a living? Zhang Shui blurted out, and there was a hint of smugness in her tone. Design director. You wouldn't understand if I told you about art. Design director? Zhang Jianshu was full of questions about Gu Fei's income. He was just a laborer, so how did he have so much money? Did his family have any background? Comrade Jiang, are you doing a background check? If you want to ask, just bring the person here and ask them yourself. Zhang Shui was asked a question and refused to answer Zhang Jianshu's question, but instead went to find her own phone. Zhang Shui casually placed the phone in Duoduo's toy room. Zhang Shui softly opened the door and found Duoduo asleep in a pile of stuffed animals. This time, it wasn't the forest animals meeting, but the little animals placed together as a family unit. Duoduo found small animals of the same type and different sizes and placed them together to represent a family. A family of little pigs, a family of little cats, a family of little tigers, a family of little rabbits. Looking at Duoduo, who was still smacking her lips in her sleep, Zhang Shui's anger that had just been caused by Lao Jiang was completely dissipated by Yin Xiaoyun. Duoduo's existence was the best cure for her. She knew that Duoduo was missing Gu Fei, which was why she had arranged the family of little animals. She had wanted to watch a video on her phone, but Zhang Shui decided to contact Gu Fei first. After unlocking her phone, she saw that Gu Fei had already sent a message. A feeling of warmth welled up in Zhang Shui's heart. Gu Fei, was Duoduo a good boy today? Zhang Shui, beaming with happiness, opened the camera and took a photo of the sleeping Duoduo. Duoduo's two little hands were folded over a fluffy tiger, her little head resting on her hands as she slept on her side. Her long eyelashes cast shadows on her round, plump face, making her look extremely cute. If there is such a thing as a quiet life, then this moment was the quiet life in Zhang Shui's heart. She gently photographed Duoduo, sent the photo to Gu Fei, and added a text. Duoduo was very well behaved today, except that she probably missed you and won't say so she's playing with her toys here by herself. By the way, we came to her grandmother's house today and mentioned you. I was thinking, when are you free, come over for dinner. If you don't feel like it, it's okay if you don't come. For the second paragraph, Zhang Shui typed and deleted and typed over and over again, several times, before she edited it. After a moment of hesitation, she finally clicked the send button. Gu Fei received the message and saw the photo Jiang Shui sent. He zoomed in and looked at it over and over again. He looked at the plump face of Duoduo, her long eyelashes, and the little hands folded under her head. His own daughter was such a cute baby. Looking at this photo, Gu Fei felt like the happiest father in the world. He really didn't need to do anything, just looking at Duoduo made him feel so happy. He didn't understand before why some people became parents and then went crazy posting photos of their children in their friends' circles. Now he could fully appreciate that feeling. After repeatedly looking at the photo, Gu Fei clicked save before replying to Jiang Shui. When Duoduo wakes up, tell her that I miss her too. Reading the message further, Jiang Shui invited him to meet her parents for dinner. Coincidentally, he had the same intention, and he could complete the hidden task on the way. That's fine, I didn't mean to be presumptuous, I also think that we should meet. Just let me know in advance, I'm fine with it. The phone vibrated 3 times in a row, and Jiang Shui quickly unlocked it to check. She didn't expect Gu Fei's agreement to go so smoothly. Great, then I'll set up a time with you in advance. Jiang Shui's fingers danced and her face beamed with a smile, as if she were in the honeymoon phase of a long-distance relationship and had received a message from her boyfriend. At the end, she added, later, when Duoduo wakes up, she might look for you, so I'll send you a video. Gu Fei also missed Duoduo very much, and naturally he was also very much looking forward to it. He sent Jiang Shui a little duckling face emoji that said okay. After the conversation ended, Jiang Shui had time to open the video and take a good look. Everyone was paying attention to the comment section, to 500,000 views, while Jiang Shui was the only one looking at the content. In the video, although she couldn't see Duoduo's complete little face, she could hear Duoduo's happy laughter and the constant shouts of "Daddy! Daddy!" She could also see Gu Fei's back, with a patch of sweat-soaked t-shirt that he probably hadn't noticed, as he was still immersed in playing with Duoduo. Jiang Shui herself, meanwhile, was taking a video of them with her phone. This scene was so happy and beautiful. It made Jiang Shui think of the poem, "You stand on a bridge looking at the scenery, and the people looking at the scenery are watching you from the windows." This portrayal of a happy family of 3 was infinitely magnified in the setting sun. Jiang Shui silently saved this video so that this happiness would not escape. Afraid that Duoduo would catch a cold, Jiang Shui covered him with an air conditioning quilt and returned to the kitchen. She heard her parents still discussing Gu Fei in the kitchen. Jiang Jianshu's voice drifted into Jiang Shui's ears. If he really is that capable, then he is considered a suitable match for our family, and I will definitely support Xiaoshui. Comrade Jiang, support me for what? Jiang Shui walked into the kitchen, guessing that they were probably talking about some things related to marriage. Chapter 28, Do you still want to be with him? Shui, you're just in time, why don't you tell us your plans? Zhuang Xinfi narrowed her eyes and smiled, coming over to take Jiang Shui's arm. Jiang Shui was used to it long ago, the unpredictable old lady. In the previous second she could still flirt with you like a drama queen, and in the next second she could be a caring mother. Jiang Shui felt a little embarrassed by the question, but she still spoke her mind. Oh mom, I'll bring Gu Fei over to meet you guys first, and we can talk about the rest later. Besides, I don't even know what Gu Fei thinks, because we haven't talked about this topic. Zhuang Xinfei gave Jiang Jianshu a wink, indicating that he could leave and let the mother and daughter talk. Jiang Jianshu also understood what she meant, and went back to the study to continue drinking tea. Shui, then tell your mother what you think. Do you have any thoughts about this young man? Zhuang Xinfi waited with a face full of curiosity for Jiang Shui's answer. Jiang Shui also began to pour out her heart. Mom, of course I hope that Duoduo can have a complete family. I am her biological mother, and Gu Fei is her biological father. This is the best for Duoduo. Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief, and the words she had been holding back could finally be spoken. What if you don't consider Duoduo? Do you still want to be with him? Jiang Shui was taken aback. It really was a mother's intuition, and Zhuang Xinfei had hit the nail on the head. Jiang Shui was taken aback. It really was a mother's intuition, and Zhuang Xinfei had hit the nail on the head. She didn't want to be guessed through, but Zhuang Xinfei had hit the nail on the head. Oops. That's right, you have your mother here. It's okay, I'll help you. I'd like to see what this brat has that makes him so special that he can make our Xiaoshui lose confidence. I've never seen anyone like him before. Zhuang Xinfeng crossed her arms, looking very reliable as she acted like a mother taking charge. The mother and daughter were so engrossed in their conversation that they heard the sound of little footsteps approaching the kitchen slowly, tap, tap, tap. It was little Duoduo, who had woken up and was looking for her mother. She was still wearing her air-conditioned quilt with bunny rabbits on it, and one of her unruly hairs stood up on the top of her head, looking like a cute little tuft of hair. Duoduo rubbed her sleepy eyes and, seeing the two people in the kitchen, muttered indistinctly, "Mommy, Grandma." Zhuang Xinfei saw the sleeping Duoduo and lovingly picked her up. "Oh, look, Grandma, our little Duoduo, how could you fall asleep while playing? Grandma and Mom are making something delicious for Duoduo. Duoduo, look, is it all your favorite foods?" Zhuang Xinfei takes Duoduo to look at the prepared ingredients. In the past, Duoduo would have pointed with his little finger and said in a loud voice, "Duoduo likes this and Duoduo likes that," and so on. But today, contrary to normal, Duoduo not only didn't look happy and expectant, but instead looked very disappointed, shaking her head at everything she saw. Just as Zhuang Xinfei didn't know what to do, Duoduo opened her arms wide and turned to let Jiang Shui hug her. Like a little penguin asking her mother for a hug. Jiang Shui saw that Duoduo was a little unhappy, even a little aggrieved. She guessed it was because she had just woken up, and it was only natural for a child to be a little grumpy and emotional. "Duoduo, just now Grandma asked you which one you like, why didn't you say?" Jiang Shui asked Duoduo softly, keeping her voice down. She didn't want to, and it was better that she didn't say, but as soon as she asked, Duoduo couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Zhuang Xinfei hurried over to comfort Duoduo. "Ouch, ouch, my little heart, my little treasure, if there's nothing you like, we'll cook it again." "Oh, Grandma will cook it again, okay?" Duoduo paid no attention and continued to drop the little pearls. Then, while sobbing, she said, "Duoduo misses Daddy. Duoduo wants to eat the bunny rice that Daddy makes." After hearing this, Zhuang Xinfei patted Duoduo's back to comfort her, saying, "If you miss Daddy, we'll see him. Don't cry. Oh, Duoduo, how about letting Daddy cook for you?" Zhuang Xinfei never imagined that Duoduo would become so close to and dependent on that young man after only 2 meetings. She wondered what magic the boy had that made Duoduo call him Daddy. As a result, she wanted to meet Gufei even more. Zhuang Xinfei couldn't bear to see her grandson cry, so she promised to do whatever Duoduo asked, even if it meant picking stars in the sky and fishing the moon. "Mom, don't make any promises to the child. If you promise the baby something, you have to do it. Don't promise something you can't do." Jiang Shui thought that Zhuang Xinfei said that just to temporarily make Duoduo happy, but who knew that Zhuang Xinfei's response would also surprise Jiang Shui. "How can I not do it? Just tell that young man to come over and let him cook for Duoduo again, isn't that fine?" Because she didn't remember the name, Zhuang Xinfei had to refer to the young man. "Now. Ask Gufei to come over?" "Mom, are you serious?" Jiang Shui felt a little surprised, and her pupils dilated. "Oh, it doesn't matter if he comes sooner or later, Duoduo needs him now, so just go ahead and call the young man to see if he has time." Zhuang Xinfei was decisive for once. Jiang Shui thought about it for a moment, and it didn't seem like a bad idea. Why not today when it's already here? It just so happened that today was also Gufei's day off, so she might as well ask. Upon hearing that her father was coming over, little Duoduo leaned over Jiang Shui and wiped her tears away with her small hands. Her long eyelashes were stuck together with tears, and her face was crying like a little kitten. "Mom, is Dad coming to see Duoduo?" Duoduo's voice was mixed with a little bit of grievance, which made Jiang Shui even more determined to ask Gufei to come over. "Duoduo's mom will give Dad a call. If Dad is free, he can come over, okay?" Duoduo and her mom made the call together. Afterwards, Duoduo, like a little jelly, slid off Jiang Shui in a flash, stood firmly on the ground, and obediently waited for Jiang Shui to call Gufei. The video call was connected, and Gufei picked it up quickly, because he was also waiting for Jiang Shui to send news of Duoduo. "Dad! Dad!" As soon as Gufei's face appeared, Duoduo shouted excitedly. "Baby cuteness joy value plus 366. Baby cuteness joy value plus 455. Duoduo instantly became happy, as if a little puppet had been infused with a soul. Gufei, who had seen Duoduo, was naturally happy too. "Let Daddy have a look, whose baby is this? Mum says Duoduo was very good today." Duoduo's little head bobbed up and down like a rattle, and the little tufts of hair on her head stood up and danced about. "Yes, Dad, today Duoduo was a good girl and played with her toys by herself. Duoduo wants to eat rabbit food. Dad, can you come and make rabbit food for Duoduo? Duoduo's big, watery eyes are fixed on the screen, full of anticipation. Gufei really doesn't know how to refuse, how to disappoint Duoduo. Jiang Shui, who is standing nearby, is waiting for Duoduo to say this, so that she can take the conversation in her own way and invite Gufei to come to the house. Gufei, why don't you come over today? It's almost dinner time. Duoduo really wants to eat the rabbit rice you make. You can cook for Duoduo and stay for dinner with my parents. Jiang Shui finished speaking in one breath, but she was still a little nervous, afraid that Gufei would refuse. Zhuang Xinfei was also quiet, unlike her usual noisy self, waiting for Gufei's answer. Chapter 29, Dinner for 5. It was as if fate had intervened. After racking her brains to think of a way to have dinner with Jiang Shui's parents, she received an invitation. There was no reason to refuse, so she definitely had to go. So without hesitation, Gufei simply agreed. Great, I'll come over right away, just send me the address. By the way, do you have all the ingredients for the rabbit rice? You remember what you need, right? Jiang Shui's tone of voice made it clear that she was very happy. Great. I remember everything, I have all the ingredients, you just need to come. After hanging up, Jiang Shui sent Gufei the address and then reassured Duoduo, you'll be able to see your dad in a little while, are you happy? Yes. I'm going to see my dad. I'll be able to eat rabbit rice. Duoduo was so happy that she started running around, and now she's running to the study to tell Grandpa the good news. The villa is so big, and it took a while for the little Duoduo to run from the kitchen to the study. Zhuang Xinfei changed from her previous seriousness, with a twisted tone of voice, teasing Jiang Shui with a smile. Shui, behave yourself, the boy is here already, what are you blushing for? You need to learn from your mother. When your father proposed to me in public, I was very calm, and I only answered your father with 3 words. Xiao Shui pursed her lips, and then said in unison with Zhuang Xinfei, I do. Zhuang Xinfei has been saying this line for most of her life, and she really can't get tired of it. She hasn't even changed the line. The door to the study is closed. Duoduo stands on tiptoe to reach the doorknob, but it's still a little out of reach. So she presses her whole face against the crack in the door and shouts into the study. Grandpa, open the door for Duoduo. Duoduo shouted while putting her feet up even higher, as if that way the person inside would hear her better. Zhang Jianshu was engrossed in reading in the study when he heard Duoduo's voice outside the door. He immediately put down his book and went to open the door for her. Duoduo, wait a minute, Grandpa is coming to open the door for you. He took 3 steps at once, afraid that Duoduo would get impatient waiting. Grandpa, Duoduo is going to see Daddy. Daddy is here to make bunny rabbit rice for Duoduo. Has Grandpa ever had bunny rabbit rice? Daddy's bunny rabbit rice is delicious. Duoduo's eyes narrowed in pleasure at the mention of delicious food, and her little mouth chewed and shook as she bobbed her head like a cute little figurine. Zhang Jianshu was a little taken aback by the news. Duoduo's father is coming? Soon? To Grandpa's house? Yes, Duoduo misses her father. She can finally see her father. Yay! After saying this, Duoduo ran out of the study, spinning in circles. She just wanted to share the joy with her grandfather. She was so happy that she wanted to tell everyone in the house. Seeing how Duoduo looked, it didn't seem like she was talking nonsense, so Zhang Jianshu came out to confirm the accuracy of the information. After learning that it was correct, he didn't react in any way, just nodded. Okay, it's fine if he comes today, I want to see what's up with this young man. Zhuang Xinfei took off her apron and changed into a beautiful and expensive outfit. Once she put on the pearl necklace and earrings, she looked even more glamorous. Mom, is this really necessary? Jiang Shui looked at Zhuang Xinfei, who was twirling around in front of her with her fingers stuck up like an orchid, feeling a little overdressed. Of course I have to wear my most beautiful clothes to welcome the man my baby girl likes. Where is the extravagance? Zhuang Xinfei stopped cooking and told the maid to finish the rest of the dishes. She had originally cooked for Duoduo, but since Duoduo refused to eat, she stopped. Zhang, aren't you going to change? You need to look formal. We're eating in the banquet hall today. Your daughter's happiness is at stake, so please take this seriously. Zhuang Xinfei was very unhappy with Zhang Jianshu's reaction, and felt that he didn't take Gufei seriously. Yes, he really doesn't take Gufei seriously. Despite having watched Gufei's video, he still has his doubts. What right does such a young guy have to have such strong financial resources? In today's society, there are too many people who know how to put on a good show, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. He looked down at his outfit, a white Chinese-style Zen outfit that looked very casual, with green buttons that added a touch of freshness, and it was clear that he was a person who cultivates his character. No change. He dropped those two words and walked away with style. Jiang Shui smacked her lips, and the little old man was still so hot-tempered, taking no notice of persuasion. Let him be. A few dozen seconds later, Jiang Jianshu suddenly asked Jiang Shui, "Shuer, does he drink?" Jiang Shui really didn't know, and she hadn't heard Gu Fei mention drinking or anything. She said blankly, "I don't know either, but Comrade Jiang, you can get ready. Otherwise, why don't you get out the 20-year-old Mao Tai?" Jiang Jianshu was thinking that getting a good bottle of wine out would be a way to subtly show Gu Fei the strength of his family. It would be best if he didn't drink it, as he would have nothing to lose. Even if he did drink it, it would be fine, as he had 2 more bottles. The 20-year-old Mao Tai was a collector's item that could not be bought even if you had the money. To be honest, Jiang Shui was quite happy that Jiang Jianshu had asked this question, as it at least proved that her father had put some thought into Gu Fei's arrival. "It's okay, Comrade Jiang, why are you willing to spend money today?" Jiang Shui hugged Duoduo and leaned against the sofa, using a toothpick to pierce a piece of cantaloupe and feed it to Duoduo's mouth. Her heart was now as sweet as the cantaloupe. Gu Fei, who was rushing over in a Rolls-Royce at the moment, also thought about this question. It's not good to come empty-handed for the first time, so out of courtesy, he also wanted to bring something. He would bring a bottle of wine for Jiang Shui's father and some skincare products for Jiang Shui's mother. Apart from these, he couldn't think of anything else that would be more appropriate. He didn't come across any shops along the way where he could buy these things, so Gu Fei thought of the System Mall to see if he could buy them there. He now had quite a lot of points, so if they were sold there, he would have enough points to buy them. He opened the System Mall and entered a keyword to search, wine. A wide variety of wines appeared below, including white wine, red wine, and foreign wine, from various countries and different vintages. Gu Fei felt that even if all the wines from all the wine merchants in the city were added together, they would not be as comprehensive as his. The more he learned about the system, the more surprised he was at its comprehensiveness. Gu Fei finally settled on Mao Tai, and under the Mao Tai category, there were even different vintages. Mao Tai 15 years, 1,000 points. Mao Tai 30 years, 3,000 points. Mao Tai 50 years, 10,000 points. Mao Tai 80 years, 30,000 points. Gu Fei went online to find out the prices of different years of Mao Tai and discovered that it was really a bargain. He was so happy with the bargain that he couldn't stop smiling. A bottle of 80-year-old Mao Tai is worth more than 200,000 yuan, and from the system, you can redeem it for 30,000 points. But Gu Fei felt that there was no need to bring such an expensive bottle of wine. A bottle of 50-year-old Mao Tai would be perfectly fine. A 50-year-old Mao Tai is also more than 20,000 yuan a bottle. Money is secondary. Many people can't buy Mao Tai even if they have the money, and even if they do, they have to store it away and collect it to increase its value. Who would want to drink it? So Gu Fei made a quick decision and spent 10,000 points to buy a bottle of 50-year-old Mao Tai. To purchase a bottle of 50-year-old Mao Tai, the host will need to consume 10,000 points. Please confirm that the purchase was successful. The host can now extract items from the backpack. Point balance, 47901. Gu Fei took out the Mao Tai wine from the system backpack, still in its gift box. And it really was a good thing, because even though it was tightly wrapped, he could still smell the aroma of the wine. After buying the wine, it was time to buy some tonics. Gu Fei searched for the keyword tonic again. It came up with a whole bunch of ginseng and deer antler, which was not right. It was not appropriate to give it to a woman. Then should he search for beauty? Chapter 30, I can drink it cold today. Gu Fei re-entered Beauty and Nourishment and searched for a lot of bird's nest supplements. Then he spent another 5,000 points on bird's nest, which was also quite valuable. After everything was ready, he followed the address Jiang Shui gave him and went straight to his destination. Along the way, Gu Fei noticed that there were a lot more envious glances, and even if he only used the corner of his eye, he could feel the burning stares of other car owners. Holy cow, he's so handsome, I want to be his little brother. He's so young and already driving a Rolls-Royce, doesn't he know he's risking his life? Either his girlfriend has a will, or his parents are rich. The bottom of society is full of envy. Of course, the hot looks have become even hotter, and the distance has become even greater. Now, the distance between his Rolls-Royce and other cars is twice what it was before. Who dares to get close? A light scrape on Gu Fei's car would be fatal. Even the other beautiful women who passed by, when they stopped their car and saw Gu Fei's good looks and handsome Rolls-Royce, they directly and boldly asked, taking the lead in their own destinies and in their own hands. "Hey, handsome, add WeChat? I can drink ice today." Gu Fei glanced, said nothing, closed the car window, and also closed the heart of the beautiful woman outside the car window. The girl glares at herself in the mirror and asks her best friend in the passenger seat, "Why? Am I not pretty? Is my face worth 800,000 yuan, but not his Rolls-Royce?" After this setback, the girl resolves to spend another 200,000 yuan on a nose job. 40 minutes later, Gu Fei arrives at Jiang Shue's parents' house. He knows the villa in front of him well. It is a garden-style building, with a single courtyard in single building, and the cheapest one costs 20 million yuan. Jiang Shui comes from a prominent family, and he knows that, so he is not surprised when he sees this villa. Finding a parking space, he slowly slows down. Meanwhile, Duoduo, who has been waiting for her father to arrive, keeps leaning against the large French windows, looking out the window with eager anticipation, waiting for her father's car to appear. When Duoduo sees the car, she excitedly shouts, "Daddy! Daddy's here!" After saying this, she rushes towards the window. After hearing Duoduo's voice, the whole family came over to get ready to welcome him. But Jiang Shui saw that the car was not right. Gu Fei's car is an Audi. It may be that someone who occasionally passes by the door is mistaken by Duoduo for a car driving up, and that is Gu Fei. So Jiang Shui stopped Duoduo, who was running outside. "Duoduo, it's not Daddy's car, it's just some other uncle passing by." "Oh, Daddy should be here soon too, can Mum wait with Duoduo?" The two elderly people who had been preparing to welcome them were also murmuring when they saw the car outside the door. Zhang Jianshu took a sip of tea from his small teacup and said meaningfully, "I knew it wasn't going to be." Zhuang Xinfei, meanwhile, curled her orchid fingers and used her fingers to gently arrange her hairstyle, then swung her arms around and turned to leave, saying, "Just call us when you've arrived." Only Duoduo remained standing by the bed, staring resolutely out of the window. She was sure that her father would be here soon, because she had already counted many, many sheep. Duoduo took one of Jiang Shui's fingers in her hand, raised her round little face, and her watery eyes looked so cute that Jiang Shui felt a pang of love. Duoduo asked carefully, "Mom, is it really not Dad?" "No, Duoduo doesn't recognize Dad's car? It's a black little car." As soon as Jiang Shui finished speaking, she saw the Rolls-Royce outside the door gradually come to a stop and politely honk its horn once. "Comrade Lao Jiang. Dad. Have you forgotten who you're meeting at our house today?" Jiang Shui looked at the car outside and shouted in the direction of the study. She then heard a distant response, "No. What's going on?" Looking at the position of the car, the more Jiang Shui looked, the more she felt that this was the car that had come to their house. Finally, someone came down the stairs. Gu Fei went to the back seat to get the welcome gift. After getting off the car, it was in a blind spot that Jiang Shui couldn't see, completely blocked by the car body. Duoduo insisted that the car had stopped in front of the house, and that was Daddy coming. In a child's mind, there is no need to analyze whether it is reasonable or not. "Dad. Mom, it's Dad." Duoduo took Jiang Shui's hand and walked towards the door. Jiang Shui felt that something was not quite right either, so she decided to go out with Duoduo to take a look. If it was another guest coming to the house, they wouldn't want to let the guest feel left out if no one came to greet them. "Let's go, Mom and Duoduo will go and see if it really is Dad." Duoduo happily skipped and jumped, "It's Dad, it's Dad." The mother and daughter walked to the door, and Gu Fei happened to be carrying wine and bird's nest and walking towards the courtyard. Duda saw him at once and, breaking free from Jiang Shui's hands, ran into Gu Fei's arms. "Dad." She hugged him like a baby swallow. Gu Fei was carrying things in both hands, but that didn't stop him from hugging Dudu. "Dudu's dad is here to make you some rabbit food. Are you happy?" Mobao's happiness value plus 555. Mobao's happiness value plus 632. Dudu is so happy. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, stood there dumbfounded. It's really Gu Fei. How did he come in a Rolls-Royce? He clearly has an Audi. Jiang Shui could only think of two possibilities. The first was that he had borrowed it, but if the people around Gu Fei were all hard-working people like him, it was unlikely that he would borrow a Rolls-Royce. Thinking about it this way, it was more likely that he had rented it. Judging from Gu Fei's spending over the past 2 days, buying 100,000 yuan worth of clothes and renting a 500,000 yuan dinosaur, renting a Rolls-Royce should be very easy for him. You don't need to do that just to come to your own home to meet your parents. Gu Fei is a bit overthinking, so Jiang Shui decides that she has to say something to him. Gu Fei, you really don't need to do that. My parents are also quite easygoing, so just relax. They won't say anything if you come in an Audi. Jiang Shui wants to just say it outright, but she's afraid that Gu Fei will be embarrassed for losing face, so she expresses herself in an oblique way. Eh? You mean the car? I'm not driving in Audi anymore. I just changed cars today, so I drove straight here. Gu Fei acted nonchalant and unconcerned, which made Jiang Shui feel even more that he was putting on an act. So she thought to herself, men really are like that, dying to save face and suffering for it. Are you going to tell my parents what you're going to tell them? Can I rehearse it here? Facing Jiang Shui's doubts, Gu Fei knew that no matter what he said, she would not believe him, so he had to take out the purchase voucher and show it to her. Look. On the screen of the mobile phone, Jiang Shui saw a long paragraph of text, as well as a payment record. A series of numbers, not sure how many there were, anyway it was very long, and the first number was 9. Seeing the purchase record, Jiang Shui completely believed Gu Fei's words, but for the time being, she still didn't know how to accept it. How come Gu Fei is so rich? He can just buy a Rolls-Royce on a whim? And paid in full, no less? Don't ask any questions, I'll explain everything after dinner. Gu Fei knew that Jiang Shui must be full of questions right now. But there was no point in explaining anything right now, and after dinner, when they received their share of the system bonus, everything would be fine. Let's go then. My parents are waiting for you. Jiang Shui's heart was racing, but she led the way. Gu Fei was holding Duoduo in one arm and the gift in the other. Jiang Shui saw this and took the gift from him, wanting to help him carry the weight. You didn't have to buy all this, just come for dinner. Jiang Shui could tell that the Maotai and the high-quality bird's nest were expensive. Gu Fei smiled. Although his eyes were looking at Duoduo, it didn't stop him from responding to Jiang Shui's words. It's okay, it's only the first time you've come here, it's only right to buy a little gift. At this time, the two elderly people in the house also heard the sound of the faint and fragmented conversation outside the house. The main thing was that Duoduo had just excitedly shouted "Dad" twice, which had attracted their attention. Chapter 31. Is that really his Rolls-Royce? Zhuang Xinfi was originally leaning on the sofa, elegantly and leisurely applying hand cream, with a look of serenity and contentment, as if to say, I only love myself. Hearing the sound outside, she turned her head to look and saw 3 figures of different heights and sizes approaching. Then she looked again at the car parked outside the door, and it was indeed the Rolls-Royce she had mistaken earlier. At first, she didn't go out to greet him, but called Jiang Jianshu instead. Jiang! Jiang! Oh, you've got to come quickly, don't drink anymore. It seems that it really is Duoduo's father, so the Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the villa gate. Jiang Jianshu pushed his glasses up and, in a state of shock, looked out the window. Sure enough, the Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the villa gate, and in the courtyard, a family of 3 was walking towards the house. Ha! That young man really came in a Rolls-Royce? Without thinking, Zhuang Xinfi quickly grabbed Jiang Jianshu's arm and went out to greet him, saying, hurry up, hurry up. They had just reached the door when they met a few people. Zhuang Xinfi was a bit aggressive at first, but when she saw Gu Fei standing in front of her, she suddenly greeted him with a smile. This young man is really good looking, and she felt happy just by looking at him. Pretending not to care, she took a look, and she thought, his jeans are excellent, and he is clean and well dressed. Overall, his first impression is not bad. Jiang Jianshu, on the other hand, was observing the details, looking at the clothes Gu Fei was wearing, whether there was a logo, what brand of pants, and whether the leather shoes were polished enough. Oh? No leather shoes, basketball shoes, it seems that he is not someone from the business world. Jiang Jianshu's attitude became a little more subtle. Gu Fei saw the living room of the villa, with a high ceiling of 3 meters, which looked extremely spacious. The entire decoration style was European-style architecture. The pillars and walls inside the house all had different carved patterns. In the middle of the living room is a large floor-standing pendulum clock, and on the left and right walls are abstract artworks that are visually 2 meters high. Needless to say, the other details are even more magnificent, and the first impression is that it is magnificent. Seeing this, he thought of the other day at his own home, when Jiang Shui, feeling that she had worked hard cooking, volunteered to go to the kitchen and wash the fruit. Having grown up in a castle and never having touched dirty work with her 10 fingers, Jiang Shui really didn't show any signs of a spoiled young lady's temper in front of him. On the contrary, sometimes he was even more understood and cared for, which made Gu Fei's heart begin to soften and be moved. So, he leaned a little closer to Jiang Shui. "Welcome, young man, come on in." Zhuang Xinfei's enthusiastic shout interrupted Gu Fei's thoughts. "Hello, auntie and uncle." Gu Fei politely said hello, and Duoduo in his arms was playing with his hair. He just let Duoduo play around, as long as the baby was happy. Zhuang Xinfei was overjoyed at the first sight of Gu Fei. She couldn't hide her happiness, and she took in Gu Fei from head to toe. "Ooh, he's so good looking. Come in, come in." I couldn't see him clearly in the video, but now that I see him in person, I can see that he's very handsome, and he and Xiaoxue are a perfect match. No wonder Duoduo is so pretty and cute. It turns out that her father's genes are also so good. And if you look closely, Duoduo's eyebrows and eyes look more like her father's. Jiang Jianshu also politely invited Gu Fei to come inside, saying polite things like, "Hello, is your name Gu Fei? I'm not mistaken, am I? I've heard Xiao Shui talk about you a lot. Since you're here as a guest in our home, please make yourself at home." After entering the house, Jiang Shui gave the gift she received to her parents. "Comrade Jiang, Gu Fei bought this for you, it's Maotai." Because Jiang Jianshu's attitude towards Gu Fei was not as warm as Zhuang Xinfei's, Jiang Shui gave the bottle of wine reluctantly, feeling that it was a waste of Gu Fei's feelings. Jiang Jianshu casually took the Maotai, saying thank you, but he didn't even look up at Gu Fei. He casually placed the bottle next to the foot of the sofa. But Gu Fei didn't care. If it weren't for the system task, he would have been too lazy to come and see them. When Zhuang Xinfei arrived, she received the bird's nest with a smile on her face, and her mouth did not close for a second. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed, I've already come, what's the point of bringing a gift?" "Thank you, Gu Fei." While she was talking, the bird's nest had already been taken and put away by the ant. Zhuang Xinfei pushed the cut fruit on the coffee table towards Gu Fei, saying, "You must be tired after driving over, so eat some fruit." "Thank you, auntie." After thanking the auntie, Gu Fei took a piece of cantaloupe and put it in Duoduo's mouth, which made her giggle. Duoduo is always very well behaved when the adults are chatting. She will secretly observe everyone, and if she is not doing anything, she can manage not to disturb. Duoduo's laughter made everyone shift their attention from Gu Fei to Duoduo. "What are you laughing at, stinky Duoduo?" Gu Fei asked, squeezing Duoduo's plump face. Duoduo giggled again. Just listening to Duoduo's laughter felt very soothing, like the sound of pure spring water, tinkling and dripping gently on the heart. After saying, "Daddy was so good today," she imitated the adults and gently stroked Gu Fei's head, just like a little adult. Duoduo made the whole family laugh, and the atmosphere was harmonious and warm, but it was inevitable that it was the first time they had met, so there was a little subtle awkwardness. Jiang Shui noticed this and, worried that Gu Fei was uncomfortable, quickly found something for him to do. "Duoduo, when Daddy wasn't here just now, what did you say you wanted to eat?" Jiang Shui asked Duoduo softly, reminding her of the rabbit rice, so that Gu Fei could cook it as a matter of course. Duoduo is so happy to see Gu Fei that she can't bear to be apart from him for a second. She is now leaning against his thigh and snuggled in his arms. After Jiang Shui's inquiry, Duoduo is wriggling happily in Gu Fei's arms like a little worm. Her hair is rubbing against Gu Fei's chin, making it fluffy and itchy. Gu Fei feels like he's holding a kitten. Rabbit rice. Duoduo wants to eat rabbit rice. Dad's action seemed to have flipped a switch, and Duoduo suddenly became excited, with stars in her eyes. Baby's joy value plus 666. Baby's joy value plus 755. Saying this, Duoduo grabbed the corner of Gu Fei's shirt with her small hands and walked towards the kitchen, and Jiang Shui followed without saying a word. Zhuang Xinfei's voice was gentle, and she couldn't stop him from following, sighing, "Shui, this is Gu's first time at our house, and you're already making him cook. That's not appropriate." "It's okay, Duoduo wants to eat it, and it'll be ready soon. You guys go wait in the banquet hall, it won't take long." Jiang Shui told her mother to go to the banquet hall so she wouldn't get in the way. Zhuang Xinfeng, who had been driven away by Jiang Shui, felt like a deflated balloon. She suddenly felt that her grown daughter was really like water that had been let out of a bucket. She had a man and had forgotten her mother. In the kitchen, the maid was preparing the last dish, braised pork balls. When she saw Jiang Shui bringing Gu Fei and Duoduo in, she hurriedly stopped her. "Jiang Shui, just let me know what you need to do, I'll do anything, you don't need to come to the kitchen yourself." This maid is very nice, and Jiang Shui really likes her. When she speaks to her, Jiang Shui is always smiling. "Auntie, Duoduo wants to eat the rabbit rice that Daddy made." You go ahead with your work, we can do it ourselves. On hearing the words Duoduo's father, the auntie deliberately gave Gu Fei a second look. Handsome, a good match for the young lady. And it seems that he is also a very good father. So the auntie replied to Jiang Shui with a smile of blessing, okay, Miss Jiang, then I'll tidy up the stovetop while you cook here, it won't take long. Gu Fei and Jiang Shui were selecting spices and ingredients, while Duoduo, behind her parents, made 2 rabbit ears with her hands and sang the nursery rhyme Little White Rabbit in a bouncing voice. She added her own words to the end of the song, Duoduo loves rabbit rice. The already lively kitchen became even more warm and soothing with Duoduo's presence. In the banquet hall, Zhuang Xinfi was chatting with Jiang Jianshu. Old Jiang, this kid, Gu, is a boy, but he is very handy. I have seen the video of Duoduo eating the rabbit rice. Not only children, but also adults can eat more rice after watching it. Jiang Jianshu was not interested in this at all. He was rubbing his chin and wondering where Gu Fei's Rolls Royce was. Chapter 32, A Gift of 50-year-old Mao Tai? He didn't hear a word of Zhuang Xinfei's and kept muttering to himself. What kind of background is that? Driving a Rolls Royce at such a young age? I've been around for so many years and I'm only driving a Maybach. Jiang Jianshu was using his own assets to gauge and speculate on Gu Fei's financial strength. Because in business, a lot of capital is tied up in fixed assets, and working capital is sometimes still very tight. Someone with assets of 200 million like him only drives a Maybach. If Gu Fei drives a Rolls Royce, does that prove that he is even more powerful than himself? But still, he can't believe it. He can't believe it. Could it be that he is hiding it too well? Or there is another possibility, that in order to get closer to his home, Gu Fei is renting the car. Jiang Shui and Gu Fei are indeed father and daughter, and their way of thinking is surprisingly consistent. Unable to be sure, Jiang Jianshu planned to find out more at the dinner table later. If Gu Fei really had the means, he wouldn't have to worry about him coming after his family's wealth. On the contrary, Jiang Shui and Gu Fei being together might even benefit his business. Jiang Jianshu was so engrossed in his thoughts that when Zhuang Xinfi saw him, she gave his back a heavy pat. Oops. Jiang Jianshu was caught off guard and startled. This old man in the company, who employees have to walk around when they see him, can only be controlled by his wife. What are you thinking about, so engrossed? I'm talking to you, you'd better have heard me. Zhuang Xinfeng snorted lightly, turned her face away, and didn't look at Jiang Jianshu. Oh, dear, I was just wondering about this Gu Fei. Is his wealth real or not? Jiang Jianshu's voice was flattering. He was most afraid of Zhuang Xinfi getting angry, because she would make him suffer. Zhuang Xinfi didn't care about that right now. From her observations, she had discovered that Duoduo really liked Gu Fei. As long as this young man was good to Duoduo and fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, that would be fine. She didn't have any other demands on Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei has no money, it's fine, their family has money. You're always thinking about money, when will you think about something else? Can't you see the father-daughter bond between Gu Fei and Duoduo? Zhuang Xinfi became emotional. Jiang Jianshu retorted, but he wasn't really angry. I seem to remember someone saying that they weren't a match, and now it's about the father-daughter bond? Honey, I remember everything you say. Zhuang Xinfei was shy and evasive. At that time, I hadn't seen the person in person, but now that I have, I really like this young man. The two were chatting away happily when Duoduo ran over, clattering along. Grandpa! Grandma! Grandpa! Grandma! You guys go take a look, Daddy's rabbit-shaped rice is almost ready. Duoduo was annoyed by their slow movements, so she simply took one in each hand and dragged the 2 elderly people to the kitchen. With all her might, the little girl pulled the 2 adults, leading the way. In the kitchen, Gu Fei was already in the final stages of making the rabbit's rice, adding the facial features. As before, Jiang Shui cut out the facial features. While the ant was making the lion's head, she was also learning from Gu Fei how to make the rabbit's rice, so that when Duoduo came back in the future and wanted to eat rabbit's rice, she could make it too. But she doesn't know that Duoduo only eats the rabbit rice that Gu Fei makes. When Duoduo brings them into the kitchen, Jiang Jianshu and Zhuang Xinfi see Jiang Shui's and Gu Fei working together to finish Duoduo's meal. The 2 of them work well together, and the scene is warm and happy. They don't want to break it. At this time, Duoduo lets go of the 2 people's hands and runs back to Gu Fei. Daddy, look, Grandpa and Grandma have come to see the rabbit rice too. Daddy makes the best rabbit rice. Duoduo likes it. Baby's Delight plus 828. Baby's Delight plus 899. Duoduo shares what she likes with everyone in the family. But in fact, she wants to say that her father is awesome. He can make cute and delicious rabbit rice. This is obviously showing off her father. Children's minds are really simple. Obviously, adults understand what Duoduo means, so they all cooperate with Duoduo, and the little one feels very satisfied. The lion's head and the rabbit rice are almost finished at the same time, so everyone can go to the table and eat. Zhuang Xinfei looked at the meal made by Gu Fei and felt the love he had for Duoduo. A rough and ready boy who is willing to spend time and patience cooking such a complicated meal for his baby is a good father. Therefore, Zhuang Xinfei's impression of Gu Fei has increased even more. Arriving at the banquet hall, Gu Fei briefly observed it. It was a separate room with a lot of space. Apart from a large round table that could seat about 15 people, the rest of the space could be used to walk the dog. The style of the chairs was consistent with the living room, European style. It looked gorgeous and noble. There was also a large display cabinet by the wall, filled with 5 layers of various types of wine. There were also some beautiful stemware in different shapes. Duoduo had an exclusive baby chair, and she sat between Gu Fei and Jiang Shui, with the family of 3 facing Jiang Jianshu and Zhuang Xinfei. The large table, with 10 courses and 5 people, was a little empty. Zhuang Xinfei was afraid that Gu Fei was too formal, so she quickly and warmly greeted him, saying, "Come, start eating. You're here as a guest in your own home, so don't be shy." Jiang Jianshu took out the moutai that he had prepared in advance and asked, "Gu, can you drink?" "If you can, then let's open this bottle of moutai that I've been saving for 20 years. When he said 20 years, Jiang Jianshu deliberately put an emphasis on the word, and everyone could hear what he meant. Jiang Shui was next to Gu Fei, rolling her eyes at her father. The little old man is so showy, and sometimes it feels like he's very childish despite his age. Today's situation is even more obvious that he is targeting Gu Fei. "Dad, why are you saying so much?" Jiang Shui's voice carried a tone of rebuke, and her face didn't look very good. Duoduo was very astute and sensed that her mother was unhappy, so the spoon she was about to use to dig the rabbit's ears was suspended in mid-air. She gently patted her mother with one small hand and said, "Mom, Duoduo can give you the rabbit's ear rice. Mom, you have to be happy." Jiang Shui was moved by her words and felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Duoduo was willing to take the initiative to share her favorite rabbit's ear rice in order to make herself happy. This was the happiest moment for her as a mother. Gu Fei was not interested in wine and did not want to drink it, so he simply declined Jiang Jianshu's offer. "Uncle, I don't drink, you can keep it for yourself. Also, I brought you that bottle of moutai today, it's 50 years old, you can keep that one too." After Gu Fei finished speaking, he immediately won back around for himself, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Because Jiang Shui and Zhuang Xinfei both knew that back then, in order to snatch that bottle of 20-year-old moutai, Jiang Jianshu had spent a fortune and waited for more than a month before he received it. And Gu Fei, as a gift for meeting, casually took out a 50-year-old moutai? Jiang Jianshu immediately put down the 20-year-old bottle in his hand, walked away from the table to the living room, and respectfully picked up the bottle of wine that had been casually thrown on the foot of the sofa. 50 years? Chapter 33, Family Activities, the more the merrier. Knowing that this was a 50-year-old bottle of moutai, Jiang Jianshu felt the texture of the bottle in his hands, and it was different. Now he felt an inexplicable attraction to the bottle, and his hands simply could not leave it. He looked at the packaging again and again, front and back, inside and out, until he was really sure that it was a 50-year-old bottle of moutai. Back in the banquet hall, Jiang Jianshu didn't go straight back to the table. Instead, he placed the bottle that Gu Fei had given him like a precious treasure in the center of the wine cabinet. The center position was originally where 2 20-year-old bottles of moutai were placed side by side, but now there was one on the table and one in the wine cabinet. Jiang Jianshu directly replaced the bottle in the wine cabinet, and then placed it in a different position, next to a bottle of red wine. Jiang Jianshu returned to the table, and without saying a word, opened the 20-year-old bottle of moutai. He brought the bottle to his nose, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the aroma. Then, he poured himself a small cup, and immediately after, poured a cup of hot tea. Holding the cup with one hand and supporting the bottom of the cup with the other, he handed it to Gu Fei. "Gu, here you go, if you don't drink, you can drink tea. Uncle toasts you." Jiang Jianshu lifted his wine cup, made a toast to Gu Fei, and gulped it down in one go. "You're too kind, uncle." Gu Fei returned a sip of tea. Jiang Shui and Zhuang Xinfei didn't expect Lao Zhang's attitude to change so quickly, and that a bottle of wine could buy him over. Jiang Shui took a bite of food and teased, "It seems that Comrade Jiang really likes this bottle of wine, doesn't he?" Yes, Gu really went all out, and it's quite impressive. This 50-year-old bottle of Maotai is so rare that you can't even buy it with money." Jiang Jianshu's face couldn't hide his happiness, and he was even happier than if he had closed a big business deal. Gu Fei realized that rich people are really easy to please, and they like all the fame, wealth, and things that symbolize their status. For example, this bottle of Maotai may look like just a bottle of wine, but its rarity, preciousness, and collectible value are destined to be something that rich older generations will like. Yes, at first glance, the uncle is a connoisseur, really knows his stuff. Gu Fei casually praised Jiang Jianshu, and the old man was even happier and couldn't find the north. So, happily, he poured another cup of wine. "Here, Xiao Gu, let me toast you again, eat more food. You drove here, so I won't let you drink, otherwise you must have a drink." Gu Fei nodded, his tone light and carefree. "I'm sorry, uncle, I don't usually drink." Jiang Shui sat next to Gu Fei and peeked at him, watching him say he wasn't drinking seriously. He looked a lot like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law, standing up to his role. Jiang Shui couldn't help but laugh, so she lowered her head and covered her face, pretending to cough. No one noticed that she was laughing secretly. Instead, Duoduo was the first to react. "Is mommy sick? If you're sick, you need to take medicine. Let grandma find medicine for mommy." Duoduo's sudden concern made Jiang Shui's heart warm. She realized that since Gu Fei's arrival, Duoduo had become more caring. A good father not only gives love, but also teaches his children how to love. Jiang Shui stroked Duoduo's head, saying tenderly, "Thank you, Duoduo. Mommy is fine, don't worry. Just eat your fill." Duoduo replied loudly, scooping up a spoonful of curry-flavored rice, opening her mouth wide and shoveling it in. Oh whoa, she was eating very happily, and it was obvious that she had a good appetite. The whole table of people looked at Duoduo with a smile on their faces. Zhuang Xinfi was also observing, and Gu Fei's rabbit rice made Duoduo like it more than all the delicacies on the table. Moreover, Duoduo had indeed become more cheerful and lively this time than before, and she loved to talk and laugh more, and Gu Fei had made a significant contribution. As she thought about it, she felt moved to write a few words. Zhuang Xinfi sat there demure and elegant, so her aunt poured her a half glass of red wine. Then she held the glass up and said to Gu Fei with satisfaction, "Little Gu, since you came to our home today, you are family." After she said that, she felt that something was wrong. "Oops, no, look what I'm saying, you are family, you are Duoduo's father. We are very happy that Duoduo has such a good father, and Jiang Shui has such a good husband." The aunt also toasts you. After that, she drank it all in one go. Jiang Shui blushed and said reproachfully, "Mom, what are you talking about? Where did Jiang Shui's words come from?" She couldn't say yes or no. If she didn't say anything, she and Gu Fei weren't husband and wife anymore, so where did the words husband come from? If she said something, she would be admitting to the stupid thing she did 4 years ago, which was embarrassing. So when the words came to her lips, she held them back. "Oh, what's the big deal? You too, when you have some free time, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and pick up your certificate. It's such a simple thing. You young people, sometimes you really aren't as perceptive as us old people, are you?" Zhang Zhuangshuan has a good attitude. She often adopts an attitude of "I don't care, so what?" towards many things. She is a woman who never consumes herself internally. Jiang Shui does admit that she is not as good as her mother. Jiang Shui wanted to change the subject, as it was too embarrassing to talk about this. Besides, she secretly looked at Gu Fei and saw a hint of panic in his expression when he talked about getting a marriage certificate. Jiang Shui quickly changed the subject, and it happened to be something serious she wanted to talk to Gu Fei about. "Gu Fei, Duoduo's kindergarten is going to hold a large-scale parent-child activity this Tuesday. I mentioned it to you before, and now the time has been confirmed. It will be held at the kindergarten at 8 a.m. on Tuesday. Gu Fei is interested in this. After all, it concerns his own precious daughter, Duoduo. Tuesday is a working day, but it doesn't matter, he will take leave to attend. I remember you telling me that I will be there on time, but what do you need me to do?" Gu Fei doesn't know what to do, whether he needs to make some preparations in advance, so as not to embarrass Duoduo after going there. The activity details have been sent to the group by the teacher. I will send you a copy later. It seems that there is nothing to do, just participate and accompany. Jiang Shui began to look for the information sent by the teacher. When she heard her mother chatting about the kindergarten activities, Duoduo put down her spoon and started to look forward to them. Mom, there are fun activities in kindergarten, right? This time Duoduo has a dad. Duoduo tilted her little face up to look at Gufei. Not sure if it was Gufei's illusion, but he felt like Duoduo's eyes were brimming with tears. He leaned over to Duoduo's baby chair, pinched her little face, and spoke softly as if trying to coax her to sleep. Duoduo, from now on, Daddy will be there for all the kindergarten activities, okay? Of course, and there's also Mommy. The kindergarten rules have been found. Jiang Shui forwards a copy to Gufei. Gufei, I've forwarded the activity rules to you, so remember to take a look when you have time. Zhuang Xinfeng and Jiang Jianshu could not bear to disturb the family of three, so they stopped talking. Zhuang Xinfeng ate in silence, while Jiang Jianshu sipped his wine in small mouthfuls, nodding his head with each sip. If it weren't for Gufei giving him the 50-year-old bottle, he would never have drunk the 20-year-old bottle. It was all thanks to Gufei. Thinking about this, he once again wanted to toast Gufei. Chapter 34, A Premeditated Overnight Stay. Jiang Jianshu held the wine cup, halfway up, and after thinking it over, he decided that it would be beneath his dignity for an elder to keep on toasting the younger generation. But in order to avoid embarrassment, he reversed the direction of the toast and used his own small wine cup to clink with Zhuang Xinfei's highball glass. Wife, today is a happy day, let's drink together. Jiang Jianshu's fawning gaze was frowned upon by Zhuang Xinfei, but because Gufei was there, Jiang Jianshu was still given face. He lifted his glass and took a gentle sip. Everyone at the table was toasting one another, and Duoduo was itching to get involved. She slipped out of her baby chair and, not knowing where to find one, found a bottle of soda and ran to bring it over. Dad, help Duoduo open it. Duoduo stretched out her short arms and handed the yogurt and straw to Gufei. Gufei's chopsticks had just reached out to pick up the food when he heard Duoduo's call, so he quickly retracted his chopsticks in response to Duoduo, and he didn't get to eat the food. Zhuang Xinfei smacked her lips, really spoiling the child. She, as a grandmother, couldn't do it either. If there's anything you need, just ask me. I have to finish eating this mouthful first. The good father helped Duoduo open it. Gufei's tone was indulgent. If Duoduo wanted to pick the stars right now, he would say, "Sure, Dad, let's try." After inserting the straw, Gufei casually picked Duoduo up and sat her in the baby chair. Duoduo held the bottle carefully with both hands until she was sitting steadily, then she held the bottle up with both hands and extended it to the table. Duoduo, cheers to everyone. She looked serious and cute, and her tone was imitating the adults, rising and falling. Duoduo's antics made everyone laugh, and the 5-person space felt as lively as it would with 50 people. In order to match Duoduo, the whole family raised the cups in their hands. It didn't matter if the cup contained tea, white wine, red wine or water, Duoduo didn't care. Seeing everyone and herself toasting, Duoduo was very happy in her little world. Come on, little Duoduo, cheers. Jiang Shui touched her glass with water to Duoduo's. Dad also cheers with Duoduo. Gufei cheers with Duoduo with tea. Zhuang Xinfei is beaming with joy. Ooh, my sweet Duoduo, you've grown up, you can even toast. Jiang Jianshu was a little far away from Duoduo, so he specially carries the wine cup, runs over to Duoduo, touches Duoduo's bottle before returning to his seat. Everything adults do is interesting to Duoduo. Anything new is something she will imitate, such as this time's toast, which was also the first time Duoduo had experienced it. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the sound of a system reward echoed in Gufei's mind. Ding, congratulations host, you have completed the hidden task. And received a system reward of 51% of Yangcheng Kechuang Group shares. Tips, the host need not worry. In the world you are in, the system has already arranged for a valid legal contract to be available for viewing the shareholding ratio. The host's 51% is now in effect, which means that from this moment on, Gufei will have an additional identity as the president of Yangcheng Kechuan Group Holdings. The total assets exceed 2 billion. Although he has been gradually receiving some rewards over the past 2 days and has become accustomed to them, this reward still makes Gufei a little excited. After all, he has gone from being a worker to becoming the president directly. In other words, he is now a business tycoon whose industry involves catering, sports, entertainment, design, architecture, and tourism. And the Rolls-Royce can now be explained very well. First, it is in line with his status, and second, he has the financial strength, so he will no longer be suspected of renting the car to show off. Tomorrow, he will definitely have to face Yang Tianshua's various questions at work, and this time, he will have reasonable answers to all of them. He just doesn't know if Yang Tianxua stabbed him with his eyes when he said that he owns 51% of the shares of Kechuang. As it grew dark, after dinner, Gu Fei politely said goodbye to Jiang Jianshu and Zhuang Xinfi and prepared to go home, as he had to get up early for work tomorrow. But as expected, Duoduo simply would not let Gu Fei go. As soon as Gu Fei took one step, Duoduo immediately wrapped his arms around the other leg, crying his heart out. "Daddy, don't go, don't go." When the little one started crying, both Zhuang Xinfei and Jiang Jianshu panicked. Zhuang Xinfei quickly picked up Duoduo. "Oh, good, Duoduo, good, Duoduo, don't cry, Daddy's not leaving, I'll stay here with you today, okay?" Jiang Shui frowned and drew a big question mark. "Ms. Zhuang Xinfen, please be sensible. After all, your relationship with Gu Fei is only based on being Duoduo's father, so it's not quite appropriate to let him stay at home, is it?" The old lady really doesn't think before she speaks. "Oh, there's a guest room, so what's there to be afraid of?" Zhuang Xinfeng had already made up her mind to let Gu Fei stay in the guest room. On the other hand, she also had her own plan, and thanks to little Duoduo, she was able to help out between her daughter and Gu Fei. Jiang Shui had an idea, she was just too shy to say it. It's normal for a mother to try to help match up her daughter and her son-in-law. She had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, having been eating dinner with them all night. What a lucky star! Little grandson. Gu Fei was still trying to comfort Duoduo from crying 1 second, and the next he heard that he had been assigned to stay in the guest room? This was so fast that he didn't have time to react. Jiang Shui glanced at Gu Fei, who was looking at Duoduo, who was still hugging his thigh and dropping little pearls. Gu Fei could only agree. "Okay, I'll stay with Duoduo today until she stops crying, and you can sleep with Daddy tonight." Hearing that Gu Fei was not leaving, Duoduo stopped crying and a smile appeared on her face, although there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. She giggled, "Daddy's not leaving, Duoduo's sleeping with Daddy tonight. Can Daddy tell Duoduo a story? Duoduo wants to hear the story of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit." Duoduo is full of anticipation. Her long-cherished wish for Daddy to tell her a bedtime story is finally coming true. The little one's heart is so happy that it's like a gummy bear has exploded inside her, sweet and sweet. "Of course you can. Daddy will tell Duoduo whatever she wants." As Gu Fei speaks, he feels his big hand being taken by Duoduo's small hand. She took Gu Fei past the spiral staircase to the guest room on the second floor and introduced it to him. "Dad, this is the guest room. Dad and Duoduo will sleep here tonight." Duoduo didn't know that the guest room was a room for guests to sleep in, she just knew that it had its own name, and that name was guest room. As she watched Duoduo lead Gu Fei upstairs, Zhuang Xinfi gave Jiang Shui a wink, meaning that it was all done, and that she, your mother, was still in charge. Jiang Shui then realized why Zhuang Xinfi had let Gu Fei stay without saying a word just now. It turned out to have been premeditated. Although she shouted unhappily that Ms. Zhuang did not consider others' opinions, in Jiang Shui's heart, like Duoduo, she was also happy to the point of having gummy bears exploding. Jiang Shui looked at the back of Gu Fei's head, and suddenly her heart felt very secure today. While she was immersed in happiness, Jiang Shui was called back to the dinner table by Jiang Jianshu, who asked mysteriously, "Hey, Snow, I've been thinking about it all night. I don't think Gu's car is rented, do you?" Chapter 35, Duoduo wants to sleep between her parents. Jiang Shui was not at all surprised to hear Jiang Jianshu ask this question. After all, she still understands her own father. And when she thought about it before, her thoughts were exactly the same as Jiang Jianshu's. She actually wanted to laugh a little. The bond between father and daughter was so strong that it was now fully revealed. Jiang Shui smiled, and her hair trembled with the smile. "Comrade Jiang, I won't hide from you that when I saw Gu Fei arrive in a Rolls-Royce, I had the same thoughts as you. I thought he was trying to curry favor with our family and had rented a luxury car especially for the occasion, but no, the car Gu Fei mentioned just today, I was shown the full payment purchase record, it's the real deal." Jiang Shui's tone revealed admiration everywhere, and there was even a hint of bragging, as she told Jiang Jianshu. Gu Fei's actions over the past few days have shocked her in every way. From being very patient with the baby, to being able to cook delicious rabbit rice, to spending nearly 100,000 yuan on 3 different styles of clothes for Duoduo, to renting a 500,000 yuan toy dinosaur to make Duoduo happy, and today buying a Rolls-Royce in full. Any one of these things would be enough for Jiang Shui to react for days, but Gu Fei is now piling on the buffs. I wonder what other amazing moves are still to come. Thinking about this, Jiang Shui began to look forward to Gu Fei's performance at the parent-child activity at Duoduo's kindergarten. Maybe he can surprise everyone again? Hearing Jiang Shue's words, Jiang Jianshu's teacup almost fell to the ground. What? Full price? As soon as the words fell from her lips, Zhuang Xinfi quickly covered Jiang Jianshu's mouth. Old Jiang, keep your voice down. You can get excited, but what's the point of shouting? Are you afraid that Gu Fei upstairs can't hear you? Jiang Shui also made a shushing gesture with Jiang Jianshu. Shu, Comrade Jiang, you don't need to get so excited. You're an entrepreneur after all, someone who's seen it all, you shouldn't be like this. Jiang Jianshu just blamed them for not understanding how he felt. He had thought that Gu Fei was just pretending to be rich. In order to match his family's financial strength, he had even asked Gu Fei for advice several times. But after observing the situation, he felt that Gu Fei was even more powerful than his family. Jiang Jianshu felt like a fool, and it really made him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gu Fei had not seen through his previous thoughts, otherwise he would have been too embarrassed to see Gu Fei again. In addition, he thought about all the years he had worked hard, only to drive an old Benz. Gu Fei had achieved success at such a young age, and the man's heart was filled with an unwillingness to lose. But as he got older, he was powerless, and could only envy the young. Sipping his tea, Jiang Jianshu calmed his emotions a little, and moved his chair over to Jiang Shue's side. He asked mysteriously. Shue, be honest with me. What does Gu Fei actually do? Let's see if there's any room for cooperation between our families. If we can cooperate, we can expand our business and reach new heights. Jiang Shui helplessly folded her arms. I already told you, he's the design director of a company. Jiang Jianshu's mind was only filled with business and profit, nothing else. For her and her mother, Gu Fei's appearance meant that Duoduo had a father figure, someone who loved and protected her. But for Jiang Jianshu, what he considered was that Gu Fei's appearance was either a threat to him or profitable for business. Hearing Jiang Shue's very affirmative answer, Jiang Jianshu was a little disappointed. Because the company now has a 20 million project to negotiate with Kechuan, he thought that if Gu Fei is really very capable, perhaps he has connections that can help, so that the project can progress smoothly. Zhuang Xinfi couldn't stand the sight of Jiang Jianshu, who was greedy for money and pretended to be uninterested when there was no profit. So, like a pea shooter, she fired at Jiang Jianshu. I said, Lao Jiang, you're so old now, don't you know you should change your bad habits? Can't you see that Duoduo is so happy? Can't you see that Gu Fei is so good to Duoduo? Isn't it good to look at these things more? Making money is a good thing, and I think Lao Jiang, you've done a great job with your career. You're a good husband to me, but apart from money, there are many other important things, like family. Like the happiness of Xiaoxue and Duoduo. I hope you can open your eyes and look at these things too. Zhuang Xinfei, who was usually yin and yang, said a few serious things to Jiang Jianshu. Xiaoxue and Jiang Jianshu both knew that when Zhuang Xinfei was serious, she was really angry. The air began to freeze, and when Zhuang Xinfei paused in her speech, you could hear a pin drop. Even if you listened carefully, you could hear the joyful laughter of Duoduo on the second floor. Although Jiang Shui also disapproved of her father's behavior, she still felt the need to ease the current atmosphere. Her tone was gentle, as if she were lecturing two big friends. Dad, my mom is right, your career has been successful enough, and now that you have Duoduo, it's time to enjoy family life and not tire yourself out too much. After saying this, Jiang Shui stood up and went over to give Jiang Jianshu a shoulder massage. After a set of movements, she made Jiang Jianshu happy, holding a small teacup, and left a sentence before returning to the study. Today, you take good care of Gu, I'll stay out of it. After Jiang Jianshu left, Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow, gave Zhuang Xinfi a wink, and said, Don't be angry, Mom. The old man doesn't respond to force, just go along with him. Zhuang Xinfei looked at the back of Jiang Jianshu's back and glared at him hard, not saying a word to him. He was uncomfortable. Upstairs, Duoduo took Gu Fei in the guest room and introduced him seriously, afraid that Gu Fei would not know the way in a strange room and not sleep well. Although it was a guest room, the decoration was not sloppy at all, comparable to a 5-star hotel suite, luxurious and gorgeous. Even bath towels, toiletries, and dressing gowns were all prepared. Daddy, the toilet is here, so you can come here to pee. Daddy, wear this after you take a bath, it's so comfortable. Gu Fei followed Dodo around in small steps, listening to Dodo's little baby voice as she introduced every part of the room, full of joy and happiness. This is what it feels like to have a little cotton padded jacket. Before I had a baby, I only heard people say that a daughter is a mother's little cotton padded jacket. In Gu Fei's opinion, Duoduo is also his little cotton padded jacket. Only a father can understand this feeling, and you can't hear it or see it. Dad, Duoduo is going to sleep in the middle today. After circling around, he came to the bedside. Duoduo, who was not much higher than the edge of the bed, tried hard to climb onto the bed and rolled around in the middle. Upon hearing the word middle, Gufei sensed something was amiss. If there is a middle, does that mean there are also two sides? Is little Duoduo going to arrange for him to sleep with Jiang Shui? Then he went around to the right half of the bed, patted it, and said, "Mom sleeps here." As expected, Duoduo slowly went around to the left half of the bed again. "Dad sleeps here." Looking at Duoduo's big, clear eyes, which were full of expectation, Gufei subconsciously glanced towards the door, hoping Jiang Shui would come and save the day. Chapter 36, Have you been living together for many years? In the banquet hall, only Jiang Shui and Zhuang Xinfi, the mother and daughter, were left. Zhuang Xinfi sensibly returned to her room, leaving the rest of the time and space to Jiang Shui and Gufei. Before going back to her room, Zhuang Xinfi gave Jiang Shui a wink. The silent message was loud and clear. Zhuang Xinfi's eyes spoke volumes. "Mom helped you get here, the rest is up to you. Your destiny is in your own hands, so come on." Finally, Zhuang Xinfeng made a fist with slightly bent knees. Although Jiang Shui was helpless, her eyes, which were full of a smile, were full of love for Zhuang Xinfeng at this moment. Although she sometimes acts like a nagging demon, loves to act the drama queen, and is a nag, she is also quite cute sometimes. Just like now. After Zhuang Xinfeng left, Jiang Shui ran up the second floor in a few steps and went straight to the guest room. When she opened the door, she heard Gufei and Duoduo having a conversation. Gufei's voice was soft as he told Duoduo, "Duoduo, Mommy and Daddy can't sleep together tonight." Duoduo snuggled into Gufei's arms, full of confusion. "Why?" she asked. "But at kindergarten, Mommy and Daddy sleep together. Why can't they sleep together tonight?" Jiang Shui's face turned pink as she listened outside the door. She wanted to know what Gufei would say, so she didn't interrupt the moment. Inside the room, Gufei continued slowly, "Dudu, do you want your father to tell you a story today?" Not hearing Dudu's voice, Jiang Shui guessed that Dudu was nodding without speaking. Gufei's voice continued. "If your father tells you a story, your mother won't be able to sleep because she's already a grown-up and doesn't need to hear stories anymore. So today, should we let your mother have a good night's sleep?" Dudu thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Yes, Mom is an adult, she doesn't need to hear stories anymore." "So Dad will only tell Dudu stories?" It seems that Dudu was buying this line. Gufei heard a glimmer of hope, so his voice was much more relaxed than before. "Yes, Dad will tell Dudu stories. Dudu can wake up the next day and tell Mom." In order to convince Dudu, Gufei directly assigned Dudu a task for the next day. After spending time with Duoduo twice, Gufei noticed that she is a child who likes to show off. Especially when adults give her tasks to do, and she looks forward to completing them. This makes Duoduo feel that she is recognized in the adult world. So for little Duoduo, telling stories to her mother is also something that is recognized in the adult world. She readily agreed without hesitation. "Yes. Duoduo will tell stories to her mother tomorrow. Mom will sleep well today. Baby's happiness plus 366. Baby's happiness plus 455. After saying this, Duoduo clapped her hands as if cheering herself on for tomorrow. Jiang Shui outside the door couldn't help smiling, a smile of approval. She smiled because Gufei always managed to solve Duoduo's problems in a very clever way, so that Duoduo didn't cry or get upset, and happily accepted the adult's intentions. This is something she really needs to learn from Gufei. Because when she spends time with Duoduo, she rarely has the patience that Gufei has, and when Duoduo doesn't get her way, she cries her eyes out. It's not uncommon to see a mother who is not kind to her child. No wonder Duoduo likes Gufei so much. Jiang Shui gently pushed open the door, peeked out from behind it like playing hide-and-seek, and asked Duoduo in a cheerful tone, "I heard that a little friend is going to tell her mother a story tomorrow." When Duoduo saw Jiang Shui suddenly appear, she opened her small hands and ran happily over, wrapping her arms around Jiang Shui's neck. Jiang Shui picked Duoduo up in her arms, and Duoduo hung onto her like a little koala hanging from a tree. "Mommy, Duoduo is going to tell you a story tomorrow. Mommy likes to hear stories, right?" Duoduo asked, lying on Jiang Shui's body, facing her, and gently running her small hands through Jiang Shui's hair. "That's great, Duoduo. Mommy loves listening to stories. I'm looking forward to the story you'll tell me tomorrow. So, Duoduo is sleeping in this room with Daddy tonight, right?" Jiang Shui asked Duoduo while smiling at Gufei. This look made Gu Fei feel as if Jiang Shui and he had been a couple living together for many years, raising a baby together and sharing a deep understanding. Gu Fei gently hugged Jiang Shui's shoulders, tilted his head slightly, and stood still, gazing tenderly at Jiang Shui and Duoduo. This scene made Jiang Shui's heart beat faster. The feeling of her heart beating, which she hadn't felt in a long time, returned when she and Gu Fei locked eyes just now. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong. She subconsciously wanted to use her hand to hold down the beating of her heart, for fear that if it got too quiet, Gu Fei would hear the strong sound of her heartbeat. What's wrong, Jiang Shui? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Fei noticed this subtle movement and took 2 steps closer to Jiang Shui. Upon hearing Gu Fei ask, Duoduo, who was hanging onto Jiang Shui, began blowing air into her mouth with her little mouth. Hoo. What's wrong, Mom? Duoduo's blowing will make it stop hurting. While blowing, she gently patted Jiang Shui's face with her little hand to show her reassurance. Because usually if Duoduo fell down or if something hurt, and it wasn't serious, Zhuang Xinfi would just blow on Duoduo like this. And tell Duoduo that if Grandma blew on it, it would feel better and stop hurting. So Duoduo had learned too. Thanks Duoduo, Mommy's fine. Jiang Shui gave Duoduo's little face a big kiss. Then she responded to Gu Fei. This time she didn't dare make eye contact with him, for fear that he would see right through her. So, she hugged Duoduo and turned to go to the bathroom. The mother will take Duoduo to take a bath and come back to find the father, okay? Duoduo readily agreed, with a loud yes. And it was clear that Duoduo was full of anticipation. When walking to the door of the room, Jiang Shui stopped, but did not turn around. With her back to Gu Fei, she said, "There is a bathroom in the guest room, with toiletries and pajamas prepared." Although he couldn't see Jiang Shui's face, Gu Fei could tell from her tone that she was smiling as she said these words. In the evening, in a warm house, mutual concern can quickly make love grow. Just a moment ago, Gu Fei even had a hallucination, as if he had been living with Jiang Shui for many years. It was the kind of tacit understanding and sense of security that the two of them had for each other. Gu Fei felt it carefully. Could this be the feeling that comes with a home? I know. Duoduo the little guide has already told me all about it. Gu Fei looked at Jiang Shui's back and replied. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shui couldn't hold back the corners of her mouth from being so happy. She was happy that Gu Fei was sleeping here tonight. After Jiang Shui and Duoduo left, Gu Fei didn't wash up right away. Instead, he sprawled out on the bed and flipped through the detailed rules for the kindergarten activity that Jiang Shui had sent while she was eating. Chapter 37, Duoduo cries out of fright. The activity details were in a PDF file. After opening it, it was clear that it had been carefully created and typeset. Gu Fei read it carefully and summarized the content and rules of the activity. Activity content: all the children and their parents need to prepare a performance. The performance can be anything. Singing, dancing, drawing, playing sports together, etc. As long as it shows interaction between the participants, it will meet the requirements. However, there are no specific requirements for the content, because it is an international kindergarten that advocates divergent thinking, and there are no restrictions on the content. Each family can just do their own thing. Everyone was given 2 days to prepare, which wasn't long. Because the main purpose of the event is still growth and companionship. It is hoped that parents can spare some time to accompany their children during their growth process, even if they are busy. Of course, for a large-scale event, there will be a ranking selection, otherwise everyone's sense of participation will be relatively low. The judging rules are also very simple. There are no professional judges, and all the children in the kindergarten are the public judges. After each performance, all the children will vote. And the family whose performance the children like best will be the champion family of the whole event. The child who judges the champion family will receive a wishing star. And the child can make a wish on the spot, as long as it is reasonable. The kindergarten will help the child fulfill the wish. Gu Fei has already started thinking about how to get Duoduo the dream wishing star. If Duoduo gets the dream wishing star, she will be very happy, and her childhood joy will increase by another notch. This must be what all families and children want, and they will fight for it. That's what parents do. They will do their best to help their children get what they can. Adding the dream wishing star, which grants everyone's wish, to help Duoduo get it, the feeling is different. At least for Duoduo, it is a matter of pride that her parents have achieved it. Since the judges are all kindergarten children, they have to appeal to their tastes and start with what the children like. The children in the international kindergarten come from all over the world, so there will be cultural differences. If you want to be liked by all the children, you have to find the common ground among the children. Gufei flips over, lies on his back facing the ceiling, and throws his phone next to his ear. He keeps repeating, the common ground between children. Is like an answer that can be found if you keep repeating it? What is it? Fairy tales. Yes, fairy tales. Children all over the world can't live without them. If Gufei can perform a fairy tale that all children will like, he will be sure to win. But another problem came up. How should he arrange to bring Jiang Shui and Duoduo together to complete this fairy tale performance? Gufei felt that he had solved work-related problems easily. But this time, because he wanted Duoduo to win so badly, he thought carefully instead. Why not go to the system to find inspiration? Opening the system mall, Gufei entered the keyword fairy tale. He saw a selection of fairy tale storybooks and spent 500 points to buy one, which he would use to tell Duoduo a bedtime story later. He also saw a wide range of costumes for the various characters in fairy tales, including the Chinese representative Huliwa and the foreign representative Mickey Mouse. There were also fairy tale scenes, with many different scenes to choose from. These scenes could be extracted and scaled to be used in the real world. In addition, there were fairy tale story creation skills, fairy tale picture book creation skills, and fairy tale dubbing skills. All things related to fairy tales can be found under this search. After reading all this, Gufei already had some initial inspiration, but he still had to mentally review whether it was feasible. Ensuring that it would present a fairy tale that would make all the children linger after watching it. Just as he was thinking, Gufei's phone rang. It was Jiang Shui calling, and Gufei guessed it must be about Duoduo, so he answered the phone first. Hello, is something wrong with Duoduo? On the other end of the line, Gufei could hear Duoduo giggling. Jiang Shui laughed and said, Duoduo has hidden her bathrobe in the guest room. Gufei, look for it. It's probably in one of the cabinets. It's white with little strawberries on it. While Jiang Shui was speaking, Gufei heard Duoduo laughing even louder. Gufei said with a smile, okay, I'll hang up now. In the guest room, there were a total of 3 large, obvious wardrobes. Gufei opened each one by one, but couldn't find it. Since there was nothing in the closet, Gufei looked around the room, looking for places that could be reached by Duoduo's height and where things could be hidden. His gaze slowly settled on the bedside table. There were 2 bedside tables in total. Gufei saw that on the first drawer of the bedside table on the right side of the bed, there was a white strap, with a piece of it showing. Could it be Duoduo's bathrobe? He opened the drawer and sure enough, the bathrobe was in a ball, stuffed into the bedside table. As he took out the bathrobe, the smile on his face was matched only by the smile on his father's face. Duoduo's mischievous pranks made him feel that his daughter was even cuter. He took the bathrobe downstairs to give it to Duoduo, but the downstairs was too big, and Gufei simply couldn't find the bathroom. He made a video call to Jiang Shui in the room. I found Duoduo's bathrobe, and I'm sending it to you now, but I can't find the bathroom. Jiang Shui, who was bathing Duoduo, dares not leave the bathroom. She is worried that Duoduo is in danger if she falls while she is alone, so she guides Gufei by voice. You go to the banquet hall where we are eating, then face the banquet hall and go to the right. After you see a big vase, turn past it and the first door is there. Gufei follows Jiang Shui's voice navigation and quickly finds the bathroom. But I have to say that a big house is quite tiring, as you have to walk such a long way from room to room. But the idea of buying a large villa still remains in Gufei's heart. As long as you don't let your thoughts slip, there are always more ways than there are problems. If that doesn't work, you can always buy a children's car to drive around the house and it's very convenient. The dim light from the bathroom is reflected in the frosted glass, creating a very atmospheric feel. Gufei hears the constant laughter of Duoduo and Jiang Shui inside the bathroom, as well as the intermittent sound of water. It sounds like the 2 of them are playing in the water. Knocking gently on the door, Dad is here to give Duoduo her clothes. Jiang Shui told Duoduo not to move around, and she would go get the bathrobe. But as soon as Jiang Shui reached the bathroom door, she heard a loud crash, followed by Duoduo's wailing. Gufei and Jiang Shui heard the sound and, without thinking, rushed into the bathroom together. Duoduo! The 2 of them shouted so loudly that Jiang Jianshu and Zhuang Xinfi also came running at the sound. What happened to Duoduo? Chapter 38, False Alarm. The sound of water hitting the floor, Duoduo's crying, and the concerned shouts of the family members all mixed together. It made this otherwise peaceful evening a little chaotic. Everyone let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Duoduo was safely sitting in the bathtub. Gufei was the first to rush forward and realize that Duoduo was not really in danger. Was sitting in the bathtub playing with the bubbles and had knocked over the basin of water that Jiang Xue had prepared. Gufei's heart had been pounding, and he had been so scared that he had thought something had happened to Duoduo and that she was in danger. This was the first time he had felt like this, so worried about his baby's safety. Perhaps this was the new and different experience that comes with having another important person in your life when you become a father. Knowing that Duoduo was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew! I was so scared. I'm so glad that Duoduo is okay. Chong Xinfei also patted her chest, looking a little shaken up, while Jiang Jianshu, behind Chong Xinfei, let out a long breath of relief when he learned that Duoduo was fine. Duoduo is fine. She's fine. Jiang Xue quickly took Duoduo out of the bathtub and wrapped her in a warm bathrobe. Duoduo herself was also startled by the sudden fall of the basin and the water, and she started crying. Just as she was happily splashing the water with her two little hands, she heard her father coming to give her a bathrobe, but she accidentally knocked the whole basin onto the floor. Jiang Xue wiped Duoduo's tears and her hair that was still dripping, and reassured her over and over again that it was okay, that it was just the basin that had been spilled, and that as long as Duoduo was okay, that was all that mattered. Duoduo, feeling aggrieved, nestled in Jiang Xue's arms. She looked around and saw Gufei nearby. Suddenly, she felt much more at ease, and her emotions gradually settled down, turning into low sobs. Her entire small body was rising and falling rhythmically with the sobs. Zhuang Xinfei gave Jiang Jianshu a wink. Since Duoduo was fine, they could rest assured and leave, leaving them some privacy. The two of them were so focused on taking care of Duoduo that they didn't notice the two elderly people had already left. Gufei saw the hairdryer hanging on the bathroom wall, took it down, and first tested the temperature with his own hand. Then carefully started to blow dry Duoduo's hair. The scene at this moment was that of a harmonious and happy family of three. Jiang Xue held Duoduo, who was like a little koala, resting her chin on Jiang Xue's shoulder. The hairdryer made a faint sound, and Duoduo's emotions gradually calmed down. She felt wrapped up and warmed by the blowing, and it was very comfortable. Jiang Xue looked at Gufei in front of her, who was blowing Duoduo's hair without saying a word but with extreme care. Her heart started to beat again, but this time, it was beating steadily, as if she had finally found a sense of belonging. Gufei! Jiang Xue softly called out Gufei's name. Gufei looked up and responded to Jiang Xue, their eyes meeting and colliding. At the moment they locked eyes, it was as if a spark had been created. Ha! What's wrong? Gufei's voice was also incredibly soft, and it struck Jiang Xue's heart even more. Thank you. Jiang Xue's face flushed red, a happy blush. At this moment, Duoduo also chimed in, thanking her father. It was completely impossible to tell that she had just been frightened, and her emotions recovered very quickly. After drying Duoduo's hair, Jiang Xue carried her upstairs and sent her to the guest room to sleep with Gufei. Dudu, my daughter, won't stay with mommy tonight. Dudu will tell mommy a story tomorrow. Be a good girl, mommy. When entering the room, Dudu comforts Jiang Xue, because she can't sleep with her mother tonight. But thinking about the task at hand, she still looks forward to telling her mother a story tomorrow. Jiang Xue kisses Dudu's face, saying, It's okay, Dudu. Mommy is looking forward to the story you'll tell her tomorrow. You be a good girl and listen to Daddy tonight. Good night. After saying goodnight to Duoduo and Gufei, Jiang Xue gently closed the door and left. Since giving birth to Duoduo, this was the first night Jiang Xue had slept alone. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was missing. But at the same time, she felt a little relaxed, as if she had finally had a night to herself. She decided to take a nice bath to relax a little. In the guest room, on the soft, warm bed, the little Duoduo curled up into a ball, leaning against Gufei's arm, her little legs kicking up and down restlessly. Can Daddy start telling stories now? Duoduo had longed for Daddy's bedtime stories for a long time. Gufei stroked Duoduo's head gently. Can Daddy tell Duoduo a story now? Duoduo can choose for herself. There's a story about a snowman, a story about a little white rabbit and a bear, a story about penguins and fireworks, and a story about a spider and an apple. Duoduo can tell Daddy which one she wants to hear. Gufei's voice gradually slows down and softens. Duoduo is already feeling sleepy from what she's heard so far. But she still holds back her drowsiness and murmurs, Duoduo wants to hear the story about the little white rabbit and the bear. Joy of parenting plus 306. Joy value of cute baby plus 477. Gufei found a story about a rabbit and a bear in the catalog of fairy tales he had exchanged with the system, and slowly told it to Duoduo in the unique voice of a storyteller. A long, long time ago, in a distant forest, there lived a family of rabbits. They originally lived happily together. As he told the story, Gufei slowly and rhythmically patted Duoduo's shoulders with his long, slender hands so that Duoduo could fall asleep more quickly. Sure enough, after just a few sentences, Duoduo had already fallen asleep. Seeing how sweetly Duoduo was sleeping, Gufei didn't want to disturb her, and was too afraid to move the half of her body that she was snuggled up against. With the other hand, he turned off the light, set the alarm for the next morning, and then fell asleep together with Duoduo. Usually when he is at home alone, he doesn't go to bed at this time. After a day's work, the evening is his own time, and he simply doesn't want to go to bed a minute early. In the dark, listening to the small, even breathing of his daughter, Gufei feels a deep sense of peace. Since becoming a father, he has truly experienced many emotions and feelings that he had never experienced before. He has a feeling that while accompanying his daughter as she grows up, he is also growing up himself. Growing up to become a better father who is more responsible, more capable of taking care of the family, and more qualified. And just as he closes his eyes in silence, Gufei also has a better plan for the parent-child activities at the kindergarten. If he wants the children to like him, he should get them involved. With a sense of participation and experience, the impression will be more profound. He also believes that the children will have a great time. As for how to get involved, Gufei's initial plan is. He paused, not quite sure if it would really work. But if he can follow this plan, he is confident that Duoduo will definitely get the wishing star she dreams of. Chapter 39. My little brat, you're crying again. Gufei's initial plan was this: from the system mall, he would redeem a fairy tale scene to use as an exclusive stage set. In addition, he would arrange for all the popular fairy tale characters to be there. When they arrived at the event venue, they would randomly select some children to participate. They can wear lightweight baby cosplay costumes and play an interesting fairy tale with Duoduo. He has also thought about the content of the fairy tale. He will act as the narrator, slowly telling the story while letting the children interpret the scenes as they see fit while listening to the narration. The division of labor for Jiang Shui is to help the babies get dressed, which will be quite a project. As for the children who cannot participate, Gufei also has an arrangement. He will prepare a gift from the fairy tale forest for each child who cannot participate. And they can collect them from their favorite cos characters. Gufei already has a rough idea of the time, flow, and order of the entire program. In this way, he is sure that no child will not like their program. Although performances such as singing and dancing are very enjoyable and elegant, to capture the hearts of children, you still have to appeal to their interests. Gufei is confident when thinking about this. This is the initial plan for now. He glanced at his sleeping daughter next to him and rolled over nimbly. Gufei was just about to get a good night's sleep when the silence was suddenly broken by his daughter's sobs. Gufei hurriedly patted her back. What's wrong with Duoduo? Daddy's here, I'm here. But it seemed that Duoduo couldn't hear him, and even Gufei couldn't help her. Duoduo still sobbed, woo woo woo, and Gufei was at a loss for what to do. He guessed that Duoduo must have had a nightmare. Duoduo told his father, "Did I have a nightmare? Did I dream about the big bad wolf?" Gufei tenderly brushed the hair on Duoduo's forehead away. The little guy was slightly sweating. Mommy, woo woo woo. Mommy. Duoduo stretched out his little hand and grasped for Jiang Shui. Because she always sleeps with Jiang Shui, although today Duoduo asked to sleep with Gufei. She suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and realized that it wasn't her mother next to her. She didn't react at all and was completely focused on looking for her mother. Gufei immediately understood that this was Duoduo's usual habit, which had been broken today, and she suddenly felt uncomfortable and out of place. He also knew that this did not affect Duoduo's love for him. So Gufei made a quick decision and hugged Duoduo and went to find Jiang Shui. Dudu, don't cry. Daddy will take Dudu to find mommy, okay? Gufei soothed Dudu's emotions while picking her up from the bed. Dudu obediently hung onto Gufei's neck, not crying or getting upset, waiting to go find her mommy. On the way to Jiang Shui's house, Gufei asked Duoduo to show him the way. Duoduo, which room is your mother in? Show daddy the way. Gufei followed Duoduo's instructions and turned two corners, arriving at the room where Duoduo and Jiang Shui usually lived. Duoduo and mommy live here at grandma's. Mommy is here. Duoduo's little hand pointed straight at the room in front of them. Gu Fei knocked gently on the door, waited a moment, and there was no response. He knocked 3 times more, but there was still no response. Could Duoduo's mother be in one of the other rooms? Gu Fei felt sure that Jiang Xue wasn't there, so he asked Duoduo. At Jiang Xue's parents' house, he couldn't just go from room to room recklessly, so he had to ask Duoduo. Duoduo's eyes showed a hint of confusion, as if she didn't know what to do. She felt that she couldn't find her mother. So her mouth dropped, and the little pearls were about to fall again. Just as the first tear was about to fall, the sound of tapping slippers gradually became clearer. Jiang Xue, wrapped in a dressing gown, was rubbing the ends of her hair, which were still dripping, and humming a song with her head down, a little happy and contented. The father and daughter looked back at the sound, and when Gu Fei saw Jiang Xue, who had just finished taking a shower, she walked out clearly under the porch light. The skin not covered by the bathrobe looked even more translucent and fair in the light, and the wet hair added a touch of atmosphere. Mom! Mom! Duoduo's 2 moms broke the silence. Jiang Xue looked up and saw Gu Fei and Duoduo in front of her. Duoduo was safely held in Gu Fei's white arms. Gu Fei? Duoduo? You haven't gone to sleep yet? At the moment she locked eyes with Gu Fei, Jiang Xue visibly panicked and blushed. Her eyes darted around, as if she wanted to hide. Her movements were flustered, as she quickly wrapped her robe tighter around her. Duoduo suddenly woke up and insisted on looking for you, so I brought her down to find you. Gu Fei could tell that Jiang Xue was shy because she had just taken a shower. So apart from responding to Jiang Xue, the rest of the time, his gaze rested on Duoduo. Duoduo opened her arms wide and, before Jiang Xue could get close, leaned forward, impatient to be with her mother. You little Duoduo, even daddy didn't sleep well, and now you want to come to your mother again. You're full of mischief, but I love you to bits, said Jiang Xue, full of love but also a little annoyed. Seeing Duoduo's wet eyelashes, Jiang Xue knew that she had been crying again. My little darling, you've been crying again. Unexpectedly, Duoduo giggled instead, happy to have found her mother. Duoduo will sleep with you, so I'll go up. Good night. The mother and daughter said good night to each other. Jiang Xue stood still and said goodnight back to Gu Fei. If Gu Fei didn't leave, she wouldn't move either. Before going upstairs, she kissed Duoduo's chubby face again. Our Duoduo, good night. Don't dream about the big bad wolf again. Duoduo obediently returned a kiss to Gu Fei on the cheek and said loudly, Numa. Dad is going to sleep too. Back in his room, Gu Fei habitually glanced at his phone. He noticed that he had new messages even though he had only been gone for a short while. One message was from Yang Tianxua, who was waiting for Monday to come so that he could go to work and ask Gu Fei lots of questions. Most of all, he wanted to see Gu Fei's new car. No man could refuse a Rolls-Royce, and it was a great honor to see one even if it was driven by someone else. Gu Fei, come to the office early tomorrow and show me your car. I want to test drive it. There was an emoticon behind it, the back view of 2 doves with their necks hooked, with the text, it's all the doves. Gu Fei's fingers danced across the screen, sending a reply to Yang Tianxua, if you're so willing to drive, be my chauffeur. Ha ha ha. The reply came back immediately, hey, be civilized. The conversation was brief and simple, and it ended there. Then, Gu Fei saw another, more important message, sent by the Kechuang group. At 2 p.m. on Monday, Director Gu was invited to the high-level meeting room on the 20th floor of the company to hold a new shareholders meeting. The theme of the meeting is the notice of equity distribution. Director Gu was invited to attend on time and prepare a few simple remarks. After reading this message, Gu Fei's first reaction was that he should buy a better suit. Chapter 40, The Old Mother Will Not Be a Third Wheel. It is now late at night, and no high-end suit stores are open. Even if there were, it would be too late to wear it tomorrow. So Gu Fei could only go to the System Mall to take a look. He has now saved up a lot of points. And after deducting the points used for previous redemptions, he still has nearly 200,000 points. Gu Fei searched for the keyword suit, and the mall immediately displayed a dazzling array of suits in various colors and styles. There are business suits, daily suits, and party suits. Gu Fei also noticed that there was a place on the system panel where you could enter your height and weight, and there was an explanation next to it. Please enter your height and weight so that we can provide you with the most suitable clothing size. Gu Fei didn't enter his height and weight right away because he wanted to do a test to see if he could only buy clothes for himself or if he could also buy clothes for other people. So he just made up a height and weight and entered them, but subconsciously he used Jiang Xue as a reference for the random one. Gufei entered 168 centimeters and 45 kilograms, and he guessed that was about right. After entering the information, Gufei saw that the suits on the interface were immediately updated to female styles. In this way, it means that the clothes in the system mall can also be bought for other people. This was a new discovery for Gufei. Gufei then changed to his own height and weight, and after entering it, the suits in the interface were updated again, and they became men's styles. Black and white classic colors, navy blue, cyan, brown, orange, lime green, and tropical rainforest colors. There is nothing that the system cannot provide, as long as you can think of it. Since tomorrow is the shareholders' meeting, a formal occasion, he should choose a stable color. So, Gufei spent 20,000 points and bought a navy blue suit with a dark pattern. It fits perfectly. It's almost indistinguishable from a high-end suit. Gufei put it back in his system backpack and will take it out again when he leaves Jiangxue tomorrow. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain why he has an extra suit. With the suit ready, Gufei thought about the simple speech he needs to give. But to be honest, he has never attended a meeting like this before. And it's a leading company of this scale, so where do you start and what do you say? After all, this is the first time Gufei has been a shareholder of such a large leading company, and he has no idea what to do. Thinking about this, Gufei immediately went online to search for information to find out what he should say at an occasion like tomorrow's. After getting a general idea, he was able to sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, the whole family got up early, with those who worked going to work and those who went to school going to school. Gufei woke up, washed up, and went downstairs, already smelling the aroma of breakfast. His aunt had made a big pot of seafood congee, as well as xiaolongbao steamed buns with a small hole in the top. Each person's portion of congee and buns had been nicely served and placed on the table. When she went downstairs, Gufei looked for Duoduo with her eyes. In one corner of the living room, there was a full-length mirror. As long as it was sunny, every morning there would be a warm sunrise shining in here, and the light was so good that it made people feel warm just by looking at it. Gufei saw Duoduo, who was small and sitting facing the mirror on the floor. Jiangxue was wearing loose and comfortable pure pink pajamas, with her long, soft and shiny hair casually draped over her shoulders, falling down and looking fragrant even from a distance. Jiangxue was tying a small plait on Duoduo with a colorful little leather band. The mother and daughter were chatting slowly, while Duoduo was swinging her little feet and playing with her hands. The soft morning sun shone on them, and the happiness of a quiet life was materialized in that moment. Gufei stood behind them, quietly watching, unwilling to break this happy moment. Just as they were immersed in it, Zhuang Xinfei's greeting broke the tranquility of the moment. "Good morning, Gufei, what are you doing standing here? Breakfast is ready, come and eat." Zhuang Xinfei was full of energy early in the morning, with a rosy complexion and a full voice, although her pitch was slightly high. The three of them turned around together, even with a surprisingly consistent angle. Zhuang Xinfei smiled even happier, saying, "Oh, I really want to take a picture of the three of you. If you're not family, you're not in the same family." Laughing and chatting, Zhuang Xinfei left first. The old mother still didn't want to be a third wheel between her daughter and her boyfriend. She had originally told Gufei that they could go have breakfast. Duoduo was overjoyed when she saw Gufei. The little one had slept through the night and completely forgotten that she had let Gufei sleep at her grandmother's house last night. For the first time, she was happy and excited to see her father after waking up in the morning. Jiangxue had not yet finished braiding her hair, but she stood up and ran to hug Gufei's thighs. "Daddy! Daddy! Good morning!" The moment Duoduo ran over, it took Gufei's memory back to the roadside where they first met. Duoduo did the same thing, opened her arms wide, and ran towards him like a little swallow, before hugging his thighs and calling out "Daddy." "Good morning, Duoduo." Gufei petted Duoduo's head affectionately. Dudu clung to Gufei's thighs, tilting her head 90 degrees to look at him. She was so cute, like a baby straight out of a cartoon, and Gufei's heart melted. He lifted Dudu up in his arms, and as he spun her around a few times, she looked up at him with wide eyes. The morning sun shone on Gufei and Dudu, and the happiness and beauty of the moment was quietly preserved in Jiangshue's eyes. Duoduo was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Being lifted high in the air by her father is a memory that every child has in their childhood, and Duoduo can now experience it too. She is no longer envious of the other children in front of the kindergarten who are lifted high by their fathers. It turns out that flying in a daddy brand airplane is so much fun. After a few circles, Gufei felt that it was about time to stop, as Duoduo was about to get dizzy. He slowed down and gently brought Duoduo to a stop, placing her safely on the ground. However, as soon as Gu Fei let go, Duoduo could no longer stand steadily. Her left foot tripped over her right foot, and her body tilted, as if she were going to fall over. But Duoduo was enjoying herself. Although she felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily, she kept giggling and smiling at Gu Fei and Jiang Shui, who were showing their little milk teeth. Gu Fei and Jiang Shui were holding Duoduo while they laughed out loud at her antics. Zhuang Xinfei heard the laughter in the living room and peeked out from the next room to see what was going on. Seeing the happiness of the family of three, Zhuang Xinfei wanted to help out her daughter even more. So she shouted, "Duoduo, finish your pigtails and come eat dinner now, or the porridge will get cold." Jiang Shui's eyes flickered, and she glanced at Gu Fei. "Let's go, let's eat." Although Gu Fei just nodded without saying anything, his smile was enough to reassure and comfort Jiang Shui. Gu Fei picked up Duoduo, who was still a little dazed, and held her horizontally in front of his body. With both hands, he pushed Duoduo forward. "Let's go. Duoduo's little plane is taking off again. Let's go have breakfast." Duoduo's crisp laughter echoed throughout the villa. Zhuang Xinfei hadn't seen Duoduo so happy in a long time. In the banquet hall, Zhuang Xinfei had already gone downstairs and started cooking again, just waiting for them to come and eat. Chapter 41, A Motherly Assist. Zhuang Xinfeng was moved by her own initiative, and within the limited conditions, she created as many conditions as possible to bring the two closer together. It was a good thing she, as the mother, was willing to use her brain, because if she had to rely on Jiang Jianshu, the family would fall apart. In the banquet hall, the original large dining table was still there, but the chairs at the table had been quietly removed by Zhuang Xinfeng and her aunt. The seafood porridge that had already been prepared was also moved to a smaller table. As for the chairs, Zhuang Xinfei replaced them with the small European-style stool in her bedroom. It was just right for one adult, and a little crowded for two adults sitting side by side. On the other side of the table were two chairs and a baby chair. As the family of three entered the banquet hall, Jiang Shui immediately noticed something was amiss. Looking at the current setup of the small dining table, Jiang Shui couldn't help but laugh and cry. Zhuang Xinfei's intentions were a little too obvious. Gu Fei, who has not yet seen the small table, is wondering why there are no chairs at all today. Duoduo points at the big round table and asks, "Why are the chairs gone?" Zhuang Xinfei comes over with a smile on her face, twisting her waist. She hugs Duoduo and takes her to the small table nearby. "Duoduo, here's your baby chair. Sit down and eat." "Gu Fei, come quickly, sit down and eat, the porridge will get cold." Zhuang Xinfei took care of Duoduo while not forgetting to greet Gu Fei. Gu Fei politely thanked Zhuang Xinfei. Seeing that there was a seat next to the baby chair where Duoduo was sitting, Gu Fei didn't think twice and pulled over a chair, ready to sit down. He didn't expect to be stopped by Zhuang Xinfei. "Hey, Gu, no, you sit on the opposite side. Sit on the opposite side. It's delicious, but Duoduo eats too slowly, and I'm afraid it will delay you going to work," she said. "Hurry up and sit in the seat that Gu Fei picked out for you." Then she continued, "I'll just take care of Duoduo's breakfast, and when Jiang comes, I'll let him sit on the other side." Jiang Jianshu always watched the morning financial news, and never missed it, so he basically never ate breakfast with the others. Jiang Shui stood a little behind Gu Fei's side, looking at Zhuang Xinfei, her eyes saying, "Ms. Zhuang, you're something." Gu Fei looked at the bench opposite, and with Zhuang Xinfei's current arrangement, he naturally understood what it meant. He smiled knowingly and said, "Okay, Auntie, I'll do as you say." After that, he sat down on the bench opposite. Zhuang Xinfei quickly gave Jiang Shui a wink, saying, "Shui, you sit down and eat too. You still have to take Duoduo to school in a while, so eat quickly, or you'll be late." So Jiang Shui carefully sat down next to Gu Fei. When they sat side by side, there was barely any space between their thighs, and it was very crowded. Fortunately, Jiang Shui was relatively thin, and Gu Fei was also of a standard build, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to sit down. Duoduo was observing the words and actions of the adults, so she was quiet and didn't make a fuss. She noticed that her parents were sitting very close together at the table today. In Duoduo's mind, the best of friends could be very close to each other. So now she can prove that her parents are best friends. Thinking about this, Duoduo is even happier, and she would like to see her parents get closer. Although the word close is still vague in her mind, as long as they are close, she will be very happy. Because of this, for the first time, Duoduo did not ask to sit next to Gu Fei when they had dinner together. Zhuang Xinfei looked at Gu Fei and Jiang Shui with satisfaction, and praised herself in her heart for choosing the bench just right. The two of them sat close together, like a young couple in love. Zhuang Xinfei took advantage of the situation and fed Duoduo a mouthful of porridge, directing Jiang Shui directly. Shui, this pickle was sent by one of your father's old friends, it's very tasty, pick some for little Gu to try. Jiang Shui was also very cooperative with Zhuang Xinfei. She was usually embarrassed, but now her mother was giving her a helping hand to create opportunities, so she had to seize the chance. So, she picked the biggest piece and gently placed it in Gu Fei's bowl. My mom says it's delicious, try it. As she turned to pick more food, Jiang Shui's flowing hair touched Gu Fei's cheek, and their legs on the bench made slight contact with each other. Zhuang Xinfei saw it and was filled with joy. She hoped that this would help their relationship grow closer. Gu Fei picked up his bowl and went to take the pickled vegetables that Jiang Shui had passed to him. He said, I can do it myself, and then thanked Zhuang Xinfei again, saying, thank you, auntie. Zhuang Xinfei liked Gu Fei's tactful politeness. This young man never said anything he shouldn't, was polite and gentlemanly, and most importantly, was patient with Duoduo and kind to Jiang Shui. And from what she had learned so far, he was also well off. So in her mind, the identity of this son-in-law was set. Duoduo was also very happy to see her mother serving her father food, so happy that she squinted her eyes and bobbed her head as she ate. Mommy is serving daddy food. Daddy has to serve mommy food too. Zhuang Xinfei patted Duoduo on the head, picked a big shrimp out of the kanji for Duoduo, and said, good girl, you're the best. In anticipation, Gu Fei kept saying yes, yes, and picked a cute little pork bun for Jiang Shui. After picking up the bun, Gu Fei's first action was to show it to Duoduo. Duoduo, is it okay for daddy to pick this little pork bun for mommy? It's the cutest little piggy in here. Jiang Shui was happy inside as she listened. He picked a bun and even picked the cutest one for her. She could easily feel happy because of these details. But it was only for Gu Fei. After all, he grew up in favorable conditions and never lacked for anything, so how could he be happy just because there was the cutest little pig bun? It was because of the person, because it was someone he wanted to care about. Duoduo looked carefully at the remaining pig buns on the plate, nodded in approval, and said, Dad, you can have it. Duoduo also thinks this little pig is the cutest. For mom, for mom. Zhuang Xinfei really didn't expect it. She was beaten by the younger generation. In terms of assisting, Duoduo is better than her. After breakfast, Duoduo asked Gu Fei to drive her to school. So, Jiang Shui didn't let the driver follow today and got into Gu Fei's Rolls-Royce with Duoduo. After getting in the car, Jiang Shui briefly observed the interior. It was luxuriously decorated, with leather seats and a beautiful starry sky ceiling. It was more comfortable than her own nanny car. And saw that Gu Fei had even prepared a baby safety seat, which was very considerate and meticulous. Jiang Shui couldn't help but express her emotions. Gu Fei, you're so attentive, the safety seat is ready so quickly. Gu Fei stepped on the accelerator and smiled in the rearview mirror in response to Jiang Shui. Of course, when I bought this car, I was considering that you and Duoduo would be more spacious and comfortable. Jiang Shui didn't say anything, but felt the warmth of these words in her heart. It seemed ordinary, but to her, these words could warm her heart. She and Duoduo sat in the back seat. After settling Duoduo, she asked the question she had wondered about last night. Gu Fei, I saw that you bought this car with the full payment yesterday, so do you have another business? Chapter 42, Taking the Exclusive Passenger Seat. Gu Fei guessed that Jiang Shui would definitely ask him this question at some point, so he did not avoid it at all and answered directly. Yes, you guessed it right, I do have another career. Gu Fei's tone was moderate and gentle, and he did not show any sense of superiority because he had suddenly become the controlling shareholder of Kechuan Group. After all, with the system in place, anything was possible, and the controlling shareholder was only a small part of the benefits of the system. Jiang Shui's eyes widened. If it could be called a career, it must be no small matter. So she asked in surprise. You've always been so low-key, is it okay to talk about it? Jiang Shui has always adhered to not forcing things on people. If Gu Fei doesn't want to talk about it, she will respect his decision and not pursue the matter any further. Gu Fei's mouth curled up into a smile, and looking in the rearview mirror, he answered Jiang Shui, sure, there's nothing I can't say. The other business is in the Kechuan Group. Upon hearing the words Kechuan Group, Jiang Shui let out a gasp, and then an exclamation, Kechuan Group? You mean the one in Yangcheng that deals with construction, commerce, entertainment, logistics, and everything else? Jiang Shui couldn't believe it, and she muttered to herself, it must be a coincidence. This self-brainwashing finally stopped after Gu Fei gave a positive answer. Yes, this is the Kechuang, and I am a shareholder. Gu Fei gave Jiang Shui a full account of the situation. The words Kechuang and shareholder are both very ordinary when taken separately, but when they are superimposed on the same person, they are extraordinary. What's more, this person is no one else but an unknown classmate from the same school who was only famous for his good looks 4 years ago. Now, he is the biological father of her child, and in the future, he may also become her husband. If that's the case, Jiang Shui believes that Gu Fei has the financial strength to buy not just one Rolls-Royce, but 5 or 8. When she thinks about how her father wronged Gu Fei when they went to dinner at his home, thinking that he was after her wealth. It's really embarrassing. Gu Fei's wealth is more than 10 Jiang Jianshus combined. A few days ago, Jiang Shui was worried because Gu Fei spent too much money on Duoduo, but now it seems that she was worrying for nothing. Jiang Shui calmed down for a while, and finally recovered from the shock and accepted the reality. While chatting, Duoduo's kindergarten also arrived. Duoduo, we're at the kindergarten. Say goodbye to Daddy, Mommy will send Duoduo to school. Duoduo got off the car obediently and waved goodbye to Gu Fei with her little hands. Goodbye, Daddy. Duoduo is going to kindergarten now, Daddy will come pick her up with Mommy tonight. Duoduo's eyes were fixed on Gu Fei's, full of expectation as she waited for an answer. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it, and didn't consider whether he would be working overtime or not. He was just intent on making Duoduo happy, so he blurted out an answer. Yes, Duoduo, Daddy will come pick you up at school with Mommy tonight. Gu Fei poked his head out of the car window and kissed Duoduo. Duoduo was in Jiang Shui's arms at this time, just the right height. Duoduo also returned a kiss to Gu Fei. Are you in a hurry to go to work? Before leaving, Jiang Shui asked Gu Fei a little embarrassed. Gu Fei looked at the time on his wrist. There was still more than an hour before work, so it was still early. No rush, I don't have to go to work for more than an hour. Gu Fei knew that Jiang Shui was asking because she wanted to ask him something. He found that he was actually looking forward to Jiang Shui finding some trouble for him, so he waited for Jiang Shui's answer. If you're not in a hurry, can you give me a ride later? My Tian has returned from the United States, and we've arranged to go shopping this morning. Gu Fei remembered the name Mai Tian, Jiang Shui's best friend from college, who had also gone abroad, and the two had kept in touch. Sure, I can give you a ride. Go send Duoduo to kindergarten, and I'll wait for you here. Gu Fei agreed without hesitation. Jiang Shui couldn't help smiling, as if she was as happy as if her confession had been accepted, and she was filled with sweet happiness. So she replied with a bright and cheerful good, turned around and sent Duoduo off to kindergarten. In the car, Gu Fei suddenly thought that on these trips, they had always been accompanied by Duoduo, and Jiang Shui had had to sit with Duoduo to ensure her safety. But wait a minute, this was a trip just for him and Jiang Shui would inevitably have to sit in the passenger seat. Gu Fei thought, the passenger seat should have something that girls like, so he opened the system to see what he wanted to buy. He entered girls' heart car headrest in the search bar of the shopping mall. And many headrests with girly elements appeared, including bows, bells, kittens and puppies, all kinds of elements that girls would like. Finally, Gu Fei's gaze settled on Hello Kitty, and a cute Hello Kitty headrest caught his eye. This is it. This Hello Kitty headrest is very popular with boys, and it will definitely capture Jiang Shui's heart. Gu Fei himself didn't realize that he had already begun to slowly consider Jiang Shui's feelings. After spending 5,000 points to buy the Hello Kitty headrest, Gu Fei helped Jiang Shui fix it in place and began to look forward to it. He thought, Jiang Shui will be very happy when she sees it in the car. Soon, Jiang Shui finished dropping off Duoduo and, in the envious gaze of many people, got into the car. Gu Fei looked back in surprise and asked Jiang Shui, why aren't you sitting in the front? Jiang Shui was also taken by surprise. Habit is such a terrible thing. Because she had been taking Duoduo everywhere, she had gotten used to opening the back door. Hey! I'm used to sitting in the back row with Duoduo every time. Just wait a second, I'll switch to the front. Jiang Shui wouldn't let go of the opportunity to sit in the passenger seat next to Gu Fei. Jiang Shui opened the passenger door and saw Hello Kitty's headrest at a glance. She liked it very much. No girl could refuse Hello Kitty. You're a boy, why are you using such a cute headrest? And it doesn't match the temperament of this car, Jiang Shui asked Gu Fei while fastening her seatbelt. Because it's just for you, do you like it? Girls should like it, right? Gu Fei's words seemed careless, but he was looking forward to Jiang Shui's answer. When Jiang Shui heard that it was prepared just for her, her heart felt as if it had been shot by an arrow, and she trembled a little. I like it. It's cute. Jiang Shui expressed her emotions freely, with an uncontainable smile on her face. Even if she deliberately thought of something sad now, it couldn't outweigh the smile on her face. In order to prevent Gu Fei from seeing that she was smiling, she turned her head away, pretended to glance at the scenery outside the car window, and tidied her hair in the process. If you like it, let's go. Jiang Shui's face turned red, like a young girl in love, because she noticed that Gu Fei spoke to her today as if he were coaxing a child, softly and gently. She kind of liked this feeling, and being immersed in this atmosphere made her very enchanted. Chapter 43, The First Rolls-Royce in the Parking Lot. Jiang Shui closed her eyes and leaned her head back, enjoying the soft, comfortable seat and the perfect curve that fit her neck. She let out a soft sigh, unconsciously, so comfortable. Gu Fei kept Jiang Shui in his peripheral vision. Although he couldn't see her completely, he could feel that she was very relaxed and comfortable. As long as it's comfortable, this will be your seat from now on. Feel the angle and distance of the seat, and let me know if it's not comfortable. I'll adjust it for you. Once you're in the right position, you won't have to adjust it again. Gu Fei's hands holding the steering wheel were long, slender, and white, and they were better than many hand models. Jiang Shui admitted that she was not only attracted to good looks, but also to hands. Just glancing at Gu Fei's hands, she swallowed quietly. And the words Gu Fei said really struck a chord in her heart. These words, "This will be your seat from now on," were especially ambiguous, at least Jiang Shui thought so. Jiang Shui touched her face, and she felt her face begin to warm up again. Well, the seats can be a little closer. It's fine, I can adjust myself, you just concentrate on driving. When Jiang Shui said this, the image of Gu Fei coming over from the side, bending low, and fastening her seatbelt for her came into her head. The movements were intimate and ambiguous. She began to blush, not knowing why she was blushing with a man she had slept with 4 years ago. Then be careful, you can adjust it at the next red light, Gu Fei said, as if he were taking care of a child. Jiang Shui thought about what Duoduo had said before entering kindergarten, "Daddy, you have to come pick me up at night." Gu Fei had readily agreed, but Jiang Shui wondered if he really had the time, or if he was just saying that because Duoduo had asked him to. So she turned to Gu Fei and asked, "Are you free to pick up Duoduo tonight?" As she watched Gu Fei carefully driving and attentively watching the road, Jiang Shui couldn't bring herself to blink, and she froze for a moment. Gu Fei naturally turned his head to the right and looked at Jiang Shui in response. He said, "If I have time, I'll be done with 2 meetings today and won't have to work overtime." Gu Fei met Jiang Shui's passionate gaze, and the moment their eyes met, a huge spark flew out. Jiang Shui's heart beat faster, and she quickly looked away from Gu Fei's eyes. Then she opened the car window to let in some fresh air and calm down. Before Jiang Shui could respond, Gu Fei continued, "What about you? When will you finish shopping? I'll pick you up first, and then we can go pick up Duoduo together?" At that moment, Jiang Shui felt like spring had come, and her heart was blooming with flowers. Finally, she was no longer just a passenger in the car, but had a dedicated passenger seat. He finally said he would pick her up, and then they could go home together and pick up the baby. It seems like a trivial thing, but these days, Jiang Shui has been looking forward to it day and night. God knows how happy she was when Gu Fei said he would pick her up, and how happy she felt inside. Great. Just call me when you're done. Jiang Shui had already made up her mind. It didn't matter if she finished shopping or not, as long as Gu Fei called her, she could finish whenever she wanted. To be honest, she hadn't realized before that she was so in love, but now she thought that it was most likely the case. But she is willing to be with Gu Fei. After dropping Jiang Shui off at the place where she was meeting her best friend, Gu Fei went straight to work. On the way, Yang Tianshua's messages kept popping up. "Gu Fei, your Rolls-Royce isn't even as fast as my Audi. Why haven't you arrived yet? Where are you? I can't wait to see you. Oh, no, I mean see your car." At this time of day, Gu Fei would normally be sitting in his office, but today, after dropping off Duoduo and Jiang Shui, he was about 20 minutes late. Gu Fei ignored Yang Tianshua's messages. He was used to it. He could just meet his friend at the office and talk about it. Meanwhile, Yang Tianshua had long since been standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the shared office area of the company, looking out towards the parking lot on the ground floor. From here, he could see all the cars coming and going downstairs, and the parking lot was the only way through. Yang Tianshua counted the cars one by one: Land Rover, Mustang, Grand G, Maybach, Panamera, Xiaomi SU7, Audi, Tesla. But there was no sign of the Rolls-Royce. Could it be that Gu Fei was just amusing himself? Had there never been any talk of buying a Rolls-Royce? Yang Tianxua held a cup of instant coffee in his right hand, the back of his left hand resting on his right elbow, sipping it elegantly as he contemplated the situation. Passing employees greeted him with a "Hello, Mr. Yang." In front of his employees, he put on an air of being Mr. Yang, but in front of Gu Fei, he let his hair down. Although Gu Fei was only the director of the company compared to him, he didn't treat Gu Fei as an employee, but as a brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to borrow 300,000 yuan so easily. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and had even drunk the last drop of coffee. Finally, Yang Tianxua saw the long-awaited Rolls-Royce cross the finish line and pull into the parking lot. Yang Tianxua quickly took out his phone, turned on the camera function, aimed at the license plate, and zoomed in. Yes. This familiar license plate number is the license plate of Gu Fei's previous Audi. Aiming at the driver's seat again, he saw the car turn, out of sight in the blind spot. Yang Tianxua then opened Gu Fei's chat box and sent a message. "Gu Fei, wait for me in the parking lot. Don't go upstairs yet." With that, he quickly walked towards the elevator. The employees he passed couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yang, is there something urgent?" Yang Tianxua waved his hand without looking back. "It's nothing, just go about your work." Gu Fei parked his car in the parking lot. Many other colleagues who arrived at the CBD at around the same time slowed down and looked back and forth. It was the first time in several years working here that he had seen a Rolls-Royce in the parking lot, and the size of it was considered news at CBPD. Some people took pictures, 2 people whispered to each other, and some people with a strong sense of curiosity deliberately walked around the side of Gu Fei's car. Gu Fei had several unchecked messages on his phone, and he knew from the hair on his neck that they were from Yang Tianxua. After parking the car, he opened his phone to check the messages. "I'll count to 10, if you don't come, I'll go upstairs." Gu Fei replied to Yang Tianxua without any hesitation. Yang Tianxua, who had already gone downstairs, replied in seconds and arrived at the battlefield in 3 seconds. Sure enough, as soon as Gu Fei got out of the car and closed the door, he saw Yang Tianxua, dressed in a white suit and shiny brown leather shoes, running towards the parking lot. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He really didn't have the maturity and composure of a leader. "Lao Gu, you can really hold it in. Yesterday, you wouldn't say anything, even though I was waiting." Yang Tianxua stopped, because after a few quick steps, he was slightly out of breath. "You've never seen a Rolls-Royce before? What's there to see?" Gu Fei handed Yang Tianxua the car keys and gave him a dirty look. "I've seen it before, but I'd rather look at yours, haha." Yang Tianxua gave a cheap laugh, and Gu Fei pretended to be disgusted. Mr. Yang, don't be disgusting. Get in the car." After saying that, Yang Tianxua took the keys and sat in the driver's seat, while Gu Fei went around to the other side and got in the passenger seat. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, Yang Tianxua noticed Hello Kitty on the passenger seat, so another bunch of questions popped up in his mind. Chapter 44, Do you need a personal assistant? I'll do it. But there was no time to ask questions, his mind was on the car. He had just finished looking at the exterior and touching the golden figurine worth more than 200,000 yuan, and was now carefully looking at the interior. The starry sky ceiling was the most attractive part, and he was enjoying the visual feast. The leather seats felt great, and there were all kinds of detailed switches. Yang Tianxua tried them one after the other, like a 3-year-old who had never seen the world. His eyes were busy, his hands were busy, and his mouth was busy, too, non-stop exclamations of surprise. "Holy shit, this is so cool. Gu Fei, I'm going to hang out with you from now on, I'll call you brother, Fei. A car worth tens of millions is awesome." Gu Fei idly played with his phone, thinking that Yang Tianxua's reaction was over the top. After all, he was a rich man himself. "Yang, come on, you're being so dramatic. You've been in a Rolls-Royce before." Hey. That's different. This time I'm driving, it's a new experience, it's even more immersive." Just as the system voice sounded, Gu Fei stopped arguing with him and let him experience it for himself. Ding, keyword detected, new experience, trigger system random task. Task, explore a new food with the baby. Reward for the task, the skill level of a top domestic racing driver, along with a professional certificate. This task reward made Gu Fei's eyes light up. After all, boys like to drive, and having superb driving skills is indeed a very happy thing. So Gu Fei began to look for inspiration, and recorded all the foods he could think of in a memo. and then asked Jiang Shui which ones Duoduo had never tried before, so that he could take her to eat them. In this way, the task was quite easy to complete. Seeing that Gu Fei hadn't responded for a long time, Yang Tianxue got carried away for a moment and prepared to drive for a while. Before leaving, he looked at the Hello Kitty headrest in the passenger seat for a while, pretending to be shy, twisting his body like a worm. Ouch, Gu, I want one too. Gu Fei looked disgusted. Go away, what are you meddling in? Yang Tianxue gave a hee-hee laugh, a face full of curiosity, and said, What's going on? I'm very concerned about your movements. Don't think I didn't see that little video of yours. It's only been a weekend, and you've already done something big without telling me. You've got a wife, kids, and a fancy car. You've reached the top of your game, haven't you? Is there anything I don't deserve to know? I'm really worried that if the Earth suddenly exploded in the next 2 days, it would have something to do with you. Gu Fei was amused by Yang Tianxue's antics, and the car was filled with the two men's hearty laughter. After sitting down, Yang Tianxue slammed the accelerator. Sit tight, I'm going to have some fun. Gu Fei looked at the time. It was almost time for the morning meeting, and Yang Tianxue was still dragging him along. What a reliable leader. The morning meeting will start soon, and I can't be late. Gu Fei has a strong sense of time, and as a director-level member of the leadership, he sets a good example. Don't worry, I'll have the administrative department notify everyone that the meeting has been postponed for 20 minutes. Let's go, tell me everything that happened these past 2 days, I'm dying to hear. Yang Tianxue was like a melon-eating saint, and he even quit his job just to hear about Gu Fei's adventures. Yang Tianxue had nothing to hide, and as they had been friends for many years, Gu Fei told him slowly about what had happened over the past 2 days. Along the way, Yang Tianxue was constantly shocked. If he had been given a small steamed bun every time he was shocked, he would have eaten 20 or 30 by now. Jiang Shui and Duoduo had more or less told him everything, and all Yang Tianxue could say was that he was envious, truly envious. There was something else that he was more concerned about, how Gu Fei had managed to buy the Rolls-Royce in full. Gu Fei, you haven't told me the important thing yet. How come you borrowed 300,000 yuan and then bought the car in full? Well, I had a cash flow problem, and I just needed 300,000 yuan. It was really thanks to you, Yang Tianxue. Gu Fei and Yang Tianxue exchanged polite words, which could be considered a verbal thank you. Turn it around a bit? What kind of investment? Take me in too, I'm not asking for much, I'll just make a small fortune. Yang Tianxue's eyes were full of expectation. Gu Fei poured a bucket of cold water directly over him. There wasn't anything good about the investment, it was a group project. Hearing the word group in the tone of Gu Fei's voice, Yang Tianxue knew that this matter might be beyond his imagination. Generally speaking, anything that could be called a group would cover many industries. Gu Fei was a design director, and yet he had a group? Gu Fei also told Yang Tianxue the truth about the shares in Kechuang. After hearing this, Yang Tianxue's pupils dilated, and he slammed on the brakes and stopped by the roadside, shocked for a million years. Holy shit! 51% of the shares in Kechuang? Kechuang can buy 20 of our companies and still have more than enough. Are you a rich kid? You've hidden this deep down, haven't you? Is there anything else I don't know? Do you need a personal mail secretary? I'll recommend myself. Gu Fei closed his eyes and listened to Yang Tianxue finish what he wanted to say in one breath before slowly opening his eyes. It was as if a master had awakened, his tone calm. In fact, you can completely forget what you just heard. Just finish the melon and it'll be fine. I'm still Gu Fei, and you're still old Yang. Yang Tianxue took a breath. Gu Fei, you're really low-key. If I had 51% of the shares of Kechuang, I would buy myself a big screen in the busiest shopping district to endorse it. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Yes, that's really something you, Yang, could do. Looking at the time, Gu Fei urged Yang Tianxue, let's go, it's almost time for the meeting, and I hate being late. Yang Tianxue reluctantly stepped on the accelerator. Sigh, a beautiful Monday morning, and it's almost over. Gu Fei patted Yang Tianxue on the back of the head to wake him up. It's almost lunchtime, it's still early morning. Wake up! Yang Tianxue acted cute and Gu Fei was caught off guard. Oops. Don't slap me like that at the office. Ha ha ha. Gu Fei laughed at Yang Tianxue's antics. Of course not at the office, after all, he is the boss, and he has to be given face at the company. Back at the office, people in the public workspace were already talking. I heard that Director Gu has changed cars, did anyone see it? No, I remember Director Gu always driving an Audi. What's so strange about changing cars? Look at you all fussing over it. Oh dear. It's not so strange to change to another car, but it's mainly a Rolls-Royce. Really? Is our company director that rich? Definitely not, maybe it's because he has a good wife. Amidst the buzz, Gu Fei and Yang Tianxue walked into the office side by side, a change from their playful appearance just now. With two serious and handsome faces, their energy field was so strong that no one dared to speak loudly. Preparing for the meeting. Gu Fei, dressed in a suit, walked into the CEO's office with a straight posture. With just one sentence, the others were like clockwork, obediently preparing for the meeting. On the other side, Jiang Shui and Mai Tian also met. It is an essential part for girls to meet and exchange greetings about each other's recent situation. Chapter 45, Hurry up and get married so I can go to the banquet. In front of a Starbucks in a high-end shopping mall, a tall, hot girl in denim shorts and a red halter top was looking around. Her long, curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her two large earrings and tall black eyeliner made her look even more temperamental. It's Mai Tian, waiting for Jiang Shui. Dressed in a hot girl outfit, she attracts the attention of passers-by, both men and women, who can't help but take a second look. Jiang Shui arrives and sees Mai Tian from afar. Just like before, she stands there, looking as thin as a telegraph pole. But it looks like she's put on a little weight. Mai Tian. Jiang Shui happily shouts Mai Tian's name and rushes over, giving her a big hug first. Shui. Ha, you're running slowly. Mai Tian also rushed over to hug Jiang Shui. She saw that Jiang Shui was wearing an expensive plain outfit, with a pair of not too high not too low small heels on her feet, and two full and shiny pearl earrings, which set off the whole person with a sense of luxury and extravagance. It was no longer the appearance of a young girl going to school, but rather a sense of dignified luxury and elegance. Wow! Sweetie, you seem to have gained a little weight. Jiang Shui patted Mai Tian's back and said happily. Because Mai Tian has always been very thin like a walking spar essence, as a good friend, Jiang Shui definitely hopes that she can get a little fatter. A long-awaited hug made Jiang Shui feel that Mai Tian had gained weight and was really happy for her. At the same time, Mai Tian was also feeling Jiang Shui, asking with concern, "You've lost weight, haven't you? Have I been too hard on myself for taking care of the baby outside these past few years?" Jiang Shui smiled and put her arm around Mai Tian's. "Let's go," she said, walking along while looking happy. This detail could not escape Mai Tian's sharp eyes. So, Mai Tian's tone of voice changed from just now's heartache to yin and yang. "Ouch, you're smiling, there's something going on, you look so sweet, don't think I haven't noticed. Just confess whatever it is." Jiang Shui was embarrassed by Mai Tian's questions. It was nothing at all, but Mai Tian's tone and gaze made her blush unconsciously. The two of them walking in the mall attracted a lot of attention. The beautiful women with different styles, one like summer and the other like autumn, became a beautiful sight in the mall. After calming down a little, Jiang Shui slowly spoke. "Gu Fei and I met a few days ago in front of Duoduo's kindergarten. He is now trying hard to be a good father." When Mai Tian heard this, she couldn't believe it. In such a big city as Guangzhou, how could the two of them just meet? What a coincidence. "Ha? You and Gu Fei just met?" Mai Tian's mouth was wide open, as if she could fit a donut in it. She was so surprised. Jiang Shui took Mai Tian's arm and responded slowly, "Yes, I couldn't believe it at first either, but then I accepted the arrangement of fate. Besides, Duoduo needs a father." Mai Tian's inquisitive nature came to the fore at this time, and she turned into a bundle of questions, asking Jiang Shui a whole host of questions. "So, how is Gu Fei treating you now? What are your plans? When are you getting married?" 3 questions in a row. Jiang Shui tapped Mai Tian's head lightly with her finger and said, "Miss Mai, you don't need to catch your breath, let me catch mine too. Just ask one at a time." Ha ha ha, Mai Tian was even happier, and that was the effect she was going for. "Gu Fei is very nice to me, but there is no sign of marriage yet. We are not even together right now, we are just getting along as Duoduo's parents. To be honest, sometimes I don't know how to deal with this relationship." After listening to Jiang Shui's words, Mai Tian stopped in her tracks and fired off a barrage of comments. "What do you mean there is no sign of marriage, Miss Jiang? Your child is already in kindergarten. Does he not have a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, you should get married quickly. As long as you get along, it's good for the kids. You should get married quickly so I can go to the banquet. Ha, I'll sit at the kids' table." They joked around a bit, and then they got to talking. They learned that my Tian wasn't leaving this time, and Jiang Shui was very happy. At least, when she's feeling down, she has someone to listen to her problems. Good friends are the antidote to life. So what are your plans after this? Jiang Shui asked with concern about my Tian's plans after returning home. Although my Tian's family business was not as big as Jiang Shui's, they still ran a company, which was better than having no business at all. I'll play for a few days, and then I'll find a job. I don't want to just hang around at home, and I don't know how many times I'll have to argue with my brother in a day. My Tian has an older brother, my Dong, who is 2 years her senior. The two have been fighting since they were kids, and they still argue whenever they meet. Hey, seriously, when are you going to introduce me to your boyfriend? My Tian raised an eyebrow, teasing Jiang Shui. Oh, what? It's not even a boyfriend yet, don't talk nonsense. I'll let you know when I'm sure of his identity. Although Jiang Shui refused, she was very happy in her heart. In her heart, her relationship with Gu Fei was already set. But there was no suitable opportunity right now, and she didn't see Gu Fei getting too emotional, so she didn't want to break the current feeling. They found a coffee shop and sat down to chat. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had just finished the morning meeting. After the meeting, he passed by the common office area and occasionally heard people discussing his affairs of the past 2 days. It was just about being a hidden second-generation rich kid or finding a rich wife. Gu Fei just laughed it off and ate his own melon, which was quite interesting. After having lunch with Lao Yang, the design company didn't have much work scheduled for the afternoon, so Gu Fei could just rush to Kursan to attend the shareholders' meeting. Yang Tianxuan naturally didn't let go of this opportunity. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he also wanted to go to the meeting with Gu Fei. Brother Fei, hey, no. President Gu, I also want to go to Kechuan to see the world. Take me with you. I'll be your driver. Yang Tianxua looked at Gu Fei with a flattering expression, long forgotten that he was the leader in the design company. Gu Fei didn't think it would have any impact, so he went alone. He just told Yang Tianxua to wait during the meeting. Besides, he had a free chauffeur, so he might as well take advantage of it. So he readily agreed to Yang Tianxua's request. Sure, just drive carefully. After a teasing remark, the two got into the car together. This shareholders' meeting was, to put it bluntly, an opportunity for everyone to get to know the new controlling shareholder, so that in the future, if Gu Fei showed up at the company, no one would be surprised to see him. Normally, in the course of company operations, if there is nothing particularly necessary, Gu Fei can completely refrain from being there. In the afternoon, in the high-level meeting room of the Kechuan building, the secretary had already prepared everything for the meeting. The required materials, the projector, and the water on the seats were all neatly arranged. The senior management were waiting here one after the other. Everyone whispered. I heard that the new shareholder is very young. I don't know anything, and I was informed that there is a new controlling shareholder. What's going on? It is said that he will come and meet everyone in a while, and we will know soon. Damn, I'm shaking with fear. Didn't the outgoing old shareholder say anything? I think at least there should be a handover, and they should give us an explanation. Forget about asking for 5% of the shares, just listen. Gu Fei, wearing a high-end suit bought from the system, and Yang Tianxua walked straight into the Kechuan building. The female colleagues who were in the lobby on the first floor were all unnerved when they saw them. It was as if they had been under some kind of evil spell, and they wouldn't take their eyes off the two of them for a second. When did the company get two such handsome young guys? Ask the administration if they are new employees? Which department? I want all his information. The one next to him looks more stable. I like it. What a coincidence, I like the one in the white suit, he's my type. It wasn't until they saw Gu Fei and Yang Tianxua enter the high-level meeting room and take the direct elevator that everyone realized that these two young and handsome guys were of extraordinary status. Chapter 46, Are you having fun with cosplay? Some of the female colleagues in the lobby, who were just goofing off, still hadn't left after watching the two men's backs as they entered the elevator. Two of the girls, who were in good shape and had enough looks and confidence in themselves, had some thoughts about the two men. So, the two of them began to study them. These two can't be the sons of any major shareholders, can they? They really do look a bit like it. What if I want their contact information? Brave people, enjoy the handsome and rich guys first. Go for it. I'm not brave, I'll just watch you charge ahead. I like the one in the white suit. What do you think? How about the other one for you? Hey, what if they both have girlfriends? What's there to be afraid of? Just get their contact details first. You can still get a divorce if they get married, but you can't break up if they have girlfriends, can you? Although, that's not a bad argument. So the two of them decided to wait for their prey, waiting for Gu Fei and Yang Tianxua at the elevator entrance to the high-level meeting room. But they couldn't just hang around for too long, so they decided to take a chance and try their luck. At least there was still hope, and if they didn't try, they would get nothing. While waiting, the two beauties already started fantasizing about their future lives married into wealthy families. Gu Fei and Yang Tianxua arrived upstairs, and the executive on the high-level meeting room side was very surprised, because this floor was not accessible to just anyone. The elevator required facial recognition to gain access, and when Gu Fei entered the elevator, he was successful right away. It can only be said that the system is arranged to provide a full set of arrangements. Hello, may I ask who you two are? The administrative staff member was wearing a black silk skirt that hugged her hips, a white shirt, and rimless glasses, giving her the appearance of a highly intelligent woman. After all, the fact that they were able to come up here meant that they were not ordinary people, but they had not reported for duty, which made it difficult for the administrative staff member to know what to say. In such a large company, one must be careful in everything they do. So they could only ask tentatively, which maintained their politeness while getting the job done. Yang Tianxua straightened his collar and patted Gu Fei on the shoulder, saying, "This is your new major shareholder, you don't know him yet, do you? Let me introduce you, Gu Fei, Mr. Gu, now you know." The administrative staff had heard that a new shareholder was coming to the meeting today, and they thought it was an elderly Mediterranean, but they didn't expect him to be so young. She couldn't believe it as she looked at Gu Fei, nodding repeatedly. "Okay, Mr. Gu, I understand, please come in, if you need anything, please feel free to call me." The administrative staff made a gesture inviting him in, while looking at Yang Tianxua with a puzzled expression in his eyes. Yang Tianxua immediately read the subtext in the eyes. So, while walking forward with Gu Fei, he smiled and added, "I'm your boss's driver. Are you happy?" Gu Fei kept his eyes on the road, but was still concerned about Yang Tianxua's emotions. He felt that Yang Tianxua was a little excited. "Huh? Boss Gu, what are you talking about?" Yang Tianxua was completely unable to react and was confused by Gu Fei's question. "Cosplay, acting as my driver, are you happy? Ha ha ha." Suddenly realizing his identity, Gu Fei slowly suppressed his laughter. Yang Tianxua cleared his throat, straightened his collar, and pretended to be serious and righteous. "Ahem, it is my honor to be Mr. Gu's driver." The two of them laughed and walked to the last meeting room at the end of the corridor. They pushed open the meeting room door and found that there was no one inside. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Gu Fei then realized that they might have gone the wrong way. "Oh no, we've gone the wrong way, in the other direction." Gu Fei immediately turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Yang Tianxua followed behind him and said, "Brother Fei, Manager Gu, you can't do it, you can't even find the meeting room? How do you know I can't do it? Don't say anything to a man that he can't do it. This is my first time here, okay?" After hearing Gu Fei's words, Yang Tianxua's legs went weak, and he pretended to faint. "You're such a big shareholder, and you're here for the first time? I don't believe you, don't make excuses." Amidst the commotion, this time they came to the right meeting room. Just looking at the door, you could tell it was grand, unlike the doors to the other meeting rooms. The two tall, heavy doors fit together tightly, and the door handles were carved with extraordinary bronze sculptures. There is a tea area outside the door where you can sit and rest. Gu Fei indicated that Yang Tianxua should wait for him here, and that he would be out soon after the meeting. "Okay, Mr. Gu, go to the meeting without worry, your personal driver is waiting for you here obediently." Yang Tianxua sounded like an official, but the addition of the word obediently made him sound cheap. He reached into his pocket to play with his phone and wait for Gu Fei. But after feeling in his left pocket and then his right, his hands were empty. "It's over!" Yang Tianxua exclaimed. Gu Fei, who had already gone to open the door, paused with his hand in mid-air and turned back to ask Yang Tianxua, "What's wrong? Don't be so jumpy, I'm already very nervous, there's no need to make a scene." "I forgot my phone, it's in your car." Yang Tianxua was a little helpless, and there was no longer the same spirit in his tone. "You can't forget your phone even if you don't eat, such an important personal item, it's hard to leave it alone for a second." Gu Fei, like a child, casually took a magazine from the nearby newsstand and threw it into Yang Tianxua's arms. "Here, read this one too." I'll be as quick as I can, so hang in there. Yang Tianxua said it was too late, and quickly caught the flying magazine. After that, Gu Fei took a deep breath, slowly pushed open the heavy door with both hands, and walked into the high-level meeting room. In the meeting room, there were already about 10 middle-aged men in suits and ties, and at a glance, they all looked a bit greasy. The sound of their murmuring discussion stopped abruptly the moment Gu Fei opened the door, and the air seemed to have congealed. Gu Fei casually placed his hands in his trouser pockets, stood still at the doorway for a moment, and looked around at the people seated around the large oval table. Some looked very dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. Some stood up respectfully and fawningly, nodding and bowing, while others crossed their legs and leaned back in their chairs, looking completely unconcerned. A meeting room has created a small society. No one spoke, all of them sizing up the handsome young man. They couldn't understand why a young man could get a position that they had worked so hard for most of their lives to get to. They couldn't think of any reason other than that he had connections at home. Because of this equity transfer, only a notice from the company was immediately effective. They also knew that in capitalism, whoever has the power calls the shots, and sometimes things just don't make sense. Hello, fellow shareholders. Gu Fei greeted everyone politely in a deep and serious voice, then walked calmly to his seat in Seat C at the long oval table. This is his seat, the seat he should be sitting in. Let's formally introduce ourselves. Gu Fei, starting today. Oh no, to be precise, it started yesterday. I have absolute control of the company with 51% of the shares. Since all the shareholders are here today, let's get to know each other. Gu Fei is busy in the meeting, but Yang Tianxua outside the door is not so honest. Where his employees are not, is where he lets his hair down. The magazine Gu Fei threw at him has long been thrown on the chair. Now his whole body, like a gecko, his ears pressed against the door, his palms pressed against the door as well, his left leg raised and planted against the door in a lunge, and his right leg slightly bent. He didn't look like a boss at all. He kept this position and muttered to himself, "Shit, I can't hear anything. Is Gu Fei talking?" If someone were standing next to Yang Tianxua right now, and they took a picture of him, they would definitely think he was a big gecko stuck to the door. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause in the meeting room, breaking the silence in Yang Tianxua's ears. It scared him, and he could only panic and retreat from the door, sitting there and waiting for Gu Fei. It was really hard to wait without a mobile phone. Just as he was relaxing and had his magazine pinned to his face, ready for a nap, someone kicked him lightly in the shiny shoe upper. Who was it? Chapter 47. Do you want to eat popping candy? Yang Tianxua sat up with a start, his temper already flaring to the top of his hair, about to lose his temper. But as soon as he saw it was Gu Fei, it immediately died down. Yang Tianxua pointed inside the meeting room and then at Gu Fei, asking with a bewildered expression. No? You were that fast? No. I mean, were you that fast in a meeting? You just went in, right? You just finished the meeting? Meetings in our company usually last at least an hour. Yang Tianxua looked in amazement at the greasy middle-aged group of people coming out of the meeting room, all of them dressed in suits and looking respectable, their faces all showing displeasure. Gu Fei bent down to pick up the magazine that Yang Tianxua had just thrown on the floor in his excitement, put it back in place, waved his hand in the air a little, and said, "Let's go, because I'm in charge here. The meeting is over, it's adjourned. There's nothing to talk about, just get to know each other. We don't need these shareholders to report on company business, and if you really ask, they don't know anything, believe it or not? They don't know as much as the salesman." Yang Tianxua nods, believing him, just like me, I always come to you when I have a problem, haha. After a little teasing, Gu Fei decides to take a tour of the company, at least, to familiarize himself with the terrain. After all, it's his own company now, and it's a bit embarrassing not to even know what it looks like. The first place he wanted to go was the CEO's office. In Gu Fei's imagination, the CEO's office should be like the kind you see in TV dramas, with a huge space and floor-to-ceiling windows along one wall. If it were in the city, there would be a view of the lake outside the window, and next to the window would be a solid wood desk. There would be a computer on it, with an articulated arm to hold the external screen. A bookcase, wardrobe, and leather sofa would of course also be essential. Would he have a tidy, bright and spacious office with a view of the lake? When he found the floor administrator, it was a girl who had just put on a black silk skirt. "Hello, Manager Gu." At the first sight of Gu Fei, the girl bowed lightly to greet him respectfully. Then, without saying a word, she turned sideways and bowed lightly to Yang Tianxua as well. After all, he was the driver of the major shareholder and should be respected. Yang Tianchua waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities." The teased little girl blushed. Gu Fei reached out to take the name tag hanging from the executive's chest to see what it said and how to address him, as a sign of respect. The girl saw Gu Fei's outstretched hand, but didn't seem to understand what he meant. She lowered her head, afraid to look Gu Fei in the eye, and took a few small steps back. Gu Fei felt like his whole body was on edge. It wasn't until Gu Fei grabbed the name tag and read out her name that she let out a sigh of relief. Lin Huihui? Which way is the CEO's office? Lin Huihui hurriedly adjusted her pace, stood up straight again, and said to Gu Fei, "President Gu, take the elevator to the 32nd floor, and you will find the president's office." "Okay, thanks." Yang Tianchua wanted to laugh at Gu Fei's serious and earnest appearance, and he thought that he was good at pretending. When they arrived on the 32nd floor, the entire space was a collision of white and silver, and it was very spacious, accompanied by geometric designs. It looked both high-end and very design-conscious. It's no wonder that this is the president's office of a tech company. Yang Tianchua sighed, and realized that his company was nothing compared to this. "Gu Fei, if things really get bad, why don't you just buy our company?" "I'll work for you, I'm willing, I'm more than willing." Gu Fei grinned wickedly, walked into the president's office, and the electric sensor door opened in time. "What, you want to be bought out? Then beg me." Yang Tianchua looked around, there was no one in sight, and he made a fierce face at Gu Fei, "You bitch." The moment he entered the door, Gu Fei was delighted. This office was no different from what he had imagined, it was a 99% faithful reproduction. It seems that what is filmed in TV dramas is all true. The president's office of a large corporation is also magnificent. He sat in the cream-colored leather ergonomic chair for a while, spun a few circles in place, and looked at the scenery outside the window. Gu Fei suddenly realized what it felt like to be a successful man. After touring the CEO's office, he briefly explored the other floors. There was so much to see, it was impossible to see it all in just a short time. Gu Fei could only take things slowly, exploring a little at a time whenever he came here. Once the design company finished this important project, he would return to his own company, being responsible for his career and not abandoning it halfway. As he walked downstairs, Gu Fei thought about Duoduo and wanted to get some inspiration from Yang Tianchua. So he asked, "Lao Yang, if you were to name something that a 3-year-old child has probably never eaten, what would it be?" Yang Tianchua was taken aback by Gu Fei's question and pointed at his own nose and replied, "You're asking me? You're asking me? I don't even have a child. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, so you should ask the mother of the child, you've asked the wrong person." Gu Fei thought it was right, and just asked Jiang Shui directly, why did he have to guess here? So, he took out his phone and sent a message directly to Jiang Shui. "Jiang Shui, what is there that Duoduo has never eaten since she was little?" After sending it, he casually put the phone in his pants pocket. Jiang Shui and Mai Tian were having a great time chatting, and they didn't notice the message on the phone at all. In the lobby on the first floor, the two girls waiting for their prey had not left yet. With the conviction that they will succeed, they are waiting for Gu Fei and Yang Tianchua to come downstairs. When they see the tall figures of a black and a white person appear, the two girls are like hunters who have finally caught their prey, their eyes shining with the light of hunting. Here they come. They are coming downstairs. They really have waited for them. Hurry up, the one in white is in a good mood right now, she wants WeChat directly. Hurry up. One of them is giving tips to the other. The girl gritted her teeth, looking as if she was ready to die. It was the first time she had taken the initiative, and it still took courage. Yang Tianchua and Gu Fei were chatting and laughing when they were suddenly stopped by the girl running over. "Hello, guys." Saying hello hastily and nervously, the girl faced Yang Tianchua and showed the QR code she had prepared long ago. "Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Can I add you on WeChat?" Yang Tianchua looked at the girl. She had a good figure, a high IQ, long hair that fell to her shoulders, and a gentle, watery appearance. She was really his type. No harm in adding her. "No problem, sure." As he said this, he subconsciously reached into his pocket to feel for his phone. "Look what I've done, I've left my phone in the car, I've forgotten it." Yang Tianchua had a brainwave. He told the girl to add Gu Fei first, and then Gu Fei could push it to him later. "Gu Fei, where's your phone? Scan to add her first, then send me the friend request." After saying this, Yang Tianchua apologized to the girl again, saying, "Sorry, I really forgot my phone. I'll add you later." Gu Fei was determined to help with this favor for young Tianxua's love life, and quickly scanned the girl's QR code, and she was verified immediately. The girl could see young Tianxua's sincerity, so she nodded and said, "That's fine. Just remember to add me." "Don't worry." "Definitely." Young Tianxua's mouth couldn't hold back any longer. The girl waved her arms, ran happily over to another girl, and from the back, the two of them made a gesture of celebrating their success with each other. Yes. It worked. At the same time, Jiang Shue's message came back. To be honest, Gu Fei's question caught her off guard. If she had to say that Duoduo hadn't eaten anything, she really couldn't think of anything for a while. Just as she was worrying about this question, Mai Tian took out 2 packs of popping candy from her bag and handed one to Jiang Shui. "Want some? I haven't had any since I was a kid. I bought them on the way over here at the convenience store and almost forgot." Popping candy? An idea struck her, so Jiang Shue's message to Gu Fei was just 3 words: popping candy. Chapter 48, He really is a doting father. The phone beeped. And Gu Fei guessed it was probably a message from Jiang Shui. So he checked it first. He opened the dialog box and saw 3 familiar but somewhat unfamiliar words. Because he rarely hears, comes into contact with, or thinks of the snack Pop Rocks. So when Gu Fei saw these 3 words for the first time, his brain shut down for a moment. And unconsciously repeated it in surprise, even saying it out loud, "Pop Rocks?" Yang Tianxua, who was standing next to him, heard him. Yang Tianxua glared at Gu Fei and mumbled to himself, "What are you muttering about?" Gu Fei told Yang Tianxua about his idea of wanting to bring Duoduo something she had never tried before. Yang Tianxua laughed. He really is a doting father. But asking and answering questions, and the result is Pop Rocks? Your wife is really resourceful. If no one had mentioned it, I would never have thought of popping candy in my life. Gu Fei gave Yang Tianxua a tap on the back of the head. Don't be ridiculous, she's not my wife. Yang Tianxua was unconvinced. They'd had a child together, and he still insisted that she wasn't his wife. You two really have an interesting way of getting along. Gu Fei was not about to be outdone. He didn't want to lose to Yang Tianxua in a verbal sparring match. So he shot back. Wasn't that an accident back then? Of course she's not your wife if you're not married. Yang Tianxua's thinking was easy and simple. It seemed like he was giving Gu Fei advice, but in fact he was mocking him. It's not that difficult, just get married, how simple is that? During their idle chat, they had already walked to the parking lot. Gu Fei gave Yang Tianxua a white look, opened the door and got in the passenger seat. Yang Tianxua, who was in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt while joking. Hey, Gu, you've got into character pretty quickly. So you do have your own chauffeur now. Gu Fei's mouth curled up in a smile. You're not unhappy being a chauffeur, are you? You can be one for a bit longer. Yang Tianxua was so busy chatting with Gu Fei that he had completely forgotten about the WeChat friend request from the pretty girl. And Gu Fei naturally didn't remember, so why would he care about something that didn't concern him? The two of them had completely forgotten about the whole thing. Yang Tianxua pressed the accelerator and the two of them headed back to the design company together. There was an important proposal meeting at 4 p.m. that they both needed to attend. On the way, Gu Fei kept looking out the window, not missing a single shop. Yang Tianxua noticed this detail and thought that Gu Fei was emo. Gu Fei, what's wrong, emo and sad? Usually when you're in a car and you're in this position, leaning your head out the window, you're most likely emo. But you can tell me, I'm willing to help you. Hey, what a competent driver. He also cares about his boss's emotions. Gu Fei ignored him, and he just kept adding drama to the situation. Emo your ghost, I'm looking to see if there is a convenience store passing by. Gu Fei was thinking about buying Duoduo popping candy, so that when Duoduo got out of school later, he could take it to her directly when he picked her up. If you had said so earlier, I would have known that there is one just ahead, and I would have taken you there now. Yang Tianxua said, accelerating and turning right at the traffic light ahead, deviating from the original navigation route. When they arrived at the convenience store, Gu Fei bought all the different flavors of Pop Rocks. Apple, strawberry, chocolate, peach. I wonder which one Duoduo will like. And Jiang Shui? Jiang Shui will like it too, right? Then she can let Jiang Shui choose her favorite flavor. After returning from the design company meeting, it was almost time. Gu Fei contacted Jiang Xue to go pick up Duoduo together. Jiang Xue, where are you? Shall I come pick you up? Then we'll go pick up Duoduo together. After sending the text, 2 seconds later, Gu Fei unlocked his phone again and added a cute cat emoticon. Because he noticed that Jiang Xue really likes sending emoticons of small animals. Jiang Xue and Mai Tian had just about finished shopping. Jiang Xue invited Mai Tian to go pick up Duoduo with her and have dinner together, and to meet Gu Fei by the way. Mai Tian readily agreed. As a best friend, she also wanted to help Jiang Xue keep a close eye on things. To see how the boy who was famous throughout the school for his good looks was doing now, and whether he was suitable to be Jiang Xue's husband. Upon receiving Gu Fei's message, Jiang Xue was beaming with happiness, like a young couple in love. The joy and anticipation of finally meeting after a long day. So, with a sweet voice and a smile, she told Mai Tian. Gu Fei will come pick us up soon, and we'll go pick up Duoduo, and then have dinner together. Seeing Jiang Xue's sweet and happy face, Mai Tian was even more looking forward to meeting Gu Fei. What kind of charm did he have that he could make Miss Jiang fall for him like this? Jiang Xue sent Gu Fei her location and asked if it was okay for him to have dinner with Mai Tian. Of course, there's no problem, let's have dinner together. You haven't seen each other for a long time, it's a rare reunion. While waiting at the red light, Gu Fei took the time to reply to Jiang Xue's message. Seeing Gu Fei's affirmative reply, she let her heart settle in her stomach. Otherwise, she would have felt that it was a bit inappropriate for her to make the decision to have dinner together without consulting him. While waiting for Gu Fei, she felt that even the passing of time was romantic and happy, so she didn't feel boring or dull at all. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the designated location. He parked the car in a relatively easy-to-find spot by the roadside of the shopping mall, and took a picture of the surrounding landmarks to send to Jiang Xue, so that she could find him easily. Okay, Mai Tian and I will be right there. Jiang Xue, who had received Gu Fei's message, replied immediately. Of course she replied immediately. She was holding her phone in her hand, waiting for Gu Fei's message all the time. The two of them walked arm in arm out of the mall entrance, and Gu Fei thoughtfully parked as close to their exit as possible. After a few steps, the Rolls-Royce, dazzled by the sunlight, appeared in front of the two of them. Mai Tian looked around and noticed that apart from the Rolls-Royce in front of them, there were no other cars at all. The little golden man on the car was also shining in the sunlight. No way. Xiaoxue, that Rolls-Royce couldn't be Gu Fei picking us up, could it? Jiang Xue calmly replied, yes, it is picking us up. Oh my, your father even bought him a car? And a Rolls-Royce at that. And he says he's not getting married? Don't be stubborn. Mai Tian's first reaction was that Jiang Xue's family had paid for Gu Fei to buy the car. Jiang Xue was unhurried and told Mai Tian slowly. No, my father is even jealous. Gu Fei bought the car himself with full payment. My family didn't pay a single penny. Mai Tian was so surprised that she was speechless. As she walked around the car from the front to the back, she saw through the lowered window the eye-catching Hello Kitty headrest on the passenger seat. Oh, Miss Jiang's exclusive passenger seat, that's pretty good. How many girls would be envious of this? Girls are easily impressed by details. It may seem like a simple arrangement, but when it's exclusive and only you have it, the meaning is different. In the eyes of other girls, this is great happiness. It's proof that you're loved. So seeing all this, Mai Tian actually felt a little like falling in love. In the passenger seat, after Jiang Xue fastened her seatbelt, she introduced Gu Fei. Gu Fei, remember, this is Mai Tian. Mai Tian, this is Gu Fei. The two of them nodded and smiled politely in the rearview mirror to indicate their greetings. Mai Tian looked at Gu Fei and saw that he hadn't changed much from when they were at school, still full of youthful energy. She couldn't help but feel happy for Jiang Xue. Let's go then, we'll go pick up Duoduo now. Gu Fei stepped on the accelerator and said, while asking Jiang Xue to help navigate to the kindergarten using his phone. At this time, Jiang Xue, sitting in the passenger seat, felt like she was Gu Fei's family member, very secure and down to earth. So, after taking over Gu Fei's phone and about to open the AutoNavi map, she received a WeChat message. Gu Fei's WeChat message was displayed directly in a pop-up window at the top, along with the content of the message and the person who sent it. Jiang Xue passively saw the headshot of a beautiful woman and the message she sent. Handsome guy, don't forget to add your friend after you've added WeChat. The pop-up window flashed by, and Jiang Xue only finished reading the first half of the sentence, handsome guy, don't forget to add your friend after you've added WeChat. The message was retracted. With the remnants of sweetness and happiness on her face, she immediately went cold. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly together, and her hand holding the phone did not move for a long time. The fire in her heart seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Chapter 49. The misunderstanding is a bit big. It turns out that Gu Fei has added other girls' WeChat? It turns out that she thought Gu Fei cared about her a lot, but she was just being self-absorbed? It turns out that Gu Fei is simply spending time with her as Duoduo's father? Jiang Shui had a lot of questions in her mind, speculating from the message she just received. And in an instant, her eyes welled up with tears. Gu Fei was so focused on picking up Duoduo that he didn't even notice the message on his phone. Instead, he was a little anxious because Jiang Shui was taking too long to search for the navigation he needed. Jiang Shui, are you ready? Is the navigation ready? Gu Fei glanced at Jiang Shui in the passenger seat. He saw Jiang Shui's head slightly bowed, her phone screen constantly lit up on the homepage of the map navigation app, and she hadn't moved a muscle. Gu Fei sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange, as if something was wrong. So, he called Jiang Shui softly again. Jiang Shui? Jiang Shui still didn't respond. Mai Tian in the back seat also leaned forward, concerned, and asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Seeing that Jiang Shui still hadn't looked up, Gu Fei had to take action. He tried to turn his body as far as possible in the driver's seat, leaning his upper body towards Jiang Shui. He reached out with both hands, one on each side of her head, and with a very gentle motion, lifted her head up. When he touched her hair, it felt soft and smooth. Jiang Shui felt even more uncomfortable as Gu Fei held her head up like this. A feeling of grievance welled up in her heart, and her eyes immediately became moist. Jiang Shui, who felt as aggrieved as a fawn, and Gu Fei locked eyes. Gu Fei, who didn't know why, suddenly felt at a loss and didn't know where to put his hands. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. Don't be upset alone, just tell me. Gu Fei was so anxious that his speech became much faster, and his voice was full of concern. Mai Tian, who heard that something had happened, hurriedly came to ask as well. What's wrong, my little miss? You were beaming with happiness just now, eager to meet this person, but now you don't look happy. Mai Tian was also puzzled. Clearly, when they got in the car, everything was fine. If it were normal, Jiang Shui would have definitely said to Mai Tian in a coquettish manner, "How could you say anything about happiness and sweetness in front of Gu Fei, and talk about your boyfriend?" This is all the kind of intimate talk that best friends have, and she would be embarrassed if Gu Fei heard it. But now, Jiang Shui was in no mood to argue with these words. She just wanted to listen to a song, A Thousand Sad Reasons. Gu Fei shook Jiang Shui's shoulder again, anxiously. What's wrong? Tell us. His voice was urgent, but still gentle. Jiang Shui returned the phone to Gu Fei, and even her voice sounded dull. I saw that girl send you a message. It wasn't intentional, it popped up by itself. You should reply, don't let her wait. Mai Tian and I got off the car, you don't need to pick up Duoduo. You could hear Jiang Shui's voice slightly trembling, as she controlled her emotions. Mai Tian was still confused, but she heard the girl sent a message, and saw that Jiang Shui was being wronged because of this. She couldn't stand it. No matter how you listen to it, it's the behavior of a scumbag. So, regardless of the consequences, Mai Tian's hot temper came out directly, and she sat in the back seat and gave Gu Fei a dressing down. I said, why is my Jiang Shui suddenly sad? It turns out that you still have messy connections with other girls? You look like a gentleman, asking after my well-being and preparing a special seat, but in fact, you're a passionate womanizer. Don't use your status as the child's father to make things unclear. Be a responsible man, okay? Mai Tian kept talking while Jiang Shui pulled her out of the car, and Jiang Shui wouldn't let her say anymore. It was one thing to be sad and upset, but she didn't feel good when she heard Mai Tian scold Gu Fei. Gu Fei had a lot of questions. He had obviously done nothing, but he was scolded. And turned into an irresponsible playboy? Hey! You need to be clear about what you're saying. You're slandering people, and you need to pay the consequences. Gu Fei tried to persuade Jiang Shui to stay, but failed. Jiang Shui had already gotten off the bus. Thinking about the girl and the message that Jiang Shui had just mentioned, Gu Fei opened WeChat and saw that it was a message from the girl who had added Yang Tianchua from Kechuan Gang today. Both of them had forgotten about it, and the girl sent a message to remind them. It just so happened that this message was seen by Jiang Shui, so it's no wonder that there was a misunderstanding. If you've done nothing wrong, you don't need to be afraid of the knock at the door of the ghost. It's just a misunderstanding, so just explain it clearly. Jiang Shui is not an unreasonable girl who is stubborn and unreasonable. Gu Fei cursed Yang Tianxua in his heart, blaming this old Yang for making such a big mistake. So, after parking the car by the roadside, Gu Fei quickly chased after Jiang Shui. At this time, he realized that he cared a lot about Jiang Shui's emotions. His reaction today was not just to explain a misunderstanding. It was more because he saw that Jiang Shui was sad, and he wanted to make things clear, so that she wouldn't be left with unhappy emotions. And when there is a misunderstanding in these kinds of things, it is most likely to create a gap. If there is a gap between the two people, it will also be very awkward for them to get along in front of Duoduo. It is very tiring to pretend to be happy and content. Mai Tian, who was holding Jiang Shui's arm, was scolding Gu Fei and taking Jiang Shui's side. Even more harshly than she had done in the car just now. In the car, I already spared Gu Fei's feelings. Jiang Shui. Gu Fei chased out and shouted Jiang Shui's name. Jiang Shui froze for a moment. She didn't expect Gu Fei to chase her out. But it was only a moment of shock, and she continued to walk forward without looking back, not wanting to pay any attention. Jiang Shui, let me explain, this is really a misunderstanding. Don't be angry yet. If you're still angry after I've explained, you can leave. Mai Tian turned back and gave Gu Fei a dirty look, saying, "What are you talking about? If you can't say anything, don't say anything." Then she shook Jiang Shui's arm and asked tentatively, "Do you want to give him a chance to explain? If not, I'll tell him to go away and leave you alone." Jiang Shui frowned and bit her lip. Deep down, she of course hoped that this was a misunderstanding. She also hoped that Gu Fei could prove that he didn't have all those messy relationships. With this expectation, Jiang Shui nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them stopped. Mai Tian turned around and put her hands on her hips, looking like a generous older sister, and said to Gu Fei, "Xiao Shui has given you a chance, so explain it to me. What girl, what message?" Gu Fei walked up to Jiang Shui and looked at her angry and aggrieved expression, which was really pitiful. Looking at Jiang Shui's eyes, which had lost their usual radiance, Gu Fei felt a little twinge of pain in his heart. So, he first said something to calm her down. "Jiang Shui, don't be angry, I know, if this happened to me, I would have misunderstood too. This girl did just add me on WeChat today," she added Yang Tianxua. On the way to the meeting, this girl wanted his WeChat, but he left his phone in the car. So she added me first and asked me to push him the information later, but we were both too busy to do it, and we didn't push the business card either. The girl was anxious, so she sent a message to ask me. Gu Fei retold the whole story as briefly as possible to Jiang Shui. As soon as he finished, the WeChat message rang again, sent by the same girl. Chapter 50, just a little sweetness will do. This time, in order to avoid further misunderstandings, Gu Fei opened the message and read it together with Jiang Shui. The message said, "Are you two playing a joke on me? Where's the business card you promised?" Gu Fei handed Jiang Shui his phone and told her to read it herself. This time, Jiang Shui read it carefully, including the one that she hadn't seen before. "Handsome guy, don't forget to send your friend the WeChat after adding him." Every word corresponded to Gu Fei's explanation. The meaning of what the girl was expressing was indeed that she had just added Gu Fei to WeChat and wanted him to send her his business card. "See, I told you it was a misunderstanding." Gu Fei looked into Jiang Shui's eyes and saw the tenderness return, and he let out a sigh of relief. Mai Tian saw Jiang Shui's change in attitude and her attitude softened a little. Cough cough, it seems that it really was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry for what I said just now, I take it back, don't take it to heart. It's not because I saw Jiang Shui sad and upset, I was just worried. Don't be offended, we're still good friends. Jiang Shui was amused by Mai Tian, and burst out laughing. She looked cute as a child. Mai Tian's personality meant that she could not suffer in the outside world, and could be both pliable and resilient. So what are you still standing there for? Let's go, get in the car, and go pick up Duoduo together. Gu Fei invited Jiang Shui and Mai Tian to go back to the car. The atmosphere was obviously much more relaxed at this point, and the hostility had been turned into friendship. Back in the car, Jiang Shui used her own phone to navigate to Duoduo's kindergarten. While she was doing that, Gu Fei called Yang Tianxua to make sure and confirm that the misunderstanding in Jiang Shui's mind was completely eliminated. This call must be made now to be effective. The phone rang for a second, and young Tianchua picked it up immediately. His voice was full of energy, as happy as if he had just won 5 million in the lottery. "Hey, my dear Mr. Gu, how can I help you?" The words made Jiang Shui and Mai Tian laugh, and they felt that the person on the other end must be a very interesting person. "There's nothing I can do for you. Just take your girl back, and I'll be happy." Gu Fei's teeth were itching. If he had a bottle of poison right now, he would swear he would put it in young Tianchua's glass. "Oh my god. I've actually forgotten such an important matter. Hurry, give it to me." Young Tianchua thought about the figure and face of the girl who had added him on WeChat, and he really looked forward to having a WeChat friend. "I'm hanging up now." Gu Fei hung up on young Tianchua without any emotion. He completely ignored what the other person was still jabbering on about. After hanging up, he pushed his business card, deleted his friend, and did it all in one go. Gu Fei didn't even reply to the girl, he just deleted her. Jiang Shui was in the passenger seat and saw it all. This time, she really put her heart into her stomach and believed what Gu Fei said, that it was indeed a misunderstanding. Now, it was Jiang Shui who felt embarrassed and somewhat guilty. Thinking about it, she blamed herself. Why didn't she read the whole thing and then judge it out of context? Why didn't she ask for clarification before getting angry? Why didn't she trust Gu Fei? She asked herself several questions in her heart. Then he apologized to Gu Fei. Gu Fei Jiang Shui's voice was gentle, but a little weak. "Huh? What's wrong?" Gu Fei was concentrating on turning around, so he could only look at the road and respond to Jiang Shui. "Huh, I'm sorry, I was a little agitated just now, I should have asked you, it's my fault for not asking clearly and getting angry, I apologize to you." Jiang Shui's voice was as soft as a kitten's, without any aggression, but instead made people want to protect her. Mai Tian was giggling in the back seat, covering her mouth, and for the first time, she had seen someone who was so happy eating dog food. "It's okay, it was a misunderstanding, and it'll be fine once it's explained." Gu Fei never expected Jiang Shui to apologize to him instead. This made his heart even softer. As if she hadn't heard Gu Fei's words, Jiang Shui continued. "I shouldn't have doubted you, I should have believed you, and that's also something I didn't do well. If I had trusted you enough, I wouldn't have thought you were seeing other girls." Gu Fei could hear Jiang Shui's self-reproach. If the previous grievance was due to anger, then this one was due to self-reproach. Okay, it's in the past. The important thing now is to go pick up Duoduo. Gu Fei was comforting Jiang Shui while rummaging around in his trouser pocket. Jiang Shui heard the sound of rustling wrapping paper. She looked into Gu Fei's pocket and saw him pull out several packs of popping candy, colorful and corresponding to different flavors. "Just eat some popping candy and you'll feel better. Today, when I asked you if Duoduo had ever tried popping candy, I bought some on the way home. There's some for you too. Look, which flavor do you like? There's also some wheat-flavored ones." Jiang Shui's mood really improved. It wasn't because the candy made her feel sweet, but because she felt that Gu Fei was treating her like a child. She was happy that she got some for herself as well as some for Duoduo. "Wow, there's even some for me. Thanks." Mai Tian was also behind her, supporting her. In order not to dampen the mood, the two of them tacitly agreed. Not to mention that they had already eaten popping candy in the mall today. Jiang Shui chose a pack of apple-flavored popping candy, Mai Tian chose a pack of peach-flavored popping candy, and they left the rest for Duoduo. Jiang Shui looked at Gu Fei's profile, and her heart involuntarily beat a little harder. Not only was he good-looking, but he also had the potential to be a good father. He even bought a little bag of popping candy for Duoduo, saying that she had never had it before. She asked herself, and as a mother, she could not even do that. Duoduo will definitely be very happy. She has rarely let her eat candy, let alone popping candy. She's never even heard of it. Wait until Duoduo experiences this magical popping sensation. It'll be a new experience in her young life. Jiang Shui is already imagining Duoduo's reaction to popping candy. It'll be so much fun. Little does she know that Gu Fei is also thinking about what expression Duoduo will have when she tries popping candy for the first time, and what she'll do. And how will she describe the popping sensation in her mouth? Just thinking about it is so cute and exciting. Mai Tian sits in the backseat, letting the popping candy explode in her mouth, not saying a word. She smiles at Jiang Shui and Gu Fei, suddenly feeling envious of them, envious of people with families. Duoduo's kindergarten is just about to let out the children. Jiang Shui and Mai Tian get out of the car to pick her up, while Gufei waits for them in the car. Mai Tian puts her arm around Jiang Shui's shoulders. Snow, who does Duoduo look like? From the photos you posted, it looks more like her father. Does Duoduo recognize strangers? When she sees me for the first time, she won't dislike me, will she? Jiang Shui's eyebrows curved up in a smile as she said, "You can't call me auntie, you have to call me sister." In the kindergarten, Jiang Shui saw from afar that Duoduo was flying towards her with her arms wide open. Like a little swallow. Mommy! Mommy! Duoduo's finished school. Chapter 51, You gave birth to a little action figure. Duoduo, who had run over, saw that there was a pretty older sister next to her mother. So, after running over quickly, Duoduo looked at Mai Tian and paused for a moment. Hello, Duoduo. Mai Tian had a sweet smile and her voice turned into a clip in seconds, hoping to make a good impression on Duoduo on their first meeting. Mai Tian looked up and down at Duoduo and still thought she was cool and handsome. The top half is a white t-shirt, with a black vest over it. And the bottom half is black jodhpurs to match the black vest. With black low-top boots and a cute little panda backpack slung over one shoulder. Mai Tian looks at Duoduo and then Jiang Shui. Not bad, Snow, you've dressed up your little hand puppet so coolly. When I have a baby in the future, I'll change her skin every day to make it look good, too. Let's make a wish for a daughter first. Jiang Shui responded by giving Mai Tian a smile, then looked at Duoduo with a loving expression and stroked her head. Duoduo, this pretty sister is mommy's best friend. Duoduo can call her sister Tian Tian. Duoduo was unafraid and unflinching. Her two big, grape-like eyes blinked as she looked at Mai Tian. Sister Tian Tian is so sweet and cute, and she pronounces every word with a long sound. For Mai Tian, who loves cute children. This was a real shock. At that moment, her desire to have a child reached its peak. She immediately crouched down so that her line of sight was at the same level as Duoduo's. Touched her head, took her hands, and pinched her cheeks. She just didn't know how to show her affection. Jiang Shui watched with a smile on her face and said to Mai Tian, I never knew you liked children so much. If you like them so much, why don't you have one yourself? Just as she said this, Mai Tian had already turned around and was facing the same direction as Duoduo. Then, she knelt down on one knee and put her arms around Duoduo's shoulders. With a smile on her face, she looked up at Jiang Shui and said, It's because I don't have a cute child of my own. Your child, Duoduo, is so cute that anyone would like her, right? I'll have one of my own after I've chosen a father for my child. Seeing Gufei and then Duoduo, I realized that genes are really important. While the two of them were chatting, Duoduo looked around. Originally in high spirits, but suddenly like a wilted plant, her little face grew cold. Where are Mommy and Daddy? Daddy said he was picking up Duoduo with Mommy. Daddy's a liar. Duoduo said, breaking free from Mai Tian's arms. Slowly walked over to Jiang Shui, hugged her legs, and buried her entire little face in Jiang Shui's lap. Jiang Shui smiled and reassured her, Daddy is waiting for us outside the kindergarten door. Daddy didn't lie to Duoduo. And Daddy even brought Duoduo something delicious. In an instant, the clouds parted and the sun came out. Duoduo's eyes lit up. Not only had Daddy come, he had also brought something delicious. Duoduo's heart was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Like the wind, she ran to the kindergarten door. Although her little feet were still short, she was already going as fast as she could. Jiang Shui and Mai Tian smile at each other. Mai Tian suddenly runs up to chase Duoduo, bending over and making grabbing motions with her hands. Behind Duoduo, she imitates a rough voice. Bad guy is coming to get Duoduo. Duoduo, run. Children love this kind of chase game. Duoduo hears the voice, doesn't turn around, and starts running faster with a smile on her face. And screamed as she ran joyfully forward. The other parents picking up their children from kindergarten were healed by this scene. And they took the hands of their own children and watched the joy of the three of them with a smile. Looking behind Duoduo, she looked like a little penguin, running unsteadily. When they arrived at the entrance to the kindergarten, Mai Tian grabbed Duoduo from behind and picked her up. Woohoo! Little friend Duoduo, you've been caught by the big bad guy. Duoduo was even happier to have been caught. As if she had reached the most anticipated part of a game. In my Tian's arms, Duoduo wrapped her arms around my Tian's neck, happily wiggling her bottom and provoking Jiang Shui. Mommy didn't catch Duoduo. And then stuck out her tongue and made a face at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui looked at the laughing my Tian and Duoduo. She really hoped that Duoduo could stay young forever, just carefree and under her protection. Outside the kindergarten, Duoduo spotted Gufei's car at once. So, from afar, she started shouting "Daddy! Daddy!" Unfortunately, there was too much traffic on the road, and Gufei couldn't hear her at all from the car. So, Duoduo obediently said to my Tian, "Sis my Tian, can we run faster?" Every time Duoduo calls her sister, my Tian feels a little ashamed. She should be calling her auntie. But she is happy, and she will always be the pretty sister. Okay, Duoduo, we'll do as you say. Let's run really fast, and leave mommy behind, okay? My Tian wants to tease Duoduo. No, don't leave mommy behind. Mommy, daddy, and Duoduo need to be together. Several dark lines appear on my Tian's forehead. She really shouldn't have asked that question. Hearing from a child that she is a big light bulb? Or the kind that illuminates a family of 3? Thinking about it made her laugh. My Tian laughed and hugged Duoduo, speeding up as she crossed the road. Jiang Shui quickly followed. You guys run slowly. Don't rush. When they were about to get back in the car, my Tian suggested that she hold Duoduo in her arms and sit in the back seat, so that Jiang Shui could go back to her seat next to the driver. Duoduo, let mommy sit in the front with daddy, and Duoduo sit in the back with sister Tian, okay? Jiang Shui was secretly happy. Her best friend really understands her. It's rare to sit in the passenger seat. When you take Duoduo, you can only sit in the back with Duoduo. My Tian is giving her a chance. Duoduo heard that she could let her parents sit together. And she also really likes this pretty sister, so she nodded in agreement. You can. Gufei saw the 3 people approaching from the rear view mirror. Each of them had a smile on their face, and it was obvious that they were very happy. Duoduo in particular was flushed from running so hard just now. She looked cute, like a little doll with blush painted on her cheeks in a cartoon. Gufei stuck his head out the car window and greeted Duoduo. Duoduo. Daddy's here to pick you up. Hearing Gufei's voice, Duoduo felt like a switch had been flipped. And her volume had increased considerably. Daddy. Duoduo misses daddy. Duoduo not only misses daddy, but also the delicious food he brings her. Joy of the baby plus 652. Joy of the baby plus 688. Children never forget things like this. And even when they are doing other things, they will still be thinking about it. Jiang Shui said that Gufei had brought her delicious food, and she had been looking forward to it the whole way. What kind of delicious food will daddy bring?